There was chaos all around. Among the collapsed buildings stood a huge monster with purple skin and a skeletal back, from which eerie shadows emanated. Fear and panic filled the streets. But only one lonely guy stands motionless and does not try to run away. People looked at the monster with horror in their eyes and could not understand what was happening. The guy's eyes also sparkle with surprise and fear, looking at the gloomy sight in front of him. His gaze widened in amazement and turned upward. Suddenly, the guy felt that something was happening to his cheek. He looked at it in surprise and saw glowing cracks. Sensing something else, his gaze, full of incomprehension and horror, slid down over his shoulder. His arm was covered in hundreds of cracks, and they were gradually making their way towards his body, as if he was about to explode. Panic gripped the boy. His eyes widened and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. With a quick movement, he fell to the floor, his gaze running feverishly over his body. The boy's scream echoed everywhere as hundreds of cracks began to tear him apart from the inside, causing him hellish pain. In a moment, everything became quiet. Only a small purple ball of energy sparkled against the blue sky. Gradually, it faded away, sinking downwards. The ball slowly approached the face of the guy who was lying unconscious. The energy object carefully entered the guy's head, disappearing forever into the depths of his consciousness. The dark-haired man's eyes suddenly opened wide and his mouth opened slightly, swallowing more air. Clutching the sheet in his fingers, he was still trying to comprehend that this was just a nightmare. The guy slowly sat up on his bed, his black bangs falling slightly over his eyes. He turned to the large panoramic window, trying to finally come to his senses. Echoes of a dream flashed through his memory. The brain was still drawing scary pictures consisting of scary, scaly monsters, under whose feet the city burned with red flame. Panic swept through the streets, and everyone ran, terrified, past buildings that were engulfed in flames. Some people soared upward like a light feather, and white lightning sparkled around them. Not understanding what was happening, the crowd of people froze in place, watching as others floated in the air. The guy was brought out of his dark memories by a sharp knock on the door. The dark-haired man looked back sharply at the sound, hearing a female voice after asking, "Brother, did it work? Did you awaken your talent?" The guy's thoughtful gaze turned downwards to the palm in which lay the black stone. The surface of the stone was decorated with two bright patterns that looked like circles. From it, a straight bright lightning flashed, and then the inscription, "Low-level talent," appeared. The guy exhaled deeply, closing his eyes, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. "If I don't become a warrior, how can I protect my sister?" he thought. And the black stone fell with a dull thud onto his bare feet. The dark-haired man lowered his head, hunching his back. Suddenly, the door swung open and a girl entered the room with a smile on her face. Her eyes, seemingly without blinking, looked at her brother, and she herself froze in anticipation, timidly asking, "Well, what?" The girl folded her palms into a lock, pressing them to her chest and shifting from foot to foot, asked again, "What is the result?" Without raising his head, the guy grinned and replied, "Excellent, of course." As soon as the sister heard these words, her eyes seemed to shine, and, not believing her ears, she asked again, "Really?" An awkward smile touched the boy's lips, and he quietly replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely become the strongest warrior." The girl jumped high into the air, tucking her legs under her and screaming loudly with joy. "I knew it! My older brother is the best!" The guy's face reflected bewilderment, seeing his sister so happy, while the girl said with a wide smile, "Let's go! I made your favorite dish. We need to celebrate the awakening." Just as the brother was about to follow his sister, a pop-up window with inscriptions appeared in front of him. The guy's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the window that appeared in front of him. He froze in place, while his sister, unable to see anything in front of her, put her hands on her hips and said loudly, "What are you waiting for? Move!" It was a status window that had the words Human Nicole, Enhancement Talent, Low, Freezing Talent, Low, Not Awakened. The dark-haired man's eyes grew even wider. He stretched his palm forward, still not believing what was happening. The status window shook sharply, blurring into the air. It glowed blue again, but the inscription changed to Human, Nicholas, Talent for Excellence, Low Level. The guy looked up, looking at the window in surprise. Suddenly, his sister's hand grabbed his wrist, stopping his attempt to touch the status window. Nicole dragged her brother along with her, shouting, "Come on, the food will get cold." She quickly walked forward while Nicholas, slightly confused, tried not to trip over his feet. Two hands clasped together suddenly glowed with a purple light. The status window appeared before the guy's eyes again. It read, Human, Nicole, Enhancement Talent, Low, Freezing Talent, Low, can be copied. Nicholas's breathing became ragged. "Can I copy it? How?" flashed through his mind. His fingertips trembled, his lips pressed into a thin line, and his eyes continued to stare forward at the inscription. Do you want to copy talents? Yes or no? After a while, Nicole placed the plate on the kitchen table, a wonderful, inviting aroma emanating from it. This is only a small part of what the girl could cook. She loved to spoil her brother with various dishes. Nicholas took the chopsticks in his hands and sat down at the table, starting to eat. Doubts swirled in the guy's head, preventing him from enjoying his breakfast to the fullest. Copying talents is an amazing ability, but I can't try it on my sister. I'll have to click no. Her main talent is better than mine. Freezing is extremely rare. The dark-haired man closed his eyes, chewing on pieces of rice, trying to throw bad thoughts out of his head. Mom, Dad, he thought, looking back. If you're watching us, then you can rest easy. On one of the shelves, there were 2 photographs of the deceased parents. Closer to lunchtime, modern high-rise buildings were already shining in the rays of the sun. Nick's blue sneaker landed on the asphalt, raising a cloud of dust around it. People walked past him quickly, hurrying about their business. The guy cast an indifferent glance at the passers-by around him, but then suddenly stopped, frowning. Purple rings of energy flashed forward like locators. Nicholas scanned every person in his path, but the status window only showed one low-level talent. These talents are no good for anything, the dark-haired man muttered under his breath and continued on his way. With his head down and staring at his feet, he walked forward with a languid, almost thoughtful gait. In an instant, his red eyes looked up and his lips stretched into a sly smile. I have an idea. Nicholas at a quick pace headed towards the ancient gate leading to a stone building with the inscription 5th Linhai Academy. He looked thoughtfully at all the warriors who were coming out from there. A sly smile touched the corners of his lips again. His fingers gently touched his cheek, and the thought ran through his head. Thanks to my talent, I will surely become the strongest of all here. 10 days later, the academy's stone courtyard was surrounded by arches and crenellated walls. In the very middle of it, in the lotus position, sat a man. His face distorted with tension, his hands clenched into fists. Nicholas was also sitting in the lotus position, and on his chest was the purple uniform of the academy. Teacher, a couple of people have fainted, one of the students shouted, pointing to the people lying on the ground. The man's answer was not long in coming. He said loudly, Don't pay attention to these nobodies. You only have a chance to become warriors if you can concentrate your energy. Nick frowned and beads of sweat appeared on his face. The teacher crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the students, his gaze lingering on the boy, and quickly said, That's enough for today. You really are the worst students I've ever taught. The man raised his eyebrows and grinned sarcastically, throwing out a parting shot of, Take an example from Ben. Hearing this name, Nicholas, as if struck, suddenly opened his eyes and stared after the departing coach. After training, Nicholas walked with his new friend along the fountain, looking around the academy's grounds. Ben is not simple. He became a student in half a month, and now he is being personally trained by the head of the academy. Greg rattled off, running his eyes over Nick's thoughtful face. The new friend, with a mischievous smile on his face, put his hand in his pocket, pulled out a small piece of paper and began waving it in front of the guy's nose. On this sheet of paper, a bright and captivating painting of that very Ben stretched out. Greg smiled smugly, as if he was holding a gold bar in his hand and not an ordinary autograph. Nicholas, embarrassed and slightly confused, tried to force an awkward smile, as if he thought that it would somehow smooth over the awkwardness of the moment, since he had no ideas in his head about what to say in response. Not far from the guys, a crowd formed, raising their hands in the air, shouting, It's Ben! Look faster! Ben has arrived. They, without waiting for the noise to die down, instantly turned their heads in the direction of the screams, full of curiosity and bewilderment. In the very center of this crowd of people stood a fair-haired guy who, with a joyful smile on his face, waved his hand in a friendly manner. Suddenly, Greg ran forward, shouting, Ben, sign for me one more time, leaving Nicholas standing alone. As soon as he noticed the blonde, the guy narrowed his eyes slyly and smiled, showing his snow-white teeth in a sinister grin. Ben, with a cheerful smile on his face, nods vigorously to everyone who approaches him. His status window clearly showed that he had a mid-level talent, which meant that he was already experienced and had gone through many trials. Nicholas, his hands clenched into fists so that his knuckles were white with tension, with determination in his eyes, walked towards Ben. Ben, slightly flushed with embarrassment and with an embarrassed smile on his face, muttered, Okay, guys, calm down. Greg, tripping over his own feet and looking completely awkward, quickly walked towards the blonde man, trying to hide his shy trepidation and nervous excitement. Nick, with a smile on his face and his hand extended forward, asked eloquently, "Can I shake your hand?" There was a long line of people in front of Ben, eager to shake his hand and express their admiration. A proud smile spread across his face as he heard the people around him gushing with admiration. "Buddy, it's your turn," Ben said relaxedly, holding out his hand to Nick. The dark-haired guy slowly lowered his gaze to his palm, as if trying to discern something important in it. A grin immediately appeared on his face, making it clear that he had already planned something. In an instant, their palms touched, and a purple glow erupted between them, so bright that it seemed as if they had touched electricity itself. Nicholas, at the moment he touched Ben's left hand, copied his talent for self-improvement, and then quickly pulled his hand back. The blonde man shook hands with a couple more people and hurried away, waving his hand one last time. "It worked!" flashed joyfully through Nick's mind, and he couldn't help but smile. By evening, the weather had become so bad that a real storm broke out outside the window. Thunder rumbled and rain poured down, flooding everything around. There was a status window in front of the guy's eyes, and it displayed the question, "Mid-level cultivation talent successfully copied, start merging, yes or no?" Nick, sitting on the hard ground in a cold and gloomy cave, stared thoughtfully at one point. He unconsciously ran his fingers over his chin, and vague echoes of the terrible nightmare that had been haunting him suddenly surfaced in his head. That same scream that echoed in hundreds of cracks tore him apart from the inside, causing hellish pain. "What did it mean?" Nick asked, staring into space. But no answer came. He looked back at the status window where the button was blinking and, gathering his thoughts, he pressed yes with determination. The dark-haired guy, having settled comfortably on the damp ground, crossed his arms in front of him and completely relaxed. A sharp pain shot through Nick's body. His palm quickly dropped to his chest and lightly squeezed the fabric of his uniform. Unable to bear the unbearable pain any longer, Nicholas screamed, throwing his head back. Suddenly, he fell sharply to his knees, pressing his palms to the ground. His fingertips scraped the wet surface, pushing dirt under his nails. "It hurt like hell," Nick said through clenched teeth. The weather outside simply got worse beyond belief. The sky became even darker, and lightning tore it apart. The pain receded and Nick could breathe deeply. Beads of sweat were visible on his face, and his mouth was slightly open in an attempt to catch at least some fresh air. His eyes quickly moved upward, noticing his status window. Human Nicholas, cultivation talent, average. As soon as the guy read these lines, his face suddenly lit up with a wide smile. His status window suddenly became foggy and blurry with one easy movement. A new one appeared in front of the guy which read, "Copy talent cooldown, 30 days. His eyes widened in surprise as soon as he finished reading the inscription. Taking a deep breath, he sat more comfortably in the lotus position and closed his eyes, muttering under his breath, "I'll do the exercise that the teacher showed us." In front of him, in one instant, the glowing lines swirled together into one small ball, resembling a clot of energy. Nicholas's eyes were filled with admiration and he exclaimed, "With an average talent, doing the exercise is easy." Rising from the cold ground, he walked slowly towards the exit of the cave. A victorious smile played across his face as raindrops fell on his face. A month later, when night fell upon the city, a huge full moon shone in the sky, illuminating the streets. Like a shadow, a huge monster, reminiscent of a wolf with its massive paws and fierce eyes, swept over the rooftops. He bared his teeth, growled with impatience, and looked greedily for his prey. At that moment, a little girl was slowly walking down a quiet street, holding tightly to her father's big, warm hand. As he passed them, Nicholas was deep in thought, clutching the lantern tightly in his hand and looking at his feet. There was a loud splashing sound down the street, and then something fell heavily onto the asphalt. The man didn't even have time to squeak before the huge monster grabbed his face with its sharp fangs. Nicholas turned around at the sound and his eyes widened as he saw the man's corpse and the monster nearby. "Daddy!" the blonde girl screamed, looking at her father's lifeless body. The beast turned sharply towards her, scratching the asphalt with its sharp claws, preparing to attack. Nick began to get nervous and beads of sweat began to shine on his forehead. When passers-by saw this terrible monster, their hearts sank into their heels and panic swept the streets. People screamed and ran in different directions. Only the dark-haired one looked at the shaggy monster in fascination because he had never seen them outside the academy. The beast growled quietly, and bright red blood dripped from its mouth. In an instant, he rushed forward, opening his huge mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Without thinking twice, Nicholas quickly pressed the girl to himself, protecting her from the monster's attack. "He's too fast, I can't escape," the boy thought, shuffling his legs, running away. From somewhere above, a man with a red cloak landed on the ground. His greatsword came down with a loud bang. and the stone slabs on the street were cut into two pieces. The shockwave tried to knock the beast off its feet, but it dug its claws into the asphalt, leaving small indentations. The man's gaze was riveted on the bright red eyes of the monster, which sparkled in the darkness like two hot coals. "Sorry for the delay," he said, a smirk playing across his face. "Who are you?" Nick shouted, still holding the girl in his arms. "Everyone calls me Captain Windwolf," the man replied. He turned around and looked at the dark-haired man, throwing him an order. "Leave the Silver Moon Wolf to me and you protect the girl." "Got it," Nicholas replied, hugging the blonde tighter. The captain quickly ran towards the wolf, leaving behind a ball of dust. He swung his sword, raising it over the beast's head. Nick placed his palm over the girl's eyes, blocking her view of the fight, and quickly muttered, "Don't look." "He's strong, the bastard," the captain croaked, clenching his jaws, and his eyebrows drew together so tightly that it seemed his forehead was about to fold into 3 folds. The sword struck the wolf with a dull sound, sending it flying back several meters. The beast did not retreat. He began to walk quickly around the warrior, raising a cloud of dust around him. The captain, squeezing the hilt of his sword so hard that his fingers turned white with tension, swung it again, aiming straight at the wolf's heart. "I'm not alone," the man said through clenched teeth, and several martial artists dropped to the ground. The monster, breathing heavily, looked at the warriors, assessing his chances of victory. All the masters took their swords and clubs and, with fire in their eyes, rushed towards the beast. The ferocious monster, with fury, threw off the warriors with one powerful movement, and bending in the air swiftly jumped straight to the captain, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. "Captain!" shouted one of the masters, pointing at the huge wolf. The beast approached the warrior with quick and confident steps, its muscles tensing with every step. The man suddenly pulled out his sword, gripping the hilt tightly, and assumed a defensive stance. The monster pushed off the ground and with a wild roar rushed at the dark-haired man, his huge paws threateningly swinging in the air. The martial artists rushed to their captain's aid, clutching their weapons tighter. In an instant, several swords plunged into the beast, leaving behind a splash of blood and a bright gleam of metal. "Is he dead?" asked one of the masters, removing his weapon from the body. Suddenly, the claws of this monster began to rapidly lengthen, sparkling in the rays of the full moon. The fur suddenly flared up bright red, and from the depths of the mouth such a powerful roar burst forth that passers-by got goosebumps. "Watch out! The monster has entered a bloody flash state," Captain Windwolf shouted, warning the others. With one blow, the ferocious beast knocked back one martial artist, leaving a bloody stain on his chest. "Captain, how are you?" asked Nick, who was still standing nearby. "Fine," the man shouted back. When the wolf saw that he was in trouble, he rushed out of the encirclement, wanting to run away into the distance. "He's running away!" Nicholas pointed his finger at the beast. The wolf crossed the streets with quick steps, leaving a trail of blood behind him. "Don't worry, it won't run away," said the captain, watching the beast. A mysterious female silhouette suddenly appeared on the roof of one of the houses. The girl, confidently holding a bow in her hands, was also one of the masters. Her light fingers released the bowstring and the arrow flew with a whistle towards the monster. The arrow, fired with incredible accuracy, flew straight into the beast's eye. By the time he noticed the shiny metal tip, it was too late. The arrow struck the wolf, and as he let out a final hoarse howl, bright sprays of his blood flew around. Then there was a bang, and the monster fell to the ground, completely exposing its figure. The captain laughed quietly, showing his snow-white teeth. "You're still too weak to compete with us." The martial artists crowded around the Silver Moon Wolf, which was a meter long, had sharp claws and red eyes. Nicholas's eyebrows rose when he noticed the status window popping up. "Are these the monster's talents?" Nick thought as he read the text. "Monster, Silver Moon, Wolf Blood Talent, Low, Speed Talent, Basic." His face was blank as he scanned the lines on the status window over and over again. The girl next to Nick folded her palms into a lock and pressed them to her breasts, looking at the masters with fascination. Suddenly, a clawed paw fell onto the asphalt, leaving deep scratches. Despite the fact that the animal was badly wounded and death was already close, it still rose to its feet, breathing heavily. The first to notice the monster was Captain Windwolf, and he shouted loudly to his companions, "Hey you! Watch out!" The martial artists quickly turned around at the shout, confusion evident on their faces. The Silver Moon Wolf, wagging its tail, slowly approached the warriors. His loud roar echoed throughout the city, shaking the earth. "Captain, what should we do?" one of the masters shouted, pointing his weapon forward. "Don't worry, the creature is pretty weak. Leave it to me," Captain Windwolf shouted and looked behind him, adding, "Hey boy, it's not safe here. Get out of here immediately with the girl." Nick stood rooted to the spot, his mouth open and his eyes wide open, unable to tear his gaze away from the silver-mooned wolf. Then a sly smile appeared on his face, and the thought flashed through his head. This is a great opportunity. Nicholas, in the blink of an eye, rushed past the captain, leaving behind only a light breeze. He swung his fist, cutting through the air around him. The blow hit the beast's face and it whined quietly. The touch was only for a second, but it was enough for the monster's talent to be successfully copied. Nick's fist flared with a bright white light, like 100 lightning bolts. The guy deftly turned over in the air, doing a backflip. Nicholas landed on the beast's back, riding it as if it were a horse. He clenched his fists and raised them high above his head, demonstrating his strength. A second later, they landed on the wolf's back with a powerful blow. There was a loud crunch of bones and splashes of blood flew in all directions. 2 drops of blood fell on Nick's cheek, leaving scarlet marks on his pale skin. The boy's bloody fist shot up again. "Enough, he's dead!" Captain Windwolf shouted and grabbed the dark-haired man by the wrist. Nicholas exhaled heavily and quickly ran his gaze over the bloodstain on the wolf's fur. The dark-haired man removed his second palm from the beast's body and drops of blood slowly flowed down it. "Okay, we need to clean up here," the captain shouted to his partners. The man nodded to the woman on his team at the blonde girl and added, "And you take care of the girl." Captain Windwolf put his sword on his shoulder and turned to Nicholas. Smiling, he said, "Thank you for your help, boy. I will be very glad to see you in my company when you become a warrior." The guy nodded a couple of times and replied with a happy smile, "Got it." Nick got home only in the evening, when the sun was setting over the horizon. Turning the tap, the dark-haired man stuck his bloody hands under the hot water. While washing his face, the guy washed away traces of blood from his hands and face. The mirror in the bathroom was fogged up from the heat and humidity. Nicholas lifted his face above the sink, and a couple of drops slowly rolled down his skin. Washing away the traces of the furious fight, he placed his palm on the door handle. The door creaked open and Nicholas walked slowly into the living room. Hearing a quiet snore, the dark-haired man turned towards the sound. Nicole slept on a small mattress, placing her palms under her head. "Brother," the girl whispered sleepily, and the corners of her lips twitched. Hearing this, Nick also smiled a soft, kind smile. On the kitchen table, there were already a couple of fragrant dishes that my sister had managed to prepare. The dark-haired man didn't even touch them. Instead, he took a blanket out of the closet. Carefully, he covered his sister with it, wrapping her like a cocoon. Nicole, without waking up, settled more comfortably on the mattress, hugging the warm blanket to herself. To avoid waking his sister, Nicholas quietly entered his room. In the palm of his right hand, he held a towel folded in half. Slowly and tiredly, the dark-haired guy sank down onto the bed. Suddenly, a status window popped up in front of him. Nick's eyebrows drew together, and he squinted his eyes to get a better look at the hologram in front of him. Rereading the lines over and over again, he thought, "This will most likely be more painful than last time, maybe even mortally dangerous." But the decision was made. Nicholas, clutching the crumpled towel in his hand, pressed it to his lips and opened his mouth. He clenched the cloth tightly between his teeth, and at that very moment the copying began. From the unbearable pain, the dark-haired man bit into the towel, and his eyes opened wide. Unable to contain himself, he collapsed to the floor, bracing himself with his palms. His nails dug into the wooden boards, leaving long marks. There was a buzzing in his head, and the veins in his arms bulged as if they were about to burst. Suddenly, his legs seemed to come to life, starting to convulse, as if someone invisible was sharply pulling at strings. There is a sharp crunch of bones and the foot flies off, leaving behind a fountain of blood. Nicholas screamed so loudly that the cloth he was holding in his teeth flew out of his mouth. With fear in his eyes, the dark-haired man slowly looked around and saw only a bloody stain in front of him. "Did the copying fail?" the guy thought, gulping air. His heart was pounding and beads of sweat were appearing on his forehead, as if he had just run a marathon. The image of his sleeping sister suddenly appeared in his head like a bright flash, so vivid and real that he could almost hear her quiet breathing. "Nicole!" Nicholas shouted, and in an instant everything changed. The room became as bright as day again. The guy sat up in bed, looking around, trying to figure out where he was now. "What happened?" the dark-haired man whispered, and looked first at his palms and then at his legs. Everything was in place. With a quick movement, his leg rose up. "Wow! The body is light as a feather!" Nicholas exclaimed, laughing happily. The guy was shocked. He looked at the status window that appeared in front of him. It read, "Human Nicholas, Enhancement Talent, Intermediate, Speed Talent, Basic." A couple of days later, in the grove of the 5th Academy, the sound of footsteps was heard. Nick moved his feet quickly, leaving only dust behind him. He rushed through the trees like lightning. With just one jump, he soared high into the air. His eyes glowed with fire as he levitated above the treetops. A happy smile quickly formed on his face. Nick slid smoothly down, his boots barely touching the surface of the rocks. Having miscalculated his strength, he fell to the ground with a crash, leaving a hole and cracks beneath him. Among the other debris that rose up, Nicholas noticed a green leaf. Pushing off the ground with force, Nick started to run. The leaf slowly fell to the ground, hovering in the air. And in the blink of an eye, it lands on the guy's palm. Nicholas sharply squeezes his palm, crumpling the piece of paper in his fingers. The dark-haired man deftly moved onto a large boulder. He took a deep breath and sat down in the lotus position, crossing his legs. The guy closed his eyes, placing his palms on his knees. Suddenly, a painfully familiar voice rang out. "Nick!" It was Greg. Nicholas smiled and opened his eyes, nodding to his friend in greeting. Greg looked the guy over from head to toe, assessing his appearance. "Wow, you're so strong, you've already become a student." The guy laughed and patted Nick on the shoulder. Then the dark-haired man leaned over and quietly whispered, "Do you know how you can become even stronger in a short time?" Nicholas laughed, answering, "And how?" Greg grinned and looked at his friend, also throwing out, "Ever tried monster blood?" He shook his head. "I'll tell you frankly, I advanced faster than you because I drank it." The guy's tone became ominous, as if he was trying to tell some kind of horror story. Nicholas's eyes widened and he groaned softly, mentally kicking himself in the ass as he remembered that he had missed out on the silver moonwolf's blood. Greg raised his finger to get attention and quickly said, "There's one way to get her. Are you interested?" The dark-haired man immediately perked up and shouted, "You keep asking! Tell me!" Greg grinned and cleared his throat, beginning his story. The leadership of the Linhai Academy has unofficially established a zone outside the city, which is used to hold the exams of the 5 academies. The main prize for passing is the blood of a monster. "What level is it?" Nicholas interrupted him, stopping the guy's flow of words. "Quite low. The beasts there were exterminated long ago. Only their subspecies, the monsters, remain," Greg answered, shrugging. Nick thoughtfully placed his fingers on his chin, trying to collect his thoughts into a coherent whole. "While we're on the subject, would you like to join my team and get blood together?" Greg lightly tapped the dark-haired man on the shoulder. "Join your team? I don't even know," Nicholas drawled sarcastically. Greg cried out indignantly, pointing at the guy. "Hey, what do you mean I don't know? I told you this because you're my good friend." Nick smirked as he replied, "Sorry, I'll join you next time." Amidst his friend's muttering, the dark-haired man moved forward. "Nick, wait! Even if you don't join, we'll still be friends. Wait for me!" Greg shouted to the whole area and quickly shook hands with his friend. Nicholas seemed not to hear him, walking forward thoughtfully. A month later, the sun rose over the 5th Academy. In the office, the director looked at the guy with displeasure, folding his arms across his chest. "I'm already a student and have every right to enroll," Nick said indignantly, looking at the man. The director grinned, but it was a rather sinister grin. "I just wanted you to live sensitively a little longer," he replied calmly, and stood up from his desk, pushing back his chair. "But you, no matter how I look at it, can't wait to die." A piece of paper flies into Nicholas's face. The dark-haired man winces and, puffing, bends down to pick up the piece of paper. It said death waiver agreement. The detector brought a cup of tea to his lips and added, "That's right. If you want to take part in the exam, you need to sign this paper." "That's it," Nick muttered over and over, his eyes running down the line, "Death waiver agreement. If you're afraid of dying, get lost. Don't waste my time," the director suddenly shouted. Nicholas looked up, glaring at the man, his gaze burning right through him. The dark-haired man walked quickly down the corridor, weaving between the students. A satisfied smile shone on his face, already anticipating what would happen next. As soon as he entered the director's office, a piece of paper with a signature landed on his desk, stating that he agreed to participate in the exam. The door closed behind the guy. The director took a deep breath and walked over to the panoramic window, whispering, "Do the brats seriously think this will be a regular exam?" The corners of his lips turned up, revealing his snow-white teeth, and he added, "I hope they don't regret it later." Meanwhile, in Nicholas's hometown, Nicole slowly sat up, still trying to wake up. She rubbed her eyes with her fist, washing away the last remnants of sleep. Her bare foot landed on the wooden floor and she walked slowly into the kitchen. She rubbed and squeezed her neck with her palms. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the dishes standing on the table and ran up to them. But instead of fragrant dishes, the first thing she picked up was a note. This note was from Nick, where he wrote in a clumsy handwriting, There is an event at the academy. I will return in 3 days. Nicole exhaled sadly, and only one question popped into her head. Everything will be okay with him, right? The 5th Academy, martial arts training ground number 5, was a rather gloomy place. Crows were flying everywhere, only adding to the tension in the atmosphere. The buildings kept creaking loudly, as if they were about to collapse. When Nicholas arrived, he saw about 100 participants, but that was clearly not all. In a remote corner, the team of the 5th Academy had gathered, and the guy was heading towards it. Quite a lot of people showed up, Nick said, looking around the training ground. Of course, all 5 academies took part. Greg responded cheerfully, approaching his friend. Students of the 5th Academy? A smile played on the long-haired guy's face. Were the worthless ones allowed to participate in the upcoming exam? Next to him stood a tall man with blonde hair. Most likely it was his bodyguard, because the guy was dressed in a beautiful red suit, which spoke of his status. Sir, during the exam you can hunt both animals and participants. The fewer weaklings, the better. The guard's rough voice rang out. The dark-haired man laughed quietly and looked at the students of the 5th Academy again. Greg still wouldn't let up, telling Nick about the other students. His finger jerked sharply towards the long-haired man, and he said, "See that guy? That's Darren, the genius of the 1st Academy. In his family, he is the strongest of the younger generation." Nick looked at Darren and chuckled, quietly saying, "Ah, so he's from the 1st Academy. Then it's no wonder he's so arrogant." Suddenly, there was the sound of a ball scraping on the asphalt. Many of the students turned around, and Darren and his guard followed suit. The heel hit the ground with such a loud sound that the guy attracted even more attention. "Darren, come here, I'll stab you to death," he shouted loudly. The long-haired man only smirked at such a threat and calmly said, "You again? I kicked your ass 10 times, aren't you tired of it yet?" A grin spread across the guy's face. The loud cries caused the crows to fly over the training ground. "Who is he?" Nick asked, looking at the guy in surprise. Greg frowned and said quietly, as if afraid that he would be heard, "This is Wright, the genius swordsman of the 2nd Academy, who has been fighting Darren several times in the past." The principal noticed the tension between the students, clicked his tongue, and spat saliva on the ground. "Completely detached from life," he shouted, looking at everyone who was now in front of him. Nicholas shrugged nervously, meeting the director's gaze. Come on, Wright, I believe in you," Nick suddenly shouted, raising his hands up. Wright, in turn, looked at the dark-haired man with an uncomprehending look. A mechanical voice came from the loudspeaker. "Fights outside the wilderness zone are prohibited. Violators will be disqualified." "You're lucky," Wright growled through his teeth. He quickly twisted the sword in his fingers. "As soon as we get into the zone, I won't leave a single living place on you." He turned around and walked away from Darren. The student of the 1st Academy only laughed loudly. Wright stamped his foot, stopping next to the students of the 5th Academy. "Hey boy, I see you're brave since you dared to encourage me in front of Darren. Name yourself." He put his hands on his hips, looking at the guys in front of him. "Nicholas, from the 5th Academy," the boy answered in a calm voice. Wright's eyes widened and he let out a soft gasp. "What a good name. A leaf blocking the sun. Where have you ever seen such a thing?" His eyes slightly opened in surprise. A window of Wright's status popped up in front of Nick, where his qualities were written: human, Wright, talent for accomplishment, low level, talent for fencing, average level. The dark-haired man looked at the status window and a wonderful thought was born in his head. He extended his hand forward. "I hope you bring Darren to the exam," Nicholas said with a grin on his face. Wright first looked at the guy's outstretched palm in surprise, and then nodded with satisfaction. "Good luck to you too. Survive there." The guy also extended his palm. Their hands touched and a pleasant vibration passed through Nick's palm. The status window changed to "Fencing talent successfully copied." The loudspeaker again blared a mechanical voice. "The exam has begun." 2 large men began to push the large wooden gate, and the voice from the loudspeaker said again, "Students from the 1st Academy, come in." The students, wearing red uniforms, quickly rushed towards the opening gates. And the first one to come out of the gate was none other than Darren, with his guard. His gaze was determined. He had no intention of retreating. "Finally, the exam has begun," Greg exclaimed joyfully and placed his weapon on his shoulder. "I'm going to my team. See you later, Nicholas," Wright said, watching Greg run as fast as he could towards the gate. Nick nodded. The guy stretched and groaned, adding, "First the 1st Academy, then ours, the 2nd. And you, the 5th Academy, are starting last. Yeah, I don't envy you." Wright waved his hand one last time and walked off to join his team. Nicholas just rolled his eyes at his statement. A couple of hours later, the dark-haired man was already running quickly through the dark forest. His gaze was focused. He made quick movements, pushing off from large tree trunks and jumping long distances. In a remote part of the forest, he landed on the ground, throwing the backpack off his shoulders. The status window lit up in front of him again, and on it were the words, "Intermediate-level swordsmanship talent successfully copied. Start fusion?" As soon as Nick pressed the word yes, his hand tensed and the veins stood out. Nicholas could even hear the bones crunching, but it wasn't as painful anymore. He clenched his teeth harder and just waited. Soon, the pain took its toll. The guy collapsed to the ground, pressing his palms into the damp earth. The veins on his face also bulged from the tension. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard throughout the forest, and a second later, everything became quiet. Nicholas exhaled and opened his eyes, feeling relieved. His hand immediately grabbed the handle of the ball. With a whistle, the sword left the case that was hanging in the boy's bosom. With just one movement, Nick cut through several large trees in his path. With a loud thud, they fell to the ground, leaving behind only gnarled stumps and dust. Nick checked his talent status, which now read, Human Nicholas. Enhancement talent, Intermediate. Speed talent, Basic. Swordsmanship talent, Intermediate. Smiling at his small victory, he slung his backpack over his shoulder again and moved on. The loudspeaker again announced, "The first 4 academies have entered the zone. Next, the 5th Academy." The students of the 5th Academy resolutely headed towards the large wooden gates. Nicholas walked along an empty road, with only black crows flying around him. His boot hit the ground and a stick crunched under his feet. The guy didn't pay any attention to this and continued on his way. Suddenly, behind the dark-haired man, there was a quiet rustling sound, similar to someone dragging a bag along the asphalt. Without thinking twice, Nick pulled out his sword. Turning around in front of him, he saw a huge snake. It was at least 3 meters long. The tip of the ball touched the ground, raising dirt and dust. Nicholas took a determined step towards the snake, which in turn hissed fiercely. The guy, preparing to attack, swung. In an instant, Nick cuts the snake in half, sending blue blood flying everywhere. A couple of cables hit the student's cheek as he landed on the ground. The spotted snake froze and collapsed to the ground, holding on for a moment before dying. Approaching the corpse of the monster, Nick immediately took its eye. It was one of the items needed for the test proving that he killed the spotted snake. The guy quickly stuffed the trophy into his bag. Nick sighed heavily and muttered, "There's a long way to go." Pushing off from the ground, he soared upward, continuing on his way. The sky lit up with pink colors, indicating that it would soon become completely dark. As he headed deeper into the wilderness, Nicholas began to hear faint cries for help. The guy landed on one of the destroyed buildings. Not far from him were about a dozen toothy wolves besieging Greg, several corpses still lying on the ground. "It's him!" Seeing his friend, the dark-haired man's eyes widened. Greg was in a very bad condition. His body was filled with blood. His face was very pale. He was holding an axe in his hands and constantly swinging it. The wolf only growled and rushed at the student. "This is bad," Nick whispered as he saw a pair of wolves rushing after Greg. Taking an arrow out of the quiver, the boy took his bow and aimed at the toothy wolf. The arrow whistled straight towards the target. It hit the toothy wolf's body and he fell to the ground. Greg, not understanding what was happening, just stood there and trembled with fear. With a loud sound, Nicholas fell to the ground, covering his frightened friend with his body. "Help in exchange for points, okay?" The guy glanced over his shoulder at Greg. Nick?" the dark-haired man asked, stuttering, not believing his eyes. "Nick, run! You can't handle a fanged wolf!" Greg suddenly shouted. Nicholas quickly rushed forward, only smiling at his friend's words. He went around these toothy wolves 1.5 times faster while they were trying to somehow injure the guy. He maneuvered between them every now and then, leaving the monsters behind. The dark-haired man took his sword out of its case. The look became more serious than ever. Thanks to his talent for fencing, he was able to accurately time the attack and deliver a fatal blow. Every time he swung, he would definitely take the lives of the monsters. Seeing the blood splashes, his gaze changed from more serious to more insane. The sight made Greg's pupils dilate and his throat tighten. After a while, the bodies of a dozen toothy rolls were already lying on the ground, and Nicholas's uniform was covered in blood. Touching the tip of the sword to the wolf's mouth, the guy cut off one of the fangs with a light movement. Nick took it in his palm, dabbing the blood with his fingers and put the sword away. "As we agreed, I'll take the points for the wolves for myself," the guy said, putting the fang in his backpack, looking at his friend. But he only nodded. Throwing his bag over his shoulder, he turned to Greg and asked, "Planning on continuing?" The student plopped down on the ground and exhaled, "Nah, I'm done." The exam turned out to be much more dangerous than I initially imagined. I'm lucky I survived it all, Greg added, wiping sweat from his forehead. My teammates are seriously injured. We need to get them out of here as soon as possible. He nodded towards the students lying nearby, bleeding. It seems that this is the only thing you can do now. Having said this, Nicholas was about to leave. At this point, Greg's expression changed and he shouted, "Nick, wait! Pseudo-monsters are being introduced into the depths of the zone. Be careful," the guy added, thereby attracting Nicholas's attention. "Pseudo-monsters?" the guy asked again and turned to his friend again. There was a gradation of creatures on the territory. First there was a beast, then a pseudo-monster, and the most important one was a monster. Greg gritted his teeth and said, "I heard that the students of the first academy decided to attack a snake that was more than 10 meters long, and it was one of the pseudo-monsters." He didn't know whether it was good or bad to tell this news to Nick. "You'll get 500 points for killing him," he added with a sigh, looking at his friend. 500? Nicholas asked again, excitement playing in his eyes. He was clearly shocked by this news. Grabbing Greg by the fabric of his uniform across his chest, Nick growled, "Where is he now?" With a trembling hand, the guy pointed somewhere ahead and quietly added, "In the southeast." Nick followed his friend's finger with his gaze, peering into the distance. Nick pushed off the ground and rushed forward, leaving Greg in the dust. 500 points don't just fall on the ground. If I get them, first place is mine. Nick's eyebrows drew together, and his gaze became more gloomy. "Nick, take care of yourself." Greg looked at his friends disappearing back and took a deep breath. Nick, like lightning, rushed through the ruins that looked like houses. After running some more distance, he stopped. His eyes widened and his breathing became ragged. The corpses of his students lay around him. This is the uniform of the students of the First Academy. The thought flashed through Nick's head when he noticed the red tint of the vest on one of the corpses. The sound of an explosion could be heard in the distance, and just by the sound one could understand how intense the battle was. "He's there." The guy's hair rustled from a strong gust of wind. Pushing off the ground, he covered a great distance in one jump. About 30 seconds later, Nicholas arrived at the scene, hiding on one of the rooftops. There was a look of complete bewilderment in his eyes as he looked at the battlefield. There were 10 students on the field, besieging a wounded purple snake, which was not 10 meters long, as Greg said, but reached 12 meters. "Forward!" came Darren's voice amidst the blazing fire. "We must finish this creature," he added, and together with his guard, he rushed into battle. His sword struck the snake's scales with a loud thud. "Mister, the snake's stamina is running out. Now is the time to kill him." The blonde man peered and also dealt several blows to the monster's body. The spotted snake roared loudly. He was hit by a lot of arrows. He had a lot of living and sword wounds. The soles of Darren's boots entered the monster's liquid, slimy blood. "Great! I'll take care of the rest." The long-haired man quickly pushed off from the ground. His figure towered directly over the monster. He swung his sword in mid-flight. The instant blow went straight to the frontal part, leaving behind a splatter of blood. The spotted snake growled loudly in pain. A smile lit up Darren's face as he began to rejoice, when the monster's huge tail threw him far away. He landed with a loud thud on one of the destroyed buildings. "The 500 points will still be mine," Darren said, groaning in pain. The monster fell to the ground with a loud thud. "Is he dead?" Nick asked himself, watching all this from afar. The guy punched the concrete next to him. "Damn, if only I had come a little earlier," Nicholas muttered to himself through clenched teeth, looking at the snake's body. Darren pushed the rock away from himself with all his might, climbing out from under the rubble. "Congratulations, sir," said the guard. The long-haired man walked past the students, and they bowed before him. A smile appeared on his face and he laughed quietly. "First place is now rightfully mine," he shouted, clenching his fist. Suddenly there was a loud roar. The fierce spotted snake activated its blood power just like the silver wolf and rose from the ground. With a flick of his tail, he sent several students flying in one fell swoop. Darren and his blonde guard immediately tensed up as they saw several students flying away from the monster. "Got into a bloody outburst state?" Darren's face twisted, and his gaze became even more ominous than before. The next moment, the spotted beast disappeared into the distance, and the dark-haired one shouted, "This is not a pseudo-monster, but a full-fledged monster. Then should we pursue him?" One of the students shouted, and Darren turned around sharply, barking, "Of course! He's worth 1,000 points!" 1,000? The students asked again, shock evident on their faces. "Forward! We can't let anyone else get ahead of us!" Darren shouted again, and the students from his academy rushed forward. He himself also followed them, wanting to catch the monster as soon as possible. Wow! I never thought a monster worth 1,000 points would appear here, Nick said excitedly, and several small flashes formed around him. Sorry guys, but I'm faster, he smiled, looking back at the students of the First Academy. The guy's palm landed on the cold concrete, purple sparks still emanating from it. Talent for speed? To the max! Sparkled around, and Nick dropped to the ground, standing in a pose, preparing to rush forward. His gaze became as crazy as it had been then, and his eyebrows furrowed, forming wrinkles on the bridge of his nose. He rushed forward so quickly that after him, stones flew in all directions. Like a rocket, Nicholas used his speed to fly past the destroyed buildings. The spotted snake left a trail of blood behind it as it moved resolutely in a direction familiar to it. Nick sank down onto the asphalt, pushing his hands and the soles of his boots into the concrete, or rather what was left of it. The students of the First Academy have not arrived yet. Excellent, he said quietly, and noticed with his gaze a huge trail of blood. Squatting on one knee, he touched the purple liquid with his fingertip. An unpleasant and cold substance touched the guy's skin, causing goosebumps. Without paying any attention to it, he put his finger to his nose and sniffed the air as if he were a sniffer dog. Rising from his knees, he looked around the huge building, on which hung a worn poster discounts up to 30%. Most likely it was once a shopping center. It looks like I'll get 1,000 points, thought Nicholas, and smiled at the corner of his lips at his own thoughts, while his gaze carefully examined the building. There was purple mucus everywhere, and it gave off an unpleasant, even stinking smell. Nick took a step forward, and his boot stepped into the liquid that the ferocious snake had left behind. That creature is somewhere nearby. The dark-haired man confidently walked forward, but he also looked around, carefully examining the mountains of garbage around him, in the hope that the beast was hiding behind them. Finding nothing outside, he went into the room. The room was deep and stretched to the very... Noticing the monster, Nick froze in place. The spotted snake stretched out like a string, throwing its head back and opening its huge mouth. Some kind of white liquid was dripping from the ceiling, or more precisely from the sharp end of the stone. The beast swallowed it greedily, catching the droplets with its tongue, which glittered in the light. What is he drinking? Nicholas frowned, still standing rooted to the spot, as if studying the beast's actions. Clearly not ordinary water. The guy looked askance at the monster, or rather at what he was drinking. The liquid was transparent, but with flashes of something white. With a ringing sound, Nick pulled out a sword from his bosom, which flashed in the light. Okay, I'll think about it after I get 1,000 points, he said loudly and pulled his elbow back, taking a defensive stance. Nick ran so fast that it seemed like his feet barely touched the ground. Distracted from his occupation, the monster turned to the young man, showing with his whole appearance that he was ready to defend himself. Nick flew up above the beast, confidently heading towards his face. Well, even though the snake was wounded, it quickly dodged the guy's attack. Her huge fist fell to the ground, shaking everything around. Stones flew up, and Nicholas with them. Unable to control his body, he flipped over in the air several times. He pulled out a bow from behind his back, and then also took the arrows into his nimble fingers. Pulling the bowstring, the guy takes aim, gathering all his abilities together. 3 arrows flew straight towards the target, cutting through the air. There was a loud roar as they hit the bullseye, or rather, the monster's eye sockets. Nicholas landed not far from the beast, one leg forward and the other bent at the knee, his bow and arrows flying a little further. Without saying a word, Nick grabbed the handle of the ball and squeezed it tightly in his palm. Using his speed talent, he flew towards the monster again, not giving it a chance to recover. This only angered the beast. It swung its clawed paw, but Nicholas quickly dodged. The sharp end of the sword quickly pierced the ferocious snake's hand, and it let out a loud cry of pain. It wasn't enough. Nick continued to push the sword deeper into the monster. My hands were already at their limit. They were shaking, hurting, and the veins on my skin were bulging. Nicholas screamed loudly, channeling all his strength into his sword to finish off the monster. Their voices were mixed up, chaos reigned all around, blood was pouring like a fountain onto the concrete. The sharp end of the sword passed through the spotted snake, emerging from it at the other end. Nicholas removed the murder weapon from the body and quickly lowered himself down. The snake's lifeless body fell onto the concrete with a loud slam, leaving a pool of blood underneath. Phew. Nick exhaled, smiling triumphantly. The monsters are insanely strong. If Darren's group hadn't weakened him, I would never have managed. The guy picked up his backpack and squinted at the sharp stone from which white liquid was dripping. If this is what he came here for, then it's definitely a very valuable thing. Nicholas took out of his briefcase a small, round glass bottle with a wooden stopper. Uncorking it, he gently lowered the bottle right in front of the stone so that the liquid now dripped straight inside. The sharp end of the sword he thrust into the lifeless body of the monster again. Puffing and grunting, Nicholas twirled the sword a couple of times, as if drawing some kind of pattern. The eyeballs will serve as proof of murder, he placed in his palm, the monster's large eye, which in turn was bleeding stinking purple blood. And the blood from the monster's heart is incredibly valuable. Nicholas slashed his sword across the beast's flesh again. Green liquid began to pour out of his heart, and the boy quickly held out the bottle to fill it to the brim. "That's enough," Nick said, shaking the bottle slightly so that the colored blood slapped against the inner walls in a wave. The dark-haired man turned around and looked again at the sharp stone hanging down, with white liquid pouring down it. With a slight movement of his hand, he swung, cutting through the air. The sharp end of the sword quickly passed over the stone, splitting it in half. With a loud thud, one half fell to the concrete floor. Nicholas squatted down next to his bag, muttering under his breath, "The points I've earned are more than enough for first place." A happy smile played across his face as he remembered that Darren was supposed to be here soon. They took the eyeballs. They sucked the blood out of the heart. The students of the First Academy screamed, looking at the corpse of the monster. "There's only a corpse left." "Sir, what should we do?" the guard shouted, looking back at his long-haired man. Who was that?" His knuckles turned white and his palms shook, clenching into fists. "Who dared to steal my 1,000 points? I will destroy him!" Darren shouted, making veins appear on his forehead. The sky was still shimmering in pink tones, but the weather worsened. It started to rain, or rather, to pour. Nicholas sat on one of the roofs, safely hidden in the shadows, and quietly watched the team of the First Academy. He fluttered slightly, like a sparrow in the rain, noticing the students leaving the building. The rain kept falling, but they didn't care. They were too upset, too angry. "Sir, that bastard who stole your victory points must be hiding somewhere and waiting. What should we do?" A tall man walked behind Darren, still asking questions. "Search everyone we meet along the way. I have to find this little rat." The rain fell on Darren and his black hair turned into hanging icicles. "We can't let him get away," he shouted, frowning and lines forming across the bridge of his nose. "Yes, sir," the students of the First Academy quickly responded. Nicola adjusted the strap of his backpack and chuckled thoughtfully. "It looks like I really should hide." Channeling his power, he rushed forward again, looking for a hiding place. He hovered over the collapsed buildings, trying to find shelter, because this could not continue for long. The exam will be over in 3 days. When they count the points, everyone will immediately understand that I killed the monster. Various dark thoughts crept into his head. He landed smoothly on the ground, looking around at what looked like a business center before. "I think this place will work as a shelter." Entering the building, or rather what was left of it, Nick threw off his briefcase, placing it on the floor. The guy sat on the concrete in the lotus position and took a bottle of green liquid in his hands. Without thinking twice, he threw his head back, raised the neck of the bottle to his lips, and began to drink. Nicholas winced and whispered quietly, sniffing the air. "Oh, if only I could have some peanuts to snack on, so it wouldn't be so disgusting. I don't care. For my sister's safety, I need to get stronger. To the bottom." The boy squeezed the bottle tighter in his palm. Holding his breath, he brought the neck of the bottle to his mouth again and began to take more intense sips in order to empty the bottle faster. Meanwhile, Nicole sneezed loudly, closing her eyes. She wiped her nose with her finger, sniffed, and quietly said, "Does anyone remember me?" Nicole put her hand under her cheek and looked sadly out the window onto the grounds of the school where she studied. Nicholas placed his palms opposite each other and began to direct streams of energy towards each other, thereby forming a whirlpool. Opening his eyes, he looked around, and his happiness knew no bounds. "Holy shit! The speed of improvement has increased by 4 times, he shouted, watching the bluish streams of energy around him. No wonder Ben and the others are improving so fast. It's not just talent, it's using the tools, the boy thought as he looked at his bag. It contained a couple of bottles of blood from the monster's heart, small and large eyeballs. No one would have such trophies. 3 days later, everyone gathered at the site, the judges sat at their tables, and each participant approached them and showed their findings. John, 10 points. Carl, 23 points. Leo, 0 points. The teacher was counting the points, writing them down on her sheet. She looked up at Leo, who was standing with a wounded face and obviously guessed the reason. A green backpack fell onto the teacher's desk with a loud sound. "Master, help me count this." Wright pointed at the bag with 2 fingers, grinning smugly. The backpack was almost filled to the brim with all sorts of materials, from glowing eyes to sharp fangs. "Right, 195 points," the girl said loudly, examining the bag. When Wright's glasses were announced, the students of the second academy were proud of themselves, because Wright came from their academy. A measly 195 points. What's so cool about that? Darren's voice was heard, smiling mockingly as he walked towards the table with a large bag on his back. "Right, you're not alive, you're so strong," he added, and laughed loudly, looking at his opponent. "You plan to compete with me with such a pitiful amount of points?" Darren's lips twitched into a mocking smile. "Darren!" Wright hissed through his teeth like a snake, drawing his eyebrows together. "Count this!" The long-haired man unceremoniously poured all his trophies onto the table, shaking out the bag so that nothing was left in it. The teacher's eyes widened and she began to count the materials, then timidly, stuttering, "Darren, 427 points." The students of the academy began to whisper among themselves, looking frozenly at the table. "Wow, as many as 427. I didn't expect anything less from Darren. Such a big gap. I only have 30 points. Wright pointed at Darren with a sharp wave of his hand and loudly shouted, "You shameless bastard! You just took the glasses from others." The long-haired man laughed at this insult and replied, "I took them thanks to my talents." "Bastard!" the guy growled, Wright's anger pouring out as soon as Darren loomed on the horizon. "Congratulations, sir. For so many points, you'll definitely get first place," one of the girls from the first academy chimed in, coming closer to Darren. The guy rolled his eyes and sarcastically said, "No, first place will have over 1,000. The girl put her finger to her lips, looking away thoughtfully. "The students who are still alive should have all come out by now?" asked the teacher from the 5th academy, and looked at the girl who was counting the points with her hands in her pockets. "Yeah, if someone didn't come out, they're probably already dead," she replied, tucking a lock of purple hair behind her ear. "So Darren took first place," the man grinned, since he was the one who ran every year. Just as the allotted time was drawing to an end, Nicholas emerged from the wilderness, carrying a large backpack on his back. "What?" The teacher from the 5th academy turned around after hearing the sound of feet heading towards the table where he was standing. 36 Nick's step was graceful but firm. The intense gaze was directed only at the teacher who was counting the points. The boy's main trophies, several fangs, 2 small eyes of the beast and 2 large eyes of the monster, landed on the table. "This is a monster's eyeball," the teacher said loudly, examining the boy's findings. "Right, so how many points do I have?" Nick asked, looking up at her with an indifferent voice. "Nicholas, 1,036 points. Congratulations! You won first place in this year's exam." The blonde girl handed the reward to the guy and added, "Your reward is 3 bottles of mid-level monster blood and 100,000 yuan." "Nick, you're a great guy!" Greg yelled at the top of his lungs, genuinely happy for his friend. The leader of the 2nd academy, Wright, only thoughtfully scratched his chin, asking the question, "How did he manage to do this?" "Here he is. Just think, it was a puppy from the 5th academy," Darren said through his teeth, glaring at Nicholas. "Dig up everything you can from that bastard," the long-haired man ordered, not taking his eyes off the boy, and his guard quickly replied, "Yes, sir." At that time, gossip and whispering among the team of the 5th academy did not subside. Especially Greg heated them up, bragging that Nick was his close friend. "What an idiot," muttered the teacher of the 5th academy, putting his hands in his pockets, and Greg only snorted at these words. "Teacher, you are not very happy. Nick brought glory to the 5th academy after all." The man chuckled under his breath and the corners of his lips twitched in a weak smirk. "He insulted and angered Darren's family, and they are very powerful and influential. I'm afraid your friend may soon die suddenly." The joy instantly disappeared from Greg's face, and he just dropped his nose to the floor. On the leaderboard, the names of the top 3 were displayed, and on the left were written out the rewards, which were, for 3rd place, 3 bottles of blood of a monster of nobody's level plus 50k yuan, for 2nd place, 1 bottle of blood of a monster of the middle level plus 100k yuan, and for 1st place, 3 bottles of blood of a monster of the middle level plus 100k yuan. The camera shone in the sun like new, as if it had just been bought. "Look here and smile," said the girl, and smiles appeared on the faces of the 3 winners. "The exam is officially over. Congratulations to the top 3 on their well-deserved awards," said a mechanical voice over the loudspeaker, and a camera clicked. "Puppy, you are very brave to steal something that belongs to someone else." Darren turned to Nicholas, looking him up and down. Likewise, the guy answered calmly and smiled fleetingly. Hey Darren, have you forgotten your own words? Wright intervened in the conversation, looking at his opponent. I'm not talking to you. Although, what did I say there? The long-haired man asked, wincing. Like you, Nicholas took these glasses thanks to his talents, Wright replied, and put his hands on his hips. And in response, he heard only Darren's nasty laugh. Who do you think is stronger between us, huh? He added, smiling slyly. Maybe we can find out in battle? Darren took a step forward, getting closer to Nick. If you have time for it, I'd be happy to, Nicholas said rudely, turning up his nose. The grin played across Darren's face again. It was there so often it was almost like it was ingrained in him. The dark-haired man looked at him from under his brows, frowning even more deeply in his already frowning gaze. 3 days later, Nicholas returned to his hometown to see his sister. His hand dropped smoothly onto the door handle and there was a click. Nicole, I'm home! Nick walked into the living room, closing the door behind him and taking off his sneakers. A soft patter of feet could be heard throughout the house, but the sound increased as the girl approached. Brother, Nicole exclaimed, hugging the boy tightly, pressing her cheek to his chest. Where have you been for so long? She raised her large, surprised eyes to her brother. Are you hurt? Let me see. Nicole started running around her brother, examining every detail on him. Nick quickly shook his head. No, of course, I'm perfectly fine. By the way, I brought you some presents, he added, and grabbed the strap of his backpack. And his sister, in turn, smiled brightly, looking at her brother. 3 cups with the scarlet blood of a mid-level monster, a book with a beautiful cover, a bottle with a green liquid, a wad of money, and a broken piece of stalactite fell to the floor. Nicole took the bills in her palm and looked at her brother, whispering, This will give you enough for your wedding. What wedding? They are for you, pay for your tuition, and take some for pocket money. Nick sat down on the floor in front of his sister, tucking his legs under him. What is this? The girl quickly took the bottle with green liquid in her hands. To be honest, I have no idea. That's why I bought the illustrated guide to jewelry. Nick pointed to the book and then picked it up. A jewelry reference book? Let me see it. Nicole's mouth dropped open in surprise, and she stuck her curious nose into the book her brother had just opened. Nick's eyes widened when he saw the name of what he brought home. The text in the book read, Treasure Name, Earth Core Elixir. Effect, liquid essence formed by terranite stones that have absorbed the chi energy of the heavens and earth for hundreds of years. When consumed, it can enhance one's cultivation talent. However, the elixir is only effective for below intermediate talents. Nick frowned, remembering the ferocious spotted snake greedily gulping down the liquid in the abandoned building, and a thought flashed through his mind. That snake must have evolved into a monster by consuming that elixir. I never thought that the thing I got so easily would be a valuable item. Hold on! Nicole's voice brought his brother out of his lofty thoughts. He looked up and saw a bottle in front of him. This stuff can improve talents. It will be good for you to drink it, the sister said, examining the green liquid at the bottom of the glass bottle, still holding it out to Nick. No, I don't need her anymore. Nicholas shook his head, his black hair falling carelessly over his face. We'd better make you stronger, Nicole. His voice sounded a little rough, and his gaze became more penetrating. What? Me? The dark-haired girl exclaimed, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. She was clearly nervous. The sun slowly sinks below the horizon, bathing the sky in soft shades of orange and pink. Do you want me to drink this? Came the sister's voice again, so loudly that most likely the passers-by on the street heard it. They sat opposite each other. In front of him lay the trophies that Nick had obtained on the screen. The girl still could not believe that her brother was saying this seriously because her talent had not yet awakened. We'll just be wasting the elixir, Nicole said as she looked at the bottle in her hands. And a window of her status appeared in front of Nicholas, showing that her cultivation talent was at the basic level, and her freezing talent had not yet been awakened. Nick thoughtfully put his finger to his chin and directed his gaze to the floor, quietly humming under his breath. Listen, we can sell it. It's probably worth a lot of money, the girl drawled, raising her brown eyes to her brother. That won't do. The book says there are primordial terranite stones that can appear where this essence was formed, but I destroyed them. Nicholas shook his head and stood up from the floor, still holding the book in his hands. He took a couple of steps towards the sofa, adding, Sooner or later people will come who want to buy these stones, and they are unlikely to believe my story after all. This will expose us to danger and bring us much trouble, he continued, and with a light movement of his hand, he threw the book onto the sofa, so that with a light thud it fell onto the soft surface. Why did you destroy them? What a pity, Nicole asked, and Nick just rolled his eyes. The girl's talent was clearly in pretending to be stupid at the right time. The dark-haired man grabbed the bottle by the neck and almost tore it out of his sister's hands, uncorking the neck. It would be even more of a shame if you didn't drink it. Nicholas shook the glass from side to side so that the liquid began to splatter against the glass walls, and Nicole only opened her mouth to object to her brother. The guy grabbed her cheeks roughly so that her mouth opened even wider, and at that moment tension hung in the air. Nick said in a serious tone, "Open your mouth." "Help! They're killing me!" she screamed. The girl began shaking her head in different directions and also waving her arms in order to somehow get rid of her brother's dead grip. Soon the bottle was empty and lay on the floor, sparkling in the sun as if it had collected all the sun's rays. "Well, how does it taste?" Nicholas smiled triumphantly and stroked his sister's back soothingly while she tried to understand the taste on the tip of her tongue. "Huh? Warm. And so refreshing," she answered and looked at her brother with the same big, happy dark brown eyes, while tiny sparks flickered around. Nicole's answer didn't please Nicholas, and his eyebrows furrowed in a flash. The pupils of his eyes were directed at his sister, and his brain couldn't understand what was happening. Her status window remained unchanged. No increase in strength occurred. The same basic talent for improvement and an unawakened talent for freezing. "Something makes me feel sleepy. I'll cook you something to eat later," the dark-haired girl said quietly and yawned, rubbing her eye with her fist. "Rest," the guy replied, and in his head the thought was spinning. "It's strange. Why did this happen? Maybe I just need to wait?" A whole hour passed. The wall clock hanging in the living room showed 6. While Nicole slept on the couch, Nicholas sat quietly and calmly on the floor, his legs crossed in the lotus position and his hands resting on his knees. Everything around him flared with a turquoise glow, and a gust of wind stirred his hair. Nick turned around sharply. A status window formed above his sister, and a frantic energy reigned around him. Such a strong flow the dark-haired man had never felt. This window stated that Nicole's human, her talent for cultivation had changed to average, and her talent for freezing was at a low level. Nicholas's pupils dilated, and beads of sweat appeared on his temples. A talent for mid-level cultivation coupled with a rare talent for freezing. A thought came to the guy's head, and he stood up from the floor, reaching his hand towards the cup of blood that he had received in the competition. Taking the trophy in his palm, he turned to look at his sister, who was still sleeping peacefully on the sofa, a smile playing on his face from his own thought. Nicole will undoubtedly become a first-class warrior. The cup glittered in the moonlight, and the red liquid inside shimmered. Nick's eyes were now directed only at him. In the shadows they were especially expressive, but he was thinking about Darren, whom he so wanted to defeat. A couple of minutes later, the moon was already covered with gray clouds. Nicholas opened his mouth and the scarlet liquid poured inside him, carelessly breaking up the drops. "Damn, this tastes even worse," the dark-haired man muttered under his breath and pulled his hand up to the bedside table. His palm quickly grabbed a couple of nuts from the plate, squeezing them in his fist for a moment. Nick threw a handful of food into his mouth and began to chew greedily, getting pleasure just from the fact that he was eating normal food. After chewing everything, his back became straight as a string again, and his arms spread out in different directions, causing a whirlwind of purple energy. The boy clenched his teeth. The veins in his neck stood out, and his eyebrows were drawn down to the bridge of his nose, so that folds formed on his forehead. What an effect! It's scary. If I had the blood of a high-level monster, I would have broken through to the warrior stage, Nicholas thought, his eyes widening at the thought. The cup, completely empty, quietly fell to the floor, where the other cups, filled with the monster's blood, stood, glistening in the light. 10 days later, in the grove near the 5th Academy, the sun was shining brightly, illuminating the tops of the trees. In Nick's jet-black hair sat a small yellow chick, making a pleasant chirping sound. Nicholas sat on a large rock, surrounded by trees, in the lotus position. His eyes closed and his body relaxed. Suddenly, quick steps were heard in the distance. Someone was clearly heading in his direction. "What to do? What to do? Nicholas!" Greg's cry rang out through the bushes like a bolt from the blue. "What happened?" the dark-haired man asked, hearing his friend's voice and seeing his silhouette in the distance. "Darren! Darren!" The guy tries to catch his breath quickly, bends over and rests his hands on his knees, and then points his thumb behind his back. Nick stood up abruptly, looking down at Greg and exclaiming, He came? No, no, no. He locked himself in his room and is clearly plotting something. He probably wants to break through to the warrior stage and only then settle the score with you. The guy exhales, trying to catch his breath, and points his finger at Nicholas. The dark-haired man rolls his eyes slightly and sits down on the stone in the lotus position again, muttering, I thought Darren came with a challenge, but he just locked himself in the room. But such a gesture from his friend made Greg scream at the top of his lungs. Why the hell are you sitting down again? This is serious. Nicholas exhaled through his nose and closed his eyes, trying not to listen to the student's screams. If he becomes a warrior, he'll crush you like a bug, Greg shouted with renewed vigor, turning his gaze to Nick, who calmly replied, I'm also improving. I have nothing to fear. The guy straightens up, wiping his mouth off his forehead, and squints slightly, starting to rant to his friend. His family is very noble. He has a ton of resources. And what do you have? 3 bottles of mid-level monster blood? And let me guess, you've already drunk them. From his friend's tone, a smile played across Nicholas's face, and he answered, laughing slightly, Well, yes, that's it. It looks like you're doomed. Your friend. I'll help you arrange the funeral. I'll take care of your sister, said Greg, bending down to the ground and resting his palms on it. Nicholas seemed not to hear him. His expression was serious, and thoughts were spinning in his head. Right now, I only have the low-grade blood that I extracted from that snake, and its heart. After using all of this, I should break through to the advanced disciple stage. His eyebrows drew together and his eyes closed. His lips pressed tightly together, forming a thin line. Although I'm only 1 step away from the warrior level, I can't become one yet, but with the talents that I've already copied, I can go out and fight even with a warrior. His dark brown eyes suddenly opened wide and looked into the distance. The house of Darren's family was huge and beautiful, but even with these qualities, it was gloomy. The gray sky and the crows flying everywhere only added to the atmosphere. Next to the large iron gates stood a guard of strong build, although in comparison to them, he looked like a bug. Suddenly, the iron began to break. Cracks appeared on all the gates, as well as the characteristic sound that everything was about to fall. And so it happened. The gate fell to the ground with a crash, raising dust and dirt everywhere, and the silhouette of a man appeared on the horizon. Congratulations, sir. You have become a warrior. The blonde guard bowed, placing one knee on the ground, and dust hit his face. Long live the master, cried another servant, and among the bright pink glow, Darren's strong muscles appeared. The sun rose high into the sky, illuminating Darren's family's large house, along with its vast garden. Congratulations, young master, on your breakthrough to the warrior level. Long life to you, said the fair-haired man, and bowed his head, placing his palm on his knee. Girls in formal business clothes approached Darren. One of them threw a robe over the guy's broad shoulders. Ha ha ha! Darren, you're finally out! A male voice echoed through the living room. Father, a boy exclaimed, noticing the man at the entrance. And I see, you've become a warrior. I didn't expect anything less from my son. Darren's father spread his arms out to the sides and smiled, taking a couple of steps forward. Charles, besides being Darren's father, was also one of the elders of the 10 Elders clan, an elite warrior of the middle rank. The man slightly narrowed his eyes as he looked at his son. Well done, Darren. His large hand landed on the boy's shoulder, patting it a few times. Don't worry, father, I won't disgrace our family, the long-haired man replied, smiling at the corner of his lips, looking with his piercing gaze at the elder. I have no doubt, by the way, great-grandfather wants to reward you personally. Charles' face became more serious. He directed his eyes at his son. I thank you both for your support. Darren suddenly sat down on one knee, bowing his head to the man, who laughed lightly and said, Ha ha ha, stand up. Charles turned his head towards his guard and said sternly, Go to the kitchen and check if everything is ready. The haired man in sunglasses nodded in response. His palm suddenly rose up and he said loudly, Wait, I'll go myself. Darren, don't forget to eat later. I made sure to prepare your favorite dishes for the celebration. Charles folded his hands behind his back, turning to his son, who replied, Thank you, father. With heavy steps, the man headed towards the exit, and his guard followed him. Did you find out what I asked you to? Darren's face suddenly became serious, his eyebrows drawing together, making her look even more frowning than before. Yes, sir. I found out everything a long time ago. That guy, no parents, no past, no support. We can do anything with him, the servant said, a sly smile playing on his face. Oh, so this scum doesn't have anyone. I thought he had someone very powerful behind him." The long-haired man walked towards the door leading to the street, and the fair-haired guard followed him. "In that case, send someone to kill him." Darren went out into the courtyard, in the middle of which stood a large fountain. He put his fingers to his chin as if thinking and looked at his servant. "Kill? Sir, killing in the zone is one thing, but if we kill a person outside of it, then it doesn't matter how strong and influential your family is." "We could have problems," the blonde man said, confused and stuttering. Darren sat calmly in his large red chair, decorated with precious stones, and raised his glass for wine to be poured into it. "And who told you that you need to act on behalf of my family? Hire the dark shadow killers. No one will investigate a case they are involved in," the guy added, and smiled his evil smile, raising the glass to his mouth. "But sir, their services are worth at least $1 million, the servant protested again, spreading his arms out to the sides. "Is it worth spending so much for some kid? Oh, servants are servants. You all think like poor people, don't you understand?" Darren looked at the man from under his brows. If a genius is discovered among the poor, a glass half filled with wine falls on the table with a loud bang. It needs to be eliminated immediately. The crystal suddenly breaks in Darren's palm from the pressure of his fingers, and he throws the shards forward. But the Fifth Academy can't raise a genius. The guard's eyes widened, his gaze becoming more frightened. "The weak die and the strong survive. That's the law of the world," Darren laughed, revealing her snow-white teeth. In the grove not far from the Fifth Academy, a strong wind blew, and then raindrops began to fall to the ground. With a loud whistle, the sword flew through the air. Nicholas trained his speed, his body like lightning, crossing a long distance, weaving between the trees. Suddenly, he raised the sword high above his head and swung. A lot of fragments from the stone flew in different directions as soon as the tip of the sword touched the stone. Nick stopped, exhaled heavily, and his black bangs fell over his eyes. "It looks like it's going to rain. Time to go home," the dark-haired man said, and brought his palm to his forehead, shielding his face from the wind and other things, looking up. The boy's boots made squelching sounds as they stepped on the wet asphalt. He went into the alley to shorten his path and take shelter from the rain. There was all sorts of garbage around, mixed with motors and valves that were working with a loud roar, and warm steam was also emanating from them. Suddenly, Nicholas stopped, and a few splashes from the puddles on the asphalt landed on his shoes. His body tensed and his fingers twitched and curled slightly. Nick's expression changed as he looked back, something more than just shock appearing in the depths of his pupils. Above the overhead power line support, the silhouette of a status window was faintly visible. "What is this?" The guy's eyes narrowed and he began to peer more and more into the glowing shadow. It was indeed a status window that read, "Human, James, cultivation talent, basic, shadow talent, low." It disappeared as quickly as it appeared, dissipating into the air. Talent copied. Nicholas's instinctive talent. He could at any time scout everything around him for 3 meters. Just like now, the guy felt that someone was approaching him. For a second, he even stopped breathing. His heart gave a loud thump, and his eyes widened with tension. A black silhouette with flashes of green flew past Nicholas. He swung his blade, but the boy quickly reacted and parried the attack with his sword. Their weapons clashed, causing a loud sound of metal hitting each other to echo around. His feet slipped on the asphalt and he flew back a couple of meters. His legs were stretched out and spread apart, as if he wanted to do the splits, and his left hand was lowered onto the wet asphalt. His gaze became gloomy. His bangs, wet from the rain, fell over his eyes and he asked in a languid voice, "Who are you?" The metal sparkled in the light of the lantern and drops of rain fell on the sharpness of the sword. "Your death." A guy with long dark hair and a wide smile looked down at the guy. Thunder rumbled. The rain still hadn't calmed down and was pouring down like buckets, dripping onto the wet asphalt. "Who are you?" Nicholas asked louder, activating his powers, and a blue glow began to shine around him. The guy opposite stood in the shadows. Only the green haze around him made it possible to notice him. The villain's long tongue ran along the sharp red blade, and everything around him glowed green. Darren really hired this killer? Nick tightened his grip on the handle of his ball. "But he's already a warrior. He could have come and fought me himself. What's he up to?" Nicholas's eyes narrowed slightly and opened, taking in more of the cold air. Suddenly, a strong wind arose, causing pebbles to fly up from the asphalt. James jumped up, raising dust around him, and brought his sword behind his back, ready to attack. His gaze was intense and focused only on the guy. He extended his sword forward, heading towards Nick. The glitter from the ball flashed in the dark-haired man's eyes, and folds formed on his forehead from the fact that his eyebrows were furrowed. Jameson's red blade headed straight for Nick but collided with his ball. Nicholas quickly repelled the attack and ran forward, dodging. When he turned around, there was only a green glow in place of James. He disappeared again, the guy thought. He stood up again, holding himself with both legs, and began to gather his strength together. Apparently, the shadow talent allows its owner to become invisible. While the guy was breathing heavily, small drops of rain were running down his face. Suddenly, James appeared out of nowhere, pointing his blade at Nick's back. The dark-haired man's eyes widened as he heard someone sneaking up behind him. He slowly turned his head to the side, looking back, hoping that he had misheard it. As soon as he notices that all his fears have come true, he suddenly flies up, moving to one of the roofs. Jace's blade crashes down onto the asphalt, leaving a dent in it. This is disgusting. How can a normal student be so fast? The long-haired man thought, and clenched his teeth even harder, so that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Now it's my turn, Nick shouted, and with one jerk he flew down. Their gazes met for a second, but Nicholas's gaze was determined, while James's became fearful. The dark-haired man dropped to the ground, swinging his sword in front of him, but only cut through air. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the master of shadow arts screamed at the top of his lungs in pain. With a loud thud, James's body fell to the ground, collecting sand and dust around it. Impossible. Even the elite warriors can't see me. Breathing heavily, Hair Length stood up on his feet, pressing his palm to the bloody wound. How did you do that? His eyes narrowed even more, so that his gaze exuded only rage. Nicholas stamped his foot on the wet asphalt, moving slightly closer to the wounded warrior. Want to know? He quickly walked towards James, and a status window popped up above his head. Then first answer me. Who sent you? The veins on Nicholas's neck stood out, and he was determined to find out the answer. I'll tell you. James's pale palm fell on the hilt of the blade that lay nearby. When will you die? The long-haired man shouted, quickly approaching Nicholas. The sharpest sword was aimed straight at the guy's body. Nick's eyes grew several times larger in fear. The long-haired man used all his strength directing it at Nicholas. The dark-haired man dodged the attack, rising up. With a loud sound shaking everything around, Nick sank to the ground, squatting. At that very moment, like lightning, he moved forward, intending to strike. He succeeds. The sword plunges into James's body so that drops of blood gush out in a large stream onto the ground. Nicholas pierced the Shadow Master straight through with his sword. I'll ask again. Nick began to speak without removing the weapon from the enemy's body, while he stood in shock from what had happened. Who sent you? The guy asked loudly, pushing the sword deeper. Ha ha ha. You are the strongest student I have ever met. Bravo, bravo. Well, what can I say? James answered quietly, choking on blood. Darren, were the last words of the Shadow Master before Nick pulled out his sword and his body fell to the ground, lifeless. The guy stares at the enemy's body in front of him, examining every detail. Darren! Nicholas growled through clenched teeth, frowning. Nick squatted down in front of the lifeless body and placed his palm on James's chest. His fingers lightly touched the green haze around the corpse. A strong wind arose around them, so that Nick's hair fluttered in the wind. His arms tensed, so that sweat appeared on his forehead. The status window showed that the shadow talent was successfully copied. Nicholas rose slowly to his feet, swaying slightly from the tension in his entire body. Now the green glow that enveloped the guy's body, or rather the powers of the Shadow Warrior, were with Nick. Now Nicholas's status window was like this. Human, Nicholas, cultivation talent, intermediate, speed talent, low, swordsmanship talent, intermediate, shadow talent, low. Your shadow talent is now mine, Nick said, looking at James's pale face, which was covered in raindrops. In the grove not far from the 5th Academy, it was also raining, which frightened all the birds around. A loud clap of thunder rumbled through the sky, cutting through the silence, its sound echoing through the trees as blood began to gush out of the lifeless body again. James's body lay in the dug hole, and Nicholas stood nearby, dragging a large boulder and throwing it at the long-haired man. The guy's palm was placed on a large pile, the last stone. Nick squatted down by the makeshift grave and exhaled tiredly, completely soaked by the pouring rain. A gust of wind swept through the grove, causing the leaves to move and the trees to rustle, the branches to sway under its force, the air to fill with the fresh smell of resin and earth. A leaf fell from a tree and Nicholas bent over it, and the thought flashed through his head. If you were born a man, don't be like fallen leaves. Driven by gusts of wind and drops of rain, his gaze fell on a green leaf that lay alone on the ground. "Aye, Nicholas." The guy lifted it up so that streams of water flowed through his fingers. "I must live my life with dignity." In an instant, Nick closed his hand so that the leaf turned into mush. In a world like ours? The guy leaned tiredly against a tree, placing his hands on his knees. "I must become the wind and the rain and not be a weak leaf falling from a tree." His dark brown gaze turned upward to the dark clouds. The rain drummed on the roofs of the multi-story buildings with a monotonous rhythm, the sounds of the drops creating a harmonious and calming sound background. Water poured noisily from the shower, its jets glistening in the light, while the air around was filled with moist steam that rose in clouds. Nick stood under the hot shower strings. He soaped his black hair, massaging it with his fingertips so that the foaming mass was evenly distributed along the entire length. The guy came out of the shower. He was drying his wet hair with a towel. His bare feet stepped on the floor, heading towards the things that were lying on the sofa. With his wet fingertips, he picked up the gray t-shirt. Nick pulled it over his head, covering his muscular torso, and then pulled on a pair of black pants. He would have walked his feet across the cold floor again. Phew! How nice! The dark-haired man sat down on the sofa, leaning his back against the soft pillows. "These are all James's things." Nick looked at the table where there were 2 red daggers, a book with the inscription Dark Blade, an intricate black canvas, and a couple of silver and gold cards. "Excellent daggers. My weapons quickly became unusable, but they didn't care." Nicholas quickly grabbed one of the daggers and raised it to the level of his face. "Gold cards for 1 million, silver cards for 100,000, a total of about 3.5 million. With his free hand, he touched one of the gold cards. "Hey, Darren, I'll find the best use for your money." Nicholas laughed and picked up a handful of cards, putting them in his wallet. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a book and he took it, examining it from all sides. "Shadow Blade? Bronze level," the boy read and opened the book, reading further. "Weapon mastery levels, gold, silver, bronze, iron. This is a great thing, just what I need to develop my ball skills," Nick exclaimed, smiling brightly, a glint of delight in his eyes. "We need to hurry up and start training." The dark-haired man quickly got up from the sofa and walked to the door of his room, placing his hand on the handle. The door slammed behind the guy with a loud bang that echoed in the corridor. So, Chapter 1. Nicholas sat on the bed, crossing his legs in a comfortable position. He placed the book on his lap, turning the snow-white pages. After some time, thunder was heard outside the window, shaking the windows and bright lightning appeared. Nick looked up from his book abruptly, his eyes raising and staring at one point. "Why isn't Nicole back yet?" With the same abrupt movement, he jumped out of bed, looking back at the door. "If Darren hired a killer to finish me off, that means he knows everything about me." Thoughts ran through Nick's head one after another as he rushed to his window. In other words, Nicole is in danger too. His hand quickly dropped onto the window frame and pulled it towards himself, thereby opening it. The guy climbed out of the window of his room, throwing his leg over the windowsill. He held onto the window frame with one hand, his feet resting on the concrete of the multi-story building. In an instant, he flew forward like a bullet, using his talent for speed. "Nicole, it's going to be okay," Nick promised. But it was probably a promise to himself. His eyes looking forward as the wind ruffled his hair and the cool night air brushed against his skin. The rain poured down without stopping. Drops of water drummed on the umbrellas of passers-by, creating a monotonous rhythm. The CHN Secondary School towered over the surrounding area, its imposing red brick building with pointed roofs topped with spires, giving it a Gothic appearance. Nick, like the raindrops, quickly descended. With a loud thud, he landed on the asphalt in the alley next to the school, getting on all fours and splashing water around. The guy ran out of the narrow alley, his bare feet softly touching the wet asphalt. He looked around. "Nicole, where are you?" Eyes feverishly ran over the faces of passers-by, looking for the familiar face of her sister. This is just a normal school. People with talents would never start a fight in a place like this. Nicholas stopped in the middle of the street, clenching his fingers into fists from nerves and inner worries. Although a man like Darren hardly plays by the rules, Nick's gaze became stern, and his black bangs stuck to his forehead. The guy tried to concentrate, but the surrounding noise only distracted him. Suddenly, the tip of an umbrella poked his back and a voice rang out, "Don't move!" Nicholas, using his power, flew around the man behind him with lightning speed, ending up behind him. "Don't move!" The eyes turned to steel again and focused on the gray hood ahead. Brother, it's me. Nicole waved her hand in a friendly manner, removing the cloth from her head and smiling. Nicole? Nick froze in place, his eyes widening and his eyebrows rising. What were you doing there for so long? The dark-haired man immediately turned on his caring older brother. Putting his hands on his hips, Nicole grinned and replied, "Today is my day on duty, cleaning and all that." By the way, why are you without shoes? You didn't even bring an umbrella, you'll get soaked through, Nicole added, and took her red umbrella in her palms, opening it. Well, forgot in a hurry. The guy shrugged and walked forward, following his sister, who was babbling. How did you do that trick just now? Tell me, I'm interested. A black passenger car stood nearby, raindrops falling on its shiny hood, producing a rhythmic sound that resembled a drum beat. The coated glass slowly rolled down, and the silhouette of a man with long hair appeared inside the car. Why is he still alive? Darren's eyes narrowed and his teeth ground together. The rain continued to drum on the asphalt. Drops on the ground formed small puddles that sparkled in the light of the street lamps. Here you go, your grilled sausage. The palm pulled out a sausage, fried on both sides, which was impaled on a black stick. Thank you. Nicole accepted the treat, deftly grabbing the wand while Nick stood nearby holding the umbrella. Nicholas and his sister walked down the wet street, sheltering under one large umbrella that swayed slightly in the wind, holding freshly bought grilled sausages in their hands. Oh yeah, what would you like for dinner? I'll make it tonight, Nicole responded as she walked next to her brother. Let me think. What about your signature steamed meatloaf? Nick replied. Darren's black car moved quietly, maintaining a safe distance, and the tires touched the asphalt almost silently. Nicholas found this strange, so he turned slightly, glancing at the car. As they turned the corner with their sister, the car stopped, losing sight of its destination. It had been raining for several hours. The air around was thick, and gray clouds painted over the city. Bro, dinner is ready. Nicole walked into the living room, holding a bowl of something edible in her hands. Help me set the table, the girl said louder, but Nick, who was standing on the balcony, was staring down at the black car next to their house. Yeah, I'm coming, Nick muttered quietly, turning to his sister, but his gaze was still directed at the car. A couple of days later, after the rain, the city woke up to bright sunlight. The sky cleared and its blue contrasted with the shine of freshly washed asphalt. Nicole, please solve the following problem, came the teacher's voice as he walked around the classroom, holding a textbook in his hands. Okay, the dark-haired girl stood up from her seat, holding her written piece of paper in her fingers. Nicholas stood on one of the rooftops, his figure standing out against the morning sky. He was dressed in a black hoodie that fit tightly around his head, hiding his face in shadow. The guy turned his head towards the parking lot, and his fingers touched the hood. Take it off. This has been going on for 3 days. The same black car that the guy had seen before near his house was parked above one of the parking spaces. You dare to harm my sister? This time you have truly crossed the line, Nicholas whispered, the pupils of his dark brown eyes not moving away from the black silhouette. What? They're leaving? Nick suddenly perked up, causing his hair to flutter. The boy's vision did not deceive him. The car was indeed leaving the school grounds, heading off in an unknown direction. At that very moment, Nicholas rushed after them, jumping off the roof and pushing off the edge. Using his powers, he flew down, gaining speed. Like a cheetah, he raced through the city's high-rises, leaving behind only a trail of pink lightning. The car was racing down the road when suddenly the driver slammed on the brakes as he pulled into a blind alley. The wheels squealed and the rubber dug into the asphalt, making a loud noise. Around the car there were only useless construction pipes and concrete blocks. Darren's blonde security guard stepped out of the car, looking around, not noticing that Nicholas flew over him, landing on the edge of a construction crane. What is this place? Nick looked around, and indeed this alley seemed like some kind of construction site. Darren! The dark-haired man hissed, noticing his enemy's servants. Dark red blood splashed onto the asphalt, leaving an imprint. One of the guards swung and hit the man in the jaw so hard that he fell onto the cold asphalt. Young master, I really don't have the money to pay off the debt right now. The man lying on the floor croaked, swallowing his own blood. I swear, I will give them to you as soon as they appear. Please, let me go. His palm fell under his chin, and his head twitched, trying to rise. If you don't pay it back today, tomorrow you'll owe twice as much. After all, you didn't think that borrowing money from me would be so easy. Darren sat down on a handful of iron pipes lying around. Isn't that right? He clasped his hands together in front of him and spread his legs wide, leaning forward slightly. I really don't have any money. Your interest rates are too high. Please let me go. I have children and elderly parents to take care of. The man sat down, tucking his legs under him and bowing his head down. Young master, I'm back. A silhouette of a guard appeared near the exit. Nicholas used his ability to disappear from sight to get closer to Darren's gang and watched closely what was happening. Any news from our shadow assassin? The long-haired man asked, looking up at the servant. No, he disappeared into thin air. I'll try to contact him later through a frontman, he replied. Nick's eyebrows rose in surprise when he heard that Darren had actually hired the killer. Do some people really think that the offspring of influential families like me? Darren began to slowly walk towards the man who was still sitting on the ground. Can you just screw me over like that? The long-haired man shouted. He stepped with his pointed shoe right on the debtor's face, causing blood to spurt out in all directions again. I would never serve you faithfully and truly, that's all I want. I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Sweat appeared on the blonde guard's face. Young master, he is dead. One of the servants bent over the man's bloody body, touching his neck with his fingers to check for a pulse. Get rid of the body. Darren snapped his fingers and looked at the guard, asking, Okay, have you figured out how to take care of Nicholas's little sister yet? The man bowed his head, looking down as he replied, At first I wanted to entrust this to a friend who had recently been released from prison, but now I think it would be a mistake to trust this matter to someone else, so I'll take care of it myself, the guard added, and Darren approached him, taking a couple of steps forward. You have nothing to worry about, sir. Against the blonde man, Darren looked low and rather puny. He smirked at the corner of his lips, creating a couple of dimples on his cheek. In 1 second, the palm hit the guard's chest with all its force and he flew back a couple of meters, spitting out blood. The man bent over the ground, pressing his palms into it and croaked, You, young master, you, for what? Darren chuckled softly and replied, Punishment for doing a bad job. His gaze dropped to his bloody palm. Nicholas extended his palm and it glowed bright red, and a second later he was tightly clutching the weapon in his fingers. Armed with a blade in each hand, he jumped from his hiding place. Darren, noticing someone's silhouette behind him, turned around, frowning. One touch of Nicholas's sharp blade, and a sharp sound like tearing fabric rang out in the air. A smile appeared on the dark-haired boy's face as soon as he landed on the ground. Silence reigned around. Darren's body fell with a dull sound onto the asphalt, and the scarlet liquid spread over his body, staining his expensive suit. The guards immediately hesitated in panic, seeing how the headless body of their master fell to the ground. An ability to hide one's location? That's a shadow talent. Could it be that you... The blonde man frowned, looking around. James? Nicholas slowly emerged from the shadows, holding the red blades of the Shadow Master on either side of him. There were red drops of blood on his face, and he broke into a smile when he noticed the surprised look of the servants. What? How can it be you? Where did you get this shadow talent? The blonde screamed at the top of his lungs, noticing Nicholas. I checked everything. You're just a piece of shit with weak talent. How could you kill the young master with one blow? The man breathed heavily, pressing his palm to his chest. Where the fuck is James? Answer me, bastard. Nicholas rolled his eyes, lifting his chin up and stretching his neck. He glared at the blonde man, exhaling loudly, sending a cloud of steam out of his mouth. Suddenly the wind picked up, raising small debris from sand to stones. Nicholas flew up, pointing his weapon at the guard who flinched at the sudden change in scenery. The blade rose above the blonde man's head, glowing bright red. You can't kill me, the man screamed at the top of his lungs, looking with wide eyes at the approaching gun. The blade moved down slowly and confidently, its tip sliding across the skin, leaving behind a thin trace. The blade penetrating the flesh, cutting it with a crunching sound. The body of the fair-haired security guard fell onto the dusty asphalt. Nick calmly sat down and took a gray rag out of the pocket of his sweatpants. The guy carefully wiped the dirty weapon, trying not to leave any marks. The gray color of the rag gradually became darker from the red liquid, and when he finished, he threw the piece of cloth next to the guard's dead body. His palm was directed at the blades that lay on the damp ground, and in an instant, sparking, they disappeared from sight. Nick raised his hand and pulled the hood over his head, the edges of the fabric tightening slightly, giving him a more mysterious look. I'm not some spineless sheep that you can just bring to the slaughter whenever you want. Now you have yourselves to blame for targeting the wrong person, Nicholas said, looking down at Darren's lifeless body. He walked slowly towards the exit, He again, like a cheetah, raced among the city's high-rises, leaving behind only a trail of pink lightning. An hour later, a pair of identical cars stopped in an alley. Who? The man clenched his fist so tightly that a couple of veins appeared on it. Charles's gaze hardened, the corners of his lips turned down even lower, and he muttered through his teeth. Who did this? Who killed my son? The man said loudly and squatted down in front of the boy's body. 10th Elder, we found this. One of the guards picked up a bloody rag from the floor. It looks like this is the work of a shadow assassin. The servant handed the man a bundle of cloth. They hired a shadow assassin to do this? How disgusting. Taking the rag in his hands, Charles looked down at it with a sad look in his eyes. The Elder! The guard suddenly shouted, and a tall man with long gray hair entered the room. Dexter, the so-called Elder of the Darren family. He is also the only great martial arts warrior in the family. He slowly walked forward, putting his hands in the pockets of his pants. The oldest? Charles exclaimed in surprise, turning towards Dexter. Elder, my son is dead. The genius of our family has been killed. The man immediately rushed down, kneeling in front of the Elder. I see that, now get up and tell me, Dexter said in a calm tone. The Elder. Darren recently broke through to the warrior level. Recently sat at a feast in his honor. One day he could become a great warrior, could elevate our family to an unattainable level. Charles began to babble, still kneeling in front of the Elder of their family. But now he met such a miserable death, it's too much. A lifeless body, without a head, lay not far from the men. That's right. He was the reliable new generation of the family. If a second great warrior appeared in our family, our influence in the city would sharply strengthen. Dexter growled through his teeth like a tiger. This is why my son's death cannot go unanswered. A single tear rolled down Charles's cheek. Elder, please, avenge Darren. The man held out a folded cloth to the long-haired man. Dexter carefully took the blood-soaked rag from Charles's hands. Shadow Killer? The Elder looked closely at the inscription on the cloth. His eyes widened in an instant. It must be the families that hold a grudge against us. Most likely it is they who hold a grudge against him. Dexter voiced his guesses, squeezing a piece of cloth in his palms. The man unfolded the rag, holding it up in front of him, carefully going over each detail. In the very corner of it, he noticed an inscription. He narrowed his eyes, looking at her more closely. Iron Fang, Dexter suddenly exclaimed, clutching a bloody rag in his palm. Then she quickly dropped to the ground at the Elder's feet. The next day at the 5th Academy, the sun was shining brightly, illuminating the roofs of the buildings. Iron Fang? This organization is much more powerful than ours in Linhai, Greg answered reasoningly, spreading his palms out to the sides. The Elder of the Darren family believes that some families from Linhai have secretly colluded with the Iron Fang. Most likely they're planning to kill the young geniuses of the elite families in order to then take over the entire city, the dark-haired man continued, frowning his brows. Greg leaned towards Nick, put his hand to his lips and whispered, I heard that they killed Darren right after he broke through to the warrior level. They just chopped his fucking head off. Nicholas exhaled, smiling slightly that no one suspected him of killing Darren and his guards. By the way, you were the first on his list of people he wanted to kick ass with when he became a warrior. But someone suddenly killed him, so you must be a very lucky son of a bitch. Greg started walking forward, leaving his friend behind him. Nick bowed his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the ground, his brow furrowed, and his lips pressed into a thin line. Did I accidentally ruin Iron Fang's plans? Or is this old geezer deliberately trying to pit Iron Fang and Linhai against each other? Nicholas walked forward, not noticing that his friend had already disappeared from sight. The sun filled the academy with golden light. The rays of the sun pierced the leaves of the trees, creating a play on the soft grass. The next day, at 4 a.m., the city is plunged into silence, the streets are empty, only the rare cars drive by. Nicholas sat up in bed, yawning sleepily. He slowly stretched, stretching his arms up. With a slight effort, he stood up on his feet, his bare feet touching the cold parquet floor. Nick, still a little sleepy, walked over to the chair where his sweatshirt was hanging. He reached for it and with one easy movement threw it over his head. He walked up to the bag lying on the table and grabbed the long handles with his nimble fingers. With slow steps, he headed towards the door of his room, which led to the corridor. Right at the entrance, he bent down to tie the laces on his sneakers. "Brother," he suddenly heard, and, raising his gaze, saw his half-asleep sister, who, rubbing her eyes, was approaching him with small steps. Sorry, I woke you up after all, Nicholas said quietly and continued lacing his shoes. Where are you going so early? Nicole looked at the dark-haired man in surprise. To the Wild Zone training, I need to get stronger as fast as possible. Nick stood up, adjusting the strap of his bag on his shoulder. But you just came back. You're leaving alone again. Maybe you won't go. Well, or at least take your friends with you, the dark-haired girl said almost in a whisper, pressing her fingers to her chin. Don't worry about me, Nicole. Just stay home and don't get involved in anything. The guy glanced back slightly, looking at her over his shoulder. The sound of feet stamping on the wooden floor could be heard. Suddenly, the girl hugged him from behind, wrapping her arms around his torso. Nicole, Nicholas said quietly, exhaling, looking down at her hands on his torso. Just coming back sooner, Nicole whispered, pressing her forehead against the guy's back. Of course, Nicholas replied, continuing to stand motionless in his sister's arms. A purple glow flashed across the desert sky like a bolt from the blue. When the boy's feet hit the ground, there was a loud sound and dust rose into the air. There are rumors that there are high-level monsters in this area. However, I can't let them notice me. With my current strength, I can only fight low-level monsters. Nick stood up, dusted off his pants, and looked around. This time, a victorious smile formed on his face, and he closed his eyes. I will become a warrior myself. Nicholas rubbed his palms together, looking down. Suddenly, the air was filled with a dull roar. The ground underfoot began to tremble, at first softly, and then with increasing force. In the distance, the guy saw two huge silhouettes grappling with each other. No. His eyes widened in surprise and his eyebrows rose. It's a monster. It was a huge horned monster, red in color, similar to the Minotaur from ancient Greece. With all his might, he stomped his paw on the other monster. Suddenly, a status window appeared in the air and it said, Monster, Armored Ox, Blood Talent, Very Low, Defense Talent, Low. Armored Bull and Low-Level Defense Talent. Nicholas placed his index finger on his lips and used his thumb to rest his chin. Did he notice me? The guy froze in place as soon as he saw the armored bull heading towards him. The monster was rapidly approaching, breaking the silence with its powerful steps, the ground beneath its feet shaking from the heavy blows of its paws. Well then, let's begin! Without any hesitation, Nicholas threw the bag off his shoulder. She fell to the ground with a dull thud. In an instant, he turned around and, without looking back, rushed forward, leaving only dust behind him. Their eyes were fixed on each other. The monster growled, its chest rising and falling with each breath. Extending his palm, the boy summoned his red blades again. Floating like a bird in the air, Nicholas aimed his weapon straight at the monster. The armored bull's right horn hit Nick, causing him to flip over in the air several times. The guy didn't like this. He frowned and his gaze became sterner and angrier. A slightly transparent force field formed around the bull, which Nicholas hit, but it was useless. His defensive talent is impressive. The boy breathed heavily, trying his best to break through the protective dome, but it was all in vain. The armored bull growled loudly, raising his head up, thereby sending a wave of vibration that threw the dark-haired man back a couple of meters. The body crashed into the cobblestone with force. The strong blow made him close his eyes in pain. The stone cracked under the weight of his body, forming a deep dent. Well, you have a very cool skill. Nicholas smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth. A huge monster stood there, puffing, so that steam came out of his nostrils. Nick rose to his feet with renewed strength and, clutching his blades tighter, headed towards the armored bull. The monster slowly raised one of its powerful paws and began to scratch the surface, raising dust around itself. The bull leaned forward, his eyes blazing with wild determination. He suddenly lunged forward, his powerful paws hitting the ground with a loud roar, the wind whistling in his ears as he raced towards the boy, leaving behind a cloud of dust and small stones. This talent of defense, Nicholas said, still smiling. It will be mine. The guy's eyes became crazy. His pupils darkened from the desire to take possession of the monster's power. Nick also rushed forward at him with incredible speed. Hundreds of tiny sparks sparkled around his body, giving him more power. In a matter of minutes, the guy rose up, towering over the monster's head. No matter what kind of monster is in front of me, the weak spot is almost always the same. Nicholas looked at the head of the armored bull, while it opened its mouth with a loud cry, revealing sharp teeth. The dark-haired man put his hands behind his back, gripping the hilts of the blades tighter. Nicholas was determined as he headed straight into the monster's open mouth. Eyes! The bull's eyelids were wide open so the guy could easily reach the red eyes. If it weren't for the monster's protective barrier, which Nick couldn't break through with his blades. The guy clenched his teeth tighter, frowning, and a couple of drops of sweat rolled down his temple. What? I can't break through the barrier? Nicholas punched the force field again and again, but it was all a waste of time. The sharpest blade only slid along the edge of the field. Large cracks appeared on the red metal of the weapon, which sparked, indicating that it would not last long. And so it happened. The tension hung in the air, and the next time there was a deafening crack, the steel, which seemed unbreakable, broke into 100 small fragments. The guy was in shock as he watched pieces of metal fly in all directions. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the monster was about to strike. The fist of the armored bull, cutting through the air, rushed straight towards Nicholas. It hits the target straight on, landing on Nicholas's pretty face. The guy winces from the painful blow, gritting his teeth. The dark-haired man flies a decent distance away from the monster. Nick hit his back again on a large rock. The boy was breathing heavily, lying among the sandy ruins and clouds of dust. This skill is protective. Nicholas clenched the second dagger in his palm. I want it. He slowly rose to his feet, clearing his throat. A status window appeared in front of him, reminding him that the copy skill cooldown was still 16 days. This Cooper is weaker than the Silver Moon Wolf, but stronger than that snake from the exam. Nicholas looked at the remains of his broken blade in his hand. He's huge, so I just need to find his weak spot and attack him suddenly. The guy threw the broken blade away, so that the tip stuck into the ground. His gaze was still full of determination to obtain the armored bull skill. Nicholas decided to activate his shadow talent to be invisible to the monster. He took a couple of steps forward, and his body was enveloped in a green haze. With one jerk, he flew up, placing the entire blade on his shoulder. Like an arrow, he quickly flew towards the monster, disappearing from his field of vision. The guy, focused and determined, slowly ran the sharp end of the blade along the ground. Then, with a confident movement, he raised the blade up, the blade sparkling in the sun. Damn, the shadow skill is incredible. The armored one didn't even realize he was being attacked, Nick shouted, but stopped in his tracks in an instant. However, even using sword skill, I can't break through this defense. Where is its weak point? The dark-haired man ran his eyes over the protective dome and then thought. There must be some kind of loophole. He sat in the lotus position, right behind the monster, looking at its back. So, Nicholas drawled, looking at the armored bull's butt and tail. Oh, screw it! The protective barrier in this place is disappearing. The guy thoughtfully scratched his cheek with his fingers. Is his most vulnerable spot really his ass? Heh, I'll have to find out. Nick laughed and lowered his chin to his chest, looking at the monster from under his brows. Pushing off the ground, he flew up, using his shadow talent and speed together. The blade flashed with several thousand lightning bolts preparing to strike. The guy was rapidly picking up speed, heading towards the armored bull's anus. The metal entered the flesh with a sharp sound. Breaking through the thick crust, blue-violet blood gushed around. The bull let out a piercing cry that echoed throughout the area. Having hit his weak spot, the monster fell to the ground with a dull thud, dead. Purple blood flowed under the armored bull's body, forming a large puddle. I was right, Nicholas smiled triumphantly, landing near the corpse of the monster he had killed. I knew it. After he died, the blade cuts through his flesh without any difficulty. Gathering all his strength, the dark-haired man plunged the blade into the soft heart of the monster. Blood gushed out like a turbulent stream. Nicholas picked up the empty bottle, tilted it at an angle, allowing the scarlet liquid to flow inside. The guy continued to fill the bottle, feeling how with each drop his fear went away and his confidence in his abilities grew. He filled at least 4 glass bottles with the armored bull's blood. After death, it doesn't matter how strong your talent is. Nicholas stood up, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Looking over the lifeless body of the monster, he proclaimed, "The bull's hide must be quite valuable. Eyes, eggs, blood, I'll collect everything I can. But the most valuable find is most likely this pair of horns." With a deft movement of the blade, Nick cuts the horns off the armored bull's head. Having put all the trophies into his bag, he threw it over his shoulders. Okay, now I need a quiet place to cultivate. The boy gripped the straps of his backpack and walked forward, looking for shelter with his eyes. After some time, he stopped in a dark cave, which was surrounded by stones and stalagmites. Fresh monster blood and peanuts made by my sister. Nick laid out everything he needed in front of him. Well then, I hope this will be my entry into the world of warriors. The guy smiled brightly, and his eyes widened at the thought that he would become the greatest warrior. Nicholas picked up the bottle of hot blood and, without a second's hesitation, brought it to his lips. The liquid was warm, thick, and he began to drink greedily. Her fingers immediately grabbed a handful of roasted peanuts, and he began to eat away the blood with the crunchy nuts. Having emptied one bottle, the dark-haired man settled more comfortably in his place, crossing his legs in the lotus position and began to meditate, gathering his strength into one. The energy was so strong that the boy's forehead became covered in sweat. 20 days later, Nicholas, as if he had never left your place, was also sitting in the lotus position, with empty bottles lying around him. The guy exhaled heavily, emitting clouds of steam from his mouth. In an instant, incredible pain pierced him. He raised his head up, growling loudly, like a real beast. Everything around sparkled with bright lightning, and the guy darted from his place, running around the cave. The earth shook. Dust and sand flew into the air, and the birds sitting on the tree branches became frightened and flew away in different directions. A large stream of energy formed in the sky, coming from underground, illuminating everything around. "My lady, look!" Two girls in raincoats stood not far from the scene of the incident. To think that someone has broken through to the level of a martial artist in this barren land. The blonde smiled, placing her fingers on her chin. The dark-haired girl didn't answer. She just looked thoughtfully into the distance, hiding her face behind the hood. On the purple fabric there was a pattern resembling a flower, and underneath it was written, "Battle Pavilion." "What a huge flow of power!" Nicholas exclaimed, clenching his fist tighter. "This is the level of a martial arts warrior." The boy looked around, admiring the power that now belonged to him. Nick looked over his shoulder, taking in the empty bottles of Armored Bull's blood and the empty bundle of cloth that had held the nuts. "Armored Bull, it's been 20 days. I can use my copy skill again." The dark-haired man picked up his bag, clutching the cloth handle with his fingers. "First of all, we need to copy the defense talent." Using his speed, Nicholas rushed towards the exit of the cave. The desert around was surprisingly quiet. There were no strong winds, and the dunes were very tiny. Nicholas touched his palm to what was left of the Armored Bull. A status window appeared in front of him, and it said, "Copying not possible. Target structure is incomplete. Please select a target with a complete structure." "There is such a limitation?" Nicholas stared in surprise at the window in front of him, not the palms of his hands from the bones of the monster. If I had known, I wouldn't have gutted him into pieces." The dark-haired man exhaled heavily, closing his eyes. "My lady, could he kill the monster?" The girls were still watching from the side, standing on the sandy rocks. "This man just broke through to the warrior level, but the monster was dead a long time ago," the dark-haired girl answered, looking at the guy with interest. "So it's convincing. When they killed this creature, he was still a student." "No, the monster clearly didn't die by his hand." The fair-haired girl in a red cloak followed her friend's example and thoughtfully stared at the guy. "But even as a student, he dared to explore this mountain. A brave act." Nicholas walked slowly towards the oasis, or rather towards the pond, which looked more like a large puddle. With one easy movement, he pulled off his clothes, or rather his sweater, pants, and sneakers. "I've been here for almost a month. I should probably wash up before I go home." Nicholas stretched his arms slightly, loosening up the joints and muscles. "My lady, he's doing something indecent," the blonde girl screamed, her eyes wide open. "Be quiet. Let's get out of here," she replied, hissing at her friend. Taking a deep breath, Nicholas leaned forward, holding his arms close to his body, and pushed off the ground with a powerful push, diving into the water. Splashes flew around him and circles spread out. When the sun was high in the sky, the boy finally reached the martial arts market, Linhai. The market was filled with a lively atmosphere. Vendors were loudly calling out to customers, and the counters were filled with everything from brightly colored dishes to powerful weapons. "This looks like the biggest store on the market." The guy looked the building up and down, assessing its size. On one of the poles hung a flag with a purple flower painted on it, and the words, "Battle Pavilion," written on it. "I'll check him first." The guy lifted his chin up. Taking slow steps, pushing off the ground with his sneakers, the guy walked forward. It so happened that two girls passed by Nicholas, and one of them whispered, "Isn't this the same guy?" Nick exhaled in surprise, stopping dead in his tracks. The dark-haired girl's appearance was very similar to his sister's. The same big, dark brown eyes, thick dark hair. "Nicole!" Nicholas exclaimed in surprise and turned around sharply. "Little sister?" His eyes feverishly ran over the girl's face, and a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. "What? Little sister?" The girl also stopped and turned to look at the guy. He's this… to me? The dark-haired girl's gaze became gloomy and piercing. No, this is some kind of nonsense. Where did it come from, Nicole? Nicholas turned back and slapped himself on the forehead. But still, this girl… The dark-haired man muttered under his breath, running his hand over his face. The guy's eyes instantly grew bigger as soon as he noticed the status window that towered above the girl. She still stood motionless, one hand on her hip, looking piercingly at the guy. The status window was amazing. It said, Human, Allison, Cultivation Talent, High, Sword Talent, Intermediate, Speed Talent, Beginner. Hey, who are you calling sister? Suddenly, the blonde's voice was heard. Who gave you the right to talk to us anyway? Go on rummaging through the garbage dumps, she shouted loudly, taking a step forward. What? Through the garbage dumps? Nick, not understanding her words, looked away from the girls in surprise. I think I just washed myself. Is there still a smell? The guy bowed his head, running his nose, inhaling the smell around him. Catherine, stop talking nonsense, Allison said sternly, looking at the blonde. Oh, I'm sorry. It just slipped out, the girl replied, shyly putting her hand to her lips. Tell him this, then this, and finally, the dark-haired girl whispered, leaning towards her friend. Sir, I beg your pardon, Catherine was impolite to you. My mistress has already taught me a lesson. The blonde approached the guy and bowed before him. And she… Nicholas began, looking after the dark-haired girl. The lady has other things to do, so she left us. The girl's soft hand grabbed the guy's wrist. Would you like to come to the battle pavilion to sell some materials? My lady is its manager. To make up for what we said earlier, we will give you double the price for any trophies. Catherine pulled the boy forward, chatting lightly. Double? The guy's eyes widened. He stared at the girl in surprise. Yeah, please come in. The blonde pointed to the entrance to the pavilion. The guy walked inside with one hand in the pocket of his gray pants. Wow, what great stuff! Inside were displayed fighting paraphernalia, from iron armor to shields and balls. Well, as expected from the largest shop in the martial arts market, Nick muttered, looking back at the spears that were standing in a row, leaning against the wall. Thin fingers held a saucer with a mug of tea, from which a pleasant aroma emanated. Sir, please try our tea. One of the servants put a cup on the table, smiling welcomingly, and Nick replied, Oh yes, thank you. So, the horns of an armored bull, its skin. All the trophies collected by Nicholas lay on the table, so it comes to 200,000. And taking into account the doubling of the amount, you earned 400,000, said the blonde, looking at the guy's loot. Nicholas cleared his throat, choking on his tea, and quickly said, Shake, shake, scratching his forehead with his fingers. Here are our cards, 100,000 each. Silver cards landed on the wooden table in front of Nick. Here you go. Catherine smiled brightly and handed the money to the guy, who calmly accepted it, replying, Thank you. When Nicole sees how much money I brought, she will definitely be happy, thought Nicholas, looking at the silver cards in his hands. And the lady also asked me to tell you that if you want to buy anything, then you will receive a 50% discount. Catherine picked up a blue booklet with a signature flower on it. If so, then I accept your offer. A smile played across Nick's face, and he took the book in his hands. Well, the prices are certainly exorbitant. It's no wonder that high-level cultivation is only available to the rich. Opening the book, the guy began to study the prices of magic items and weapons. And how can ordinary people improve themselves with such prices? Thought Nicholas, continuing to thoughtfully flip through the pages. I'll take the body strengthening technique, the monster manual, 3 bottles of mid-level monster blood, and 3 bottles of Qing Yuan solution. Let's start with these things. The dark-haired man looked up at Catherine, slamming the book shut. Okay, just a minute. The blonde walked quickly towards the shelf with jars of monster blood. And taking into account your discount, the amount is 785,000. As an apology, we will round it up in your favor and… Catherine put the suitcase with all the accessories in front of the guy. That's 700,000 for you. The girl smiled brightly, leaning her palms on the wooden counter. Here, take it. There's $1 million. Nicholas handed the girl a gold card. Here's your change, please. The blonde held her hand back, handing over the remaining money. Nicholas picked up his suitcase with the trophies, but for a moment he thought, this is all well and good, but it's unlikely that such a prestigious store would give me such favorable conditions just because of those words about garbage dumps. The dark-haired man shook his head and headed towards the exit. I'm just an ordinary poor guy. What did they see in me? It can't be They won't say anything? His steps towards the door became slower. He extended his hand and almost grabbed the handle of the wooden door. Suddenly, I heard Catherine's shrill voice behind me. "Sir, wait!" Nicholas stopped abruptly and rolled his eyes, thinking, "Well, I knew it. It can't be that simple." "Anything else?" the guy asked in a languid voice, looking over his shoulder at the girl. "If the gentleman is not busy at the moment, our manager would like to meet with you in person." Catherine pointed her palm at the stairs leading up. The corners of the guy's lips curled up. "Sure, lead the way." Nick nodded, his black bangs falling over his eyes. The blonde pushed the door with her palm, causing it to creak open. Allison slowly brought the hot tea to her lips, but froze when she heard the piercing creak of her door. She turned her head towards the sound, smiling slightly sweetly, her back straight as a string, her knees pulled together. "Please, sir." Catherine led Nicholas into a spacious office, where everything was still made of wood. Damn, how much she looks like her sister. His heart started beating faster. The guy couldn't look away. "Let me introduce myself." Allison held out her hand. It was so fragile that it seemed that if you touched it, it would fall apart into 100 little pieces. "Allison, I'm from the land of demons." The dark-haired girl stared at the guy, who was silently looking at her with wide eyes. Nicholas came to his senses and also extended his hand for a handshake. Their hands touched. He grabbed her palm tighter, feeling the incredible strength emanating from her. The status window appeared above Allison's head again, and Nicholas saw the message. "High-level cultivation talent copied." "Nicholas, I'm from Linhai," he answered quietly and smiled at the corner of his lips, not taking his eyes off the girl's face. The clouds slowly floated past the roof of the Battle Pavilion Tavern, the wind gently swaying them, causing them to move in a slow rhythm. "Please, sit down." Allison's voice was gentle as she gestured to the chair across from her. "Thank you," Nicholas replied, creaking as he pushed his chair back. "Only VIP clients can get up here on the second floor." Allison carefully poured black tea into the cups until the liquid filled the sides of the mug, a pleasant aroma emanating from it. "But I'm just an ordinary commoner, not connected to any noble families. Why should I be a VIP client?" Nick sat down at the table and folded his arms across his chest, looking questioningly at the girl. "Yes, precisely because you are a commoner," the dark-haired girl answered quietly, holding the lid of the teapot so that it would not fall. "And not connected to those noble families in any way," she sharply raised her dark brown eyes to him. Unlike the cheerful Nicole, her gaze is simply icy. Nicholas fidgeted in place from her gaze. "Here is your tea." Catherine kindly poured the warm liquid into the guy's cup. "I'll be honest with you," Allison began, raising the mug to her lips. "When I invited you here, I personally wanted to invite you to join us." She placed a red cross on the table, in the middle of which was their signature flower, black. The metal, decorated with intricate carvings, shone brightly in the sun, its smooth surface reflecting the sun's rays. "To our martial arts hall," Allison finished, folding her arms across her chest and crossing her leg over her knee. Nicholas's eyes widened, and his sister's voice flashed through his mind. So gentle. "Brother, join the martial arts hall." They were exactly two copies. Even their looks were the same when they needed something. Their eyes were wide open like the cat from the cartoon Shrek. Damn, I could never say no when she made that face. Nicholas scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "There's something I can't understand." The guy's fingers wrapped around the handle of the mug. Muhai is a huge city with incredible power. There is never a shortage of talented people in such places. He raised the cup to his lips, not taking his eyes off the young lady. "Moreover," Nick paused, taking a sip of hot tea. "I only recently became a warrior," he continued, narrowing his eyes. "Our city didn't become huge because—" The girl stood up from the table and stretched, kneading her shoulder blades. "We had no shortage of talented people." Allison, clicking her heels, walked to the window. "It's because we're always looking for talent." She glanced back at the guy, looking over her shoulder at him. Nicholas nodded and shrugged, thinking, "Sounds reasonable. I didn't expect such a young girl to have such a mindset." The guy folded his arms across his chest again and leaned back against the wooden back of the chair. "Although what else would you expect from a warrior from such a big city? But my stupid sister would never have voiced such a thought." "Why do you doubt? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Catherine's voice was heard, noticing Nick's thoughtful face. "Even the elite of the big families strive to rise as high as possible in the Motai hierarchy. but Our Lady is not interested in them. The blonde raised her chin high, folding her arms across her chest. It's certainly a great honor. Nicholas closed his eyes, biting his lip. However, if I join any organization, I will be restricted by it. Once my ability is discovered, they will kill me immediately. So until I solve all the problems, I can't get involved with anyone. Exhaling heavily, he slowly raised his eyelids. Are you hesitating? Allison leaned her hip against the wooden surface of the table. But why? She folded her arms across her chest, looking at the guy sitting next to her. It's so hard to refuse this face. Nicholas glanced at the dark-haired girl with his dark brown eyes. Please tell me. She pushed herself off the table and stood in front of Nicholas, her hands on her hips. To be honest, I'm not sure. Nick squeezed his hand, which was lying quietly on the table. Take, for example, the rumors about the Iron Fang invasion. Big families went crazy, quarreling with each other. I just started to have a measured life. The guy answered calmly, looking down at his sneakers. So I don't want to be like them or serve their kind. The guy turned his nose up, looking at Allison. So that's who you take me for? She chuckled resentfully, leaning her palms on the table. And you? A friend? A smile played on the dark-haired man's face. You can watch me and then decide for yourself. Allison turned to face him, folding her hands in front of her. You don't have to answer right now, I can wait. The dark-haired girl still didn't calm down, looking intently at Nicholas. Her gaze with her large brown eyes scanned his tense face, while Nicholas's eyes looked more sinister, especially when his eyebrows drew together at the bridge of his nose. The boy walked along the concrete road, his steps echoing confidently in the silence. He held his red suitcase with one hand and kept the other in his jeans pocket as he walked past people to the gate. Above the gates, there was an iron coat of arms with an incomprehensible hieroglyph, which had already become quite prominent. Nicholas raised his palm and it sparkled with several blue sparks, showing his power. When warriors awaken their talents, do they remember their duty? Nick looked around, examining the men in light green uniforms. There were also women among them, but there were very few of them. Suddenly, children's laughter was heard nearby. 3 boys were chasing a soccer ball on a green field. The ball stopped with a dull thud near the black boot. "Uncle, pass me the ball, please," one of the boys shouted, looking at the 2 guards near the gate. Instead of helping, the black sole of the shoe began to fall onto the ball at a rapid speed. There was a loud explosion. The ball burst, and under the guard's foot, dust rose up, and a couple of stones flew in different directions. The boy, whose ball had just been blown up, opened his mouth in fear, and tears welled up in his eyes, while the 2 guards smiled wickedly. Nick stood on the roof of a multi-story building looking at the city drowning in gray clouds. The rain began to fall in small drops that gradually intensified. Not enough! Not high enough! I need to get even stronger! The boy thought in his head as the rain splashed his face. Suddenly, a status window appeared in front of Nick, which said, "Successfully copied high-level culmination talent. Start fusion? Yes or no?" The next day, the sun rose high in the sky, illuminating the roofs of houses. Even though the sun was shining high, the corridor in the guy's apartment was dark. The door creaked open, finally letting light into the room. "Nicole, I'm home!" Nicholas exhaled tiredly, walking into the hallway. "Brother!" the girl exclaimed, hearing her brother's voice, and turned towards the corridor. Her legs moved quickly between each other as she ran into the hallway. "You're finally back!" Nicole hugged the guy tightly, pressing her head to his chest. "It's been 3 weeks since we last saw each other, and you've matured so much." The dark-haired girl looked at her brother with admiration, stroking his chest. "Well, what's wrong with that? I became a warrior after all." The guy answered calmly and went into the living room, changing into his home clothes along the way. What? A warrior? Wow, we finally have a warrior in our family," the girl exclaimed, raising her clenched fists in delight. "This is so cool. Your parents would be so proud of you." Nicole jumped up and down, still happy for her brother. Nicholas grins as he watches his sister, sitting on the couch, waving her arms back and forth as if she were holding pom-poms. "Silly girl. Wait, your talent will awaken, and you too will become a warrior." Nicholas smiled, and his long bangs fell over his eyes. He saw his sister's status window in front of him, which was still the same as when he left. Human, Nicole, cultivation talent, low, freezing talent, newbie, not awakened. "Okay, brother warrior, you better come here." The girl's thin fingers grabbed the scissors lying on the table. Let your little sister work on your hair." She waved the scissors in front of the boy's face as he tried to come to his senses after hearing his sister's words. "Look at your hair. You look like a bum. Since you've become a warrior, you should look the part." Nicole also took a red comb from the shelf. "Come on, sit down." Her thin palm landed on his massive shoulder. Nicholas sat down on a chair. A peignoir fell on his chest. "I'm starting," the girl responded. The guy threw back, completely trusting his sister. "Don't worry, especially since I'm the only one who knows how to do it." She smiled and got to work. Dark hair fell in chunks onto the wooden floor. Nicholas leaned forward slightly, giving his sister more space. "How quickly time flies. After our parents died, Nicole always helped me with my hair." The guy pressed his lips into a thin line as memories flooded over him. A tiny, trembling hand held the scissors. Brother, I can't," whispered little Nicole, looking at the top of the head of the same little Nicholas. "Why don't we just go to the hospital?" The girl pursed her lips and her eyebrows rose, her whole expression speaking of fear. "It's not worth spending money on treatment for such a minor wound," Nick muttered. And there really was a bump on the back of his head. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just help me cut my hair shorter and put a bandage on the wound." One of the guy's eyes was bruised, so it was very swollen. A compress was applied to his cheek, covered with a bandage. The scissors landed on the wooden floor with a loud bang. "Oh, if only you had the ability of an immortal jellyfish." Nicole wiped a couple of tears from her cheek with her small hand. "An immortal jellyfish? What kind of ability does it have?" Nick looked at his sister in surprise, and she quickly replied, "Have you forgotten? You told me about it yourself. This jellyfish has the talent of recovery. After being injured, it can heal in the blink of an eye." Nicole squatted dreamily and propped her cheeks with her palms. "The usual fairy tales for children. Why did you even believe this?" Nick shouted indignantly, rolling his eyes slightly. "You can't be sure. She's real. She's real," the girl exclaimed, looking reproachfully at her brother. Okay, Nicholas agreed, patting his sister on the top of her head. He had long since realized that it was useless to argue with his sister. "I know you're worried about me. Maybe when my skill awakens, it will be a recovery talent." He lightly ruffled his sister's hair. "There will come a time when no one will be able to hurt me, and I will be able to protect you, Nicole." A smile played on the boy's face. "Fuck! Immortal jellyfish!" Nicholas exclaimed, breaking out of his memories. "Don't move, or all this effort will be in vain," his sister said in a commanding tone. Suddenly, the dark-haired man quickly stood up from his seat and rushed forward, while his sister stood in slight shock. "Where was the book of treasures that I recently bought?" Running to the shelf, the guy took out a hardcover book from there. Squatting down and laying out the book on the floor, he began to look for the immortal jellyfish. "Found it!" he exclaimed as soon as his eyes found the right line. "Immortal jellyfish. Underwater monster. Ability to restore. Habitat. The Dead Sea." The guy read in a whisper until he heard Nicole's words from behind. "Brother, why are you talking to yourself? It makes me feel uneasy somehow." Nicholas was silent, thinking, if I can copy the recovery talent, then I won't have to worry about the wounds I received and Nicole won't have to worry about me all the time. The immortal jellyfish? You told me about it when I was a kid, didn't you? The dark-haired girl glanced at the book over her brother's shoulder. A fairy tale for children, as far as I remember? The girl wrinkled her nose, folding her arms across her chest. "No!" Nick slammed the book shut. "It turns out this fairy tale is real." He looked at his sister, smiling at the corner of his lips. "Well, that's good. Now get over here so I can finish the haircut." And again that commanding tone of the sister, to which the guy couldn't say no. After some time, the haircut was finished, and the guy was walking around the room reading a book. Warriors the ability to improve their body through strengthening techniques. First, a warrior hardens his skin, then his muscles, and finally the last stage is strengthening his bones. His eyes carefully examined each line in the book. In an instant, the guy sat in the lotus position and placed his palms on his knees. Everything around him lit up white, and the guy closed his eyes, gathering all his energy together. We need to compare whether the progress this time will be as fast as last time. From the tension in his whole body, small beads of sweat appeared on the guy's face. I guess I should take a sip of mid-level monster blood and see the effect. He reached for the bottle that was standing nearby. Without thinking, Nick picked up the bottle of blood and brought it to his lips. He began to drink it, feeling it flow down his throat. A strong wind rose around him, fluttering his hair feverishly. Great! The process has been sped up 3 times. eyes widened with delight. When the cooldown on my ability wears off, I'll head to the Dead Sea. But for now, I need to focus on cultivation. The guy exhaled deeply and settled more comfortably on the floor. The status window showed that the copy skill rollback would only occur after 30 days. We need to find the immortal jellyfish and copy the recovery talent. A wicked smile formed on his face. Surprisingly, the battle pavilion was quiet. People were leisurely strolling along the tents with goods. Nicholas's hand pushed the door open with a creak. He walked slowly into the battle pavilion. "Welcome." Catherine turned to the sound of the door opening, smiling. Nick stopped, looking around. "It's him." The blonde was surprised to see the guy again. "That garbage man." Nicholas looked seriously at Catherine, who was standing behind the counter. "Oh, you've come, Mr. Warrior." The girl waved her hand at him in a friendly manner, smiling. "Are you looking for our mistress?" the girl asked cheerfully and loudly. "No, I want to buy things," the guy answered. Now his bangs covered his eyes, but his gaze remained as stern as it had been. "He dressed up and now he even seems cute." Catherine's cheeks turned a light blush. "Excuse me, come in." The girl pointed her palm towards the counter. "Do you have a map of the Lake of the Dead?" Nick asked, approaching the wooden counter. Kat nodded and replied, "Of course, just a minute. I'll find it now." A minute later, a map landed on the table. It was slightly worn and torn. "Yes, that's it. There's definitely some great talent there to copy." Nicholas smiled to himself as he looked at the map. "How much is it?" the guy asked, looking up at the blonde, who glanced at the price book and replied, "So, 100,000 yen." Nick handed the silver card to the girl without further questions. Watching the guy follow her, Catherine wondered, he wanted to rummage through the trash again, but in a new place? The lady said that there are a lot of terrible water creatures and ferocious beasts living in the Lake of the Dead. Even an elite warrior will have a hard time there. Her thin palm lay on her chest. The guy slowly walked away into the distance, his hands in the pockets of his trousers, only his brown raincoat fluttering in the wind. Like a bolt from the blue, Nicholas rushed over the hills. With a loud sound, he landed on the ground, sending small stones flying around. Only one lizard did not move from its place, even when the ground next to it began to shake. The Lake of the Dead was quite small. Everything around was covered in red colors. What a dreary landscape. I'll definitely copy this amazing talent. Nick straightened up and looked around. Broken pieces of tables and chairs were scattered around as if it were a dump. This place has been abandoned for quite some time. Strange atmosphere. It seems like danger is lurking around every corner. Nick shrugged his shoulder, sending 100 goosebumps down his spine. He looked around, putting his finger to his lips. In an instant, his eyes widened upon hearing a loud noise. A huge whirlwind suddenly formed in front of the guy, returning above him like a huge mountain. A monster? Nicholas immediately clenched his fists, spreading his legs wide, preparing for a fight. His brows furrowed as he realized that he was hiding and watching, only scaring the boy. At that moment, Nicholas summoned his shadow talent, disappearing from sight. He jumped high into the air, soaring above the treetops. What is this? A huge ball sparkling with a multitude of lightning bolts opened up before the guy's eyes. Little by little, this ball begins to dissipate, and a silhouette can be seen inside it. "Take it! Madam, hurry!" shouted the man holding the open umbrella. Allison, flying next to him, holding a huge yellow box in her hands, replied, "Let's do it together." "Is it her?" Nick's pupils narrowed instantly upon hearing the dark-haired girl's voice. A huge monster emerged from the depths of the lake, opening its mouth, ready to swallow the man and the young lady. It's too late. The gray-haired man closed his eyes, either because he was scared or because drops of water were falling on his face. The monster's mouth closed, but Allison and her warrior managed to fly a decent distance away, saving their lives. The man and Allison landed on the rocky shore, the girl hugging the box closer to her. A large blue sea monster towered over the warriors, its huge mouth opening, spilling water from the banks. Is this a top-tier monster? Nicholas clenched his teeth more stylishly as he looked at the underwater creature. With one deft movement, the man threw the young lady a couple of meters away from himself, shouting, "I'll take him!" The girl fell onto the wet ground, looking at her servant in surprise, quietly saying, "But..." Suddenly, a couple more monsters appeared behind the girl with large yellow eyes, similar to Triceratops, only several times larger, and noticing them, she ran forward. "Damn it! And from behind, too!" The man growled through his teeth, watching his mistress run away from the monsters. Allison ran as fast as she could, as the monster opened its menacing mouth. I'm tired of it. I can't stay away. Nick pushed off the ground with his sneaker and flew forward. The girl ran as fast as she could, greedily gulping air. The large monster, moving its clawed paws, quickly caught up with the girl, opening its toothy mouth. Noticing that Allison was almost caught in the clutches of the beast, the gray-haired man screamed loudly. The girl, without a second's hesitation, quickly flew up, dodging the monster's jaws. The dark-haired girl folded her fingers into the classic goat sign, with her index and little fingers straight and her thumb holding the middle and ring fingers, and closed her eyes. Her hair turned pink, a trademark appeared on her forehead, and a sword appeared in her hand. Now the girl looked a little different than before, and she also emanated great strength. The beast opened its mouth and headed towards the girl, its yellow eyes flashing. But Allison was quicker. She flew up while the monster shook its head in search of her figure. In an instant, the girl flew down rapidly, pointing her weapon at the enemy. With a sharp saber, she wounds the monster, causing it to scream hysterically. The beast's body falls to the ground with a loud bang, and due to its fall, Nicholas flies back a couple of meters but does not fall. Secret technique? What is this? Amazing. The guy exhaled, bringing his breathing back to normal. Having flown high, he crossed quite a large distance in one jump and landed on a large boulder. Allison floated in the air, cutting the evil monsters in half with her sword. The monster's chest fills with air. Then, with a deep and loud sound, it lets out a powerful roar. This didn't frighten Allison at all. She continued to savagely chop down the monsters one by one. After activating the hidden technique, it seems like she gained strength. I'm not her opponent. Nick thoughtfully watched the fight, putting his finger to his cheek. At that moment, the underwater monster straightens up to its full length, slams its mouth shut and grabs the man, not giving him the opportunity to escape. "My lega!" he screamed loudly, and his blood gushed out in large fountains in all directions. "Madam, run away!" The underwater monster threw the warrior up, opening its mouth. "The secret technique won't work forever. If you don't leave, the deaths of 10 of our comrades will be in vain." These were the last words the man said before he disappeared into the dark mouth of the monster. Allison stopped when she heard her servant's shrill screams and lowered the gun down. "Damn," she said through clenched teeth, and tears welled up in her eyes. 10 comrades? What treasure are they trying so hard for? Nicholas was still watching from afar, his dark eyebrows drawn together. Pushing off the ground, the girl started running. "This is bad. The equipment has stopped working." Allison exhaled heavily, and the signature mark on her forehead disappeared. When her power faded, the girl fell to the ground and the golden chest she was holding fell from her hands. He rolled across the ground and fell over at Nicholas's feet. Nick lowered his head down, looking at the unconscious body of the young lady. Allison opened her eyes slightly, but there was a veil before her eyes. The picture was blurry. The dark-haired man raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at the fallen chest. The guy squatted down and reached for the gold item, taking it in his hands. "Stop," Allison said in a quiet, hoarse voice, raising her head. "Don't grumble, I'm not going to steal it." Nick rolled his eyes slightly, rising to his feet. The guy looked behind him, hearing how large monsters were rushing towards them with loud steps. "Sorry," Nicholas picked Ellie up, hugging her. "I think we should find shelter, okay? Silence is a sign of consent." The dark-haired man squeezed the girl's body tighter in his palms and, flying up, flew forward. It was already getting dark in the evening. The boy and the girl took refuge in a rocky area. He sat next to her body, covering her with his cloak. Nicholas looked at her face unceremoniously, thinking, how much she looks like her sister. Her brows furrowed as he noticed something on her face. He reached out and traced the spot under her eye, then quickly pulled his hand back when he realized it was a real mole. Nicholas rose to his feet and folded his arms across his chest, muttering, "She's still not awake?" Then he squatted down next to her again, continuing to look at her face. Noticing that she had begun to stir, he quickly whispered, "Oh, are you awake?" Allison sat up, placing her thin palm on her forehead. With sleepy eyes, she looked around and, noticing a male silhouette, quietly asked, "Nicholas?" The young lady took Nick's cloak in her hands and stood up from the cold ground. "You saved me?" "It was an accident. I was just passing by," Nicholas replied, seeing him approaching him. "Thank you for the coat." The girl handed the clothes to the guy, and he took them and replied, "You're welcome." As the dark-haired man threw his clothes over his shoulders, the girl folded her arms and thought, "He dared to go to the Lake of Death alone. Impressive. I must recruit such a talent into the battle pavilion." Allison raised her palm up so that some kind of glow began to appear on the days. It's blinding! What are you doing? Nicholas closed his eyes, but still did not take his eyes off the bright flicker. Look how that scared you. Allison laughed, putting her fist to her lips. This, the light stone, it can store and emit light, in other words, a lamp. The stone rose up, illuminating everything around, as if it were daytime. How did you make it appear out of nowhere? Nicholas asked, looking at the girl in surprise. The dark-haired one smirked. You seem very interested in this. A pink and yellow bottle with a crystal stopper appeared in her hands, and she replied, I'll tell you about it after I drink the healing potion. She raised the neck to her lips and began to drink the contents. Nick scratched his chin thoughtfully. It's a talent of a wide variety, but she didn't have one like that among her talents. The guy sat down on the floor, not far from the girl, watching her meditate, restoring her strength. It seemed the dark-haired man had dozed off, but he was quickly brought to his senses by touching his foot with a heel. I'm done healing. Get up. Allison folded her arms across her chest, watching as the boy perked up and sat up. You wanted to know where these things came from, right? The young lady looked down at him. The girl lifted the two items into the air so that the chest floated above her left hand and the purple pouch above her right. Look closely. This bronze chest is much bigger than this pouch, but unexpectedly, the chest shrank to a very small size. Now it looked like a fly and quickly hid in the depths of the bag. I get it. It wasn't a spatial talent, but a spatial treasure, Nick exclaimed. How do you like it? Do you like it? Do you want to learn how to use it? If you join the battle pavilion, I'll take you to headquarters and… Allison tucked a lock of hair behind her ear coquettishly. Nicholas simply turned away, stretched and yawned and said, I'm tired. I'm going to go to sleep. The guy sat down on the damp ground, moving away from the girl. What a bastard. Just you wait. One day I will successfully recruit you. She clenched her fists in anger. Nicholas rolled over onto his side, turning his back to Allison. It's just a spatial pouch and a special healing potion. Naturally, once I copy the spatial and healing talents, there will be no need for these items. A couple of hours later, the sun was already high in the clouds, illuminating the trees with its rays. The boy woke up with difficulty and assumed a sitting position, ruffling his hair. Nicholas yawned, stretching his arms, then something caught his attention. More precisely, the place next to him was empty. The girl had left. In place of Allison, there was a little red box. The guy carefully approached and opened it. It contained a mid-level deep training manual, 10 bottles of high-level monster blood, and 10 gold cards worth $1 million each. A smile played across Nicholas's face when he realized that Allison had left all of this to him. Taking one bottle of monster blood, he opened it and began to drink greedily, every drop. This is accurate enough to help me become an elite warrior. I will look for the immortal jellyfish in the lake after I become a warrior, Nick said as he emptied it to the end. 4 months later, the cave smelled quite delicious. A piece of meat was roasting on the fire, and broken bottles were lying nearby. Nicholas sat in the lotus position, gathering all his strength, improving himself. A loud burst of power echoed throughout the area, frightening animals and birds. The dark-haired man stood up from the cold ground, shaking off dust and dirt. Nick looked at his muscles, which were sparkling with blue lightning. So this is the level of an elite warrior? The guy whispered. Taking his cloak, the guy threw it over his shoulders and headed towards the exit, getting ready to go hunting. Returning to the site he had visited 4 months earlier, he noticed 11 fresh graves that were being hit by heavy rain. There were too many monsters. I'm afraid there weren't even any bones left of the stubborn ones. But before she left, she didn't forget to make graves for them. She was kind after all. Nicholas squatted down next to one of the graves and placed a stone on it. On one of the houris, he noticed an umbrella and remembered that they used it for diving underwater. Nick reached out, grabbed the umbrella by the handle and opened it, hiding his head from the rain. A waterproof bubble formed around it, which did not allow even a drop of rain to pass through. That's a good thing, the boy exclaimed as the bubble lifted him into the air. With it, he can move around in the water without any problems. So using his speed, he dived into the dead lake. Surprisingly, I move faster underwater with an umbrella. Nick sank deeper and deeper into the water. In the dark, watery depths, the guy noticed a pop-up status window. Swimming closer, he saw what was written on it. Species, karambit fish, blood talent, intermediate level. At that moment, a long monster with fangs and horns swam next to Nicholas. I got away with it. He almost didn't notice me. A small drop of sweat appeared on the guy's face. After waiting until the monster disappeared into the distance, Nicholas swam deeper, squinting his eyes to see something ahead. Having descended to the very bottom of the lake, The guy became sand. Looking around, Nick asked himself, "Does the immortal jellyfish really live here?" Suddenly, a huge tentacle hits his bubble. "What is this?" Nicholas lowered himself slightly, bending at the knees and turning around. A status window popped up in front of his face. His eyes widened in surprise when he read the inscription. Species: Immortal Nitricula jellyfish, blood talent, low level, recovery talent, highest level. The jellyfish was huge. It towered over the guy, looking at him with all its yellow eyes. The dark-haired man activated and summoned his sword. Nick pounced on the jellyfish, cutting off its tentacle. The immortal jellyfish let out a roar that started with a low, muffled whisper and gradually grew in tension, causing goosebumps on the skin. Her tentacles quickly regenerated, and a new one grew in place of the cut-off part. The immortal jellyfish swung its tentacle again, wanting to strike. Nick's palm touches the monster's skin, and the status window tells him that the top-tier recovery talent has been copied. Having missed the blow, the guy crashes with his back into the underwater rocks. His mouth opened in a scream, but because of the dome that surrounded him, the screams were not heard. Rising to his feet, the guy's body sparkled with blue lightning. I tilt my head. The monster makes a threatening hiss, and a stream of purple poison bursts from its mouth. Noticing this, the dark-haired man lowers the umbrella forward, turning it into a protective shield. The umbrella fabric can't withstand it. It starts to decompose and the poison gets on Nicholas's hand. The umbrella broke, and without it, the guy wouldn't be able to breathe water, so he quickly took a breath. Suddenly, a lot of status windows started popping up in front of him, one after another. On the horizon, the outlines of multi-eyed immortal jellyfish appeared. It turns out there was a whole bunch of them there. In a hurry, Nick began to swim to the surface. As soon as his face was pulled out of the water, the guy began to greedily swallow air with his lips. The monsters did not retreat. They stuck out their tentacles and tried to grab the guy, but he was faster. In order not to waste his strength, he activated speed and flew away from the lake like lightning. Nicholas reached the cave, thoroughly soaked by the pouring rain. The guy tiredly fell to the ground, leaning on it with his palms. I need to copy the talent as soon as possible, Nick thought, and reached his hand towards the status window, but everything was swimming before his eyes due to fatigue. A shudder ran through the dark-haired man's body, followed by unbearable pain, which caused the guy to fall to the ground. Beads of sweat rolled down the guy's face and quickly fell to the ground. The status window appeared after a few minutes, and new lines appeared on it. Restoration talent, highest level. The fusion process turned out to be easier than I thought. I'll try talent. Nick sat down on the ground again, examining his palm. The palm on which a deep burn had formed looked horrific at first, but after a second the burn healed. The redness began to fade, and the blisters disappeared. Nicholas began to hit the stone wall in front of him. The first blow went with a dull sound that echoed in the empty room. He did not stop. His fists again and again found the target, leaving traces of fury on the surface. The wall was cracking under the onslaught, and large dents were already visible on it. It's just that my latest talents are aimed at providing assistance. In order to fight stronger people, it's imperative to copy the attack talents. Nicholas looked at his palm, which had already healed and was without a single wound. A couple of days later, Nick returned home to his hometown. His fingers quickly turned the pages of the book, and he muttered under his breath, "The mighty bear. So, the flaming bird. Nothing special. Don't move. If you move even a little bit, I'll cut off the excess," Nicole protested, cutting off her brother's long hair with scissors. Suddenly, the guy's gaze fell on a page where a drawing of an ant was displayed, and next to it was the text, "Ants are lowly, fierce creatures with great strength, usually appearing in groups when they attack at once. Even a great warrior finds it difficult to escape." After reading these lines to himself, a sly smile appeared on Nick's face. Nicholas walked slowly into the battle pavilion, one hand in his pocket. "Hello, tell me, what do you want?" Catherine turned around and stopped mid-sentence, noticing how the guy approached the counter. "You, Sir Warrior, haven't seen each other for a long time. What do you want to buy this time?" The dark-haired man carefully placed the old, faded page from the book on the table and answered, "The remains of an ant with supernatural powers." Cat quickly took the piece of paper, examined it, and stammered, "An ant? Would you like a drink? Tinctures are very good for strengthening you." The blonde put the paper back on the table. "We don't have an ant, but there is information about it. I'm not sure if it will interest you," the guy drawled. I'm listening." Raising her index finger up, the girl began her story. The Linhai stronghold is preparing to open a trade route with a smaller stronghold, and the route between them is inhabited by many fierce beasts, including ants with supernatural powers. A smaller point? You mean the Tayar? Nicholas rubbed his neck with his palm. Yes, exactly. It's about 100 kilometers from Linhai, Catherine replied, smiling. However, as far as I remember, Darren's family suspected the Tayar in connection with the death of their relative. You mean the Tayar was planning an invasion? Nick's gaze became stern. Yes, Darren's family went there to investigate, but the Tayar assured them that they had misunderstood. It was through the connection with Darren's family that the Tayar negotiated an agreement with Jack's family regarding the trade route. Catherine turned away from the boy and squatted down, searching for something in a small barrel. Found it! The blonde shouted, and a rectangular piece of paper, similar to a ticket, appeared in her hand. Here, take it. Catherine handed it to the guy. What is this? Nick asked, taking the ticket. The pass is not an event, it was given to the lady. But we started working on small and medium-sized points, so we won't go to them, Kat answered, waving her palm. 2 points are sending their warriors. If you take part in clearing out the monsters on the future path, then you can get yourself the remains of an ant, the blonde added, smiling. Nicholas nodded, looking at his event pass. There was a loud noise in the square outside Jack's family home, and a lot of people had gathered. I expected nothing less. They gathered more than 100 warriors. The guy looked at everyone present here. Jack has arrived, the crowd cheered, pointing at the silhouette of a man who walked onto the main stage. Gentlemen, greetings to all those who decided to participate in the monster-clearing mission, the dark-haired one shouted, spreading his arms out to the sides. On his left side stood Charles, Darren's father, and on his right stood the elder. A smile appeared on Nick's face as soon as he noticed the people from Darren's family. You all know that our Linhai base is extremely small, the resources are limited, and it is difficult to cover all your cultivation needs. If we make a deal with a medium-sized base, we will be able to reap a lot of unimaginable benefits for ourselves, so the upcoming mission is extremely important. As Jack spoke on the stage, the warriors stood with their arms folded and listened to him. Of course, killing monsters is a dangerous occupation, but according to our calculations, you will receive more for this task than for a regular hunt. The dark-haired man continued without stopping. Jack's family, you're doing great. Keep it up, the crowd cheered, raising their hands in the air. Turning his head to the side, Nicholas noticed a familiar face. Is that Commander Christopher? There was indeed a warrior standing in the crowd, shouting loudly with the rest of the crowd of people. To dispel your doubts, I will say... Jack began to walk back and forth across the stage. What I, Jack, guarantee is that you will be able to take all the resources that you receive, the dark-haired man shouted, rubbing his palms together. The warriors continued to shout, supporting the guy who was on the stage. And also, my family has prepared rewards. Each warrior will receive 20 portions of mid-level beast blood and 2 million gold. Jack continued, putting his hands in his pockets. Send them to register quickly. We'll return home rich. Yay! The warriors shouted back. Testers, please stand in line, the girl responded sweetly, pointing her hand to the side. A long line stretched along the narrow path. People stood waiting for the moment when everyone could touch the high stone. When a person touched the cold surface of the cobblestone, he loudly announced, Intermediate phase student qualified. Next, the girl said and looked up at the crowd, where Nick stood almost at the very end. Allison was right. There's no point in working for them. Nicholas looked up, looking at Charles, who was standing next to the dark-haired girl. If I'm classified as an elite warrior, I'll attract unnecessary attention. The boy pursed his lips, forming a thin line. At this point, it was his turn to place his palm on the stone. Like everyone else, Nicholas touched the cold surface of the cobblestone, trying not to reveal all his strength to everyone. A wave of electricity passed through the stone, and it said, Warrior of the last phase, good. Charles looked up, muttering under his breath. Last phase warrior? The crowd immediately started whispering, Cool, he's almost an elite warrior, and he's not that old. Many of the warriors standing in the crowd turned their heads towards Nick, who was walking away from the stone. It was only the part of the strength that I showed that impressed those around me. I still attracted attention. The guy laughed quietly, pulling the stable onto the top of his head. We've got a young hero here. I'm not young anymore, and not on the same level. Chris chuckled, looking at Nick. Yeah, and we're basically warriors of the intermediate phase, shouted a bald man standing nearby. Commander, our little squad is missing one man, right? Let's call him to us, the long-haired man whispered, approaching Christopher. Last phase warriors are in high demand. Why would he even look in our direction? The dark-haired man shook his head. But suddenly the girl standing in their team shouted, "Commander, look, it seems like he's coming towards us." Nicholas walked up to the team and removed his hood, smiling welcomingly. "Long time no see, Commander Christopher. You?" The man's eyes widened in an instant. "You're the warrior who saved the little girl from the Silver Moonwolf. What a surprise. It's only been a year and you've reached such a level." Chris patted the guy on the shoulder, smiling brightly. Commander, can I join your squad for this mission?" Nicholas said, slightly nervous, placing his index finger on his cheek. "You're accepted," Christopher replied without any hesitation, raising his finger. "I hope you guys have my support." Nick leaned over to greet the other team members. The warriors went forward, but the girl turned to the boy and said, "Now that we have another warrior of the last phase with us, I feel calmer." The team, led by Christopher, walked along the destroyed buildings, dust and dirt. "The map says that only low-grade monsters live here, but just in case, do not lose your vigilance and do not rush forward." Nicholas turned around sharply as he heard approaching footsteps and shouted, "Commander, someone is coming, and very fast." Around the group standing in battle formation, huge wolves with shiny purple fur and glowing yellow eyes moved slowly and carefully, creating a tense atmosphere around them. "I'll cover the front, Nicholas. The back, the rest as the situation demands," Christopher commanded, and the warriors, tightly clutching their weapons, nodded, carefully watching every movement of the predators. Nick took out his sword and smiled and said, "Leave them to me." The animals around began to growl loudly, their low, sullen sounds breaking the silence of the night. They bared their sharp teeth, demonstrating power and readiness to attack. Nick and Christopher simultaneously flew up, rapidly approaching the enemies. Just one move and the guy cuts one wolf in half and starts on the second. Dark blue, like the night sky, blood glistened on the dark-haired man's cheek. The fire of unquenchable victory burned in Nick's heart as he quickly approached the wolf, who opened his mouth. The beast raised its head then. With a deep, resonating sound, it let out a loud roar that echoed throughout the area. Nicholas kicks the wolf in the stomach, the predator flies down. The wolf begins to recover from the blow, swinging his head. In an instant, the guy thrusts his sword into the monster with all his might. Behind the guy's back, clapping sounds were heard, palm to palm. "Not bad, not bad. I'd even say very good," Christopher said, as Nick slung his backpack back over his shoulder. "It's a pity you're slower than me, but you took down 3. Ahaha." The man pointed his hand in the direction where several corpses lay. The dark-haired man chuckled at the tray, thinking to himself, "Come on, I just don't want to show off all my strength." "Nicholas, you're cool, and I like you more and more." The girl smiled brightly and clasped her hands together. "He's so young and strong that you, Commander, shouldn't relax." The bald man laughed quietly. "Arrogant bastard! Are you belittling my reputation?" Chris exclaimed loudly, and that warrior only lowered his head guiltily. "Forgive me." Longhair dropped to one knee, looking at the wolf's purple fur, muttering, "Why did the wolves attack before we entered the valley? That way they would have had a better chance of success." Chris's eyebrows furrowed and he snapped, "This isn't their territory. There are stronger beasts here." The long-haired man immediately became nervous. "Stronger? You mean those 5? Before he could finish speaking, the bald man patted him on the shoulder and said soothingly, "Calm down. We have 2 warriors of the last phase and 3 of the intermediate. We have nothing to fear." Christopher pulled a radio out of his uniform pocket, which was tuned to Wave 19. "Every commander has one of these to call for backup in case of danger, so don't worry," Christopher said, smiling. "Let's go!" the man commanded and waved his hand, walking forward. Halfway through their journey, the team suddenly froze when they heard something moving nearby. "From above!" Nicholas shouted, and everyone looked up. On the huge, ruined buildings stood a large lizard with an armored shell. Her status window showed that she was a type of flame lizard, her blood talent was at a low level, and her fire talent was at a basic level. Opening her mouth wide, she began to gather a fireball to attack her opponent. And so it happened. The fireball flew at incredible speed and hit one of the buildings next to the detachment. Flame Lizard, descend from the ruined house, rise before the wars. The bald man and the long-haired man stepped forward, clutching their weapons tightly. "Commander, you've already fought, so leave this to us." Christopher smiled contentedly and folded his arms across his chest. "Judging by his energy, he's low level. Be careful with his fire." Everyone else, except Nicholas and Chris, rushed at the monster. "They'll handle it." The dark-haired man watched with curiosity as the warriors pounced on the huge beast. In this, the guy turned out to be right. After some time, the fire lizard was lying on the asphalt, and the squad rejoiced that they were able to bring down such a monster. "I hardly even had to help. The girl threw the bald man's arm over her shoulder, helping him walk. Without your shooting, which distracted him, everything wouldn't have gone so smoothly, he replied, placing his free palm on his chest. While the long-haired man sat on the monster's skin and laughed quietly, he did not notice how the fireball was approaching him from behind. Nicholas reacted with lightning speed. Flying upward, he grabbed the guy by the leg. The fire passed the team, flying into a nearby pile of debris. Apparently, that's not all. The guy lowered the long-haired man to the ground and looked into the distance. Several lizards appeared against the background of the burning fire, making a loud roar. Christopher quickly picked up his radio and pressed the button, starting to shout, "Village squad in Zone B. Village squad in the vicinity of Zone B. We have problems in Zone C. Requesting backup. Backup." There was no response, only a quiet hiss, and Chris growled through his teeth, "They're ignoring me. What bastards? Commander, you must have overestimated Jack's family. They don't care about our lives," the bald man responded, and the commander pressed the freaks button again. The man clutched the radio in his palm and broke it into several pieces with a cracking sound. "I'll cut them down myself, and you run," Christopher commanded, drawing his sword. "Aren't we comrades? Let's leave together," one warrior protested, but Chris snapped back, looking over his shoulder at him. "Follow the order." "Bunch of idiots. Go ahead and die here," the long-haired man shouted, turning around and running. "Nick, you are very gifted. It would be a shame if you died here. Take my 2 comrades with you and run." Christopher put his hand on Nicholas's shoulder. "I almost forgot that he's a newbie too, so let him go." The bald man folded his arms across his chest. "Yeah, he can't be rude to his brilliant future," the girl standing next to him added. "If I'm going to run, then only forward." Nick took a couple of steps, getting closer to the monsters. The dark-haired man pulled out his sword and threw the bag off his shoulder, moving forward with determination. "He's got the energy of an elite warrior. He was hiding his true strength," the commander shouted as he saw Nicholas's body glowing with blue lightning. The other warriors were so surprised that beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. "An elite warrior? How so?" The fire lizard spewed a fireball at the guy, but he easily cleared his way with the ball. With a quick leap, he rose up, heading straight for the monster's head. In an instant, the sharp end of the ball passed through the fire lizard's neck, separating the head from the body. Having dealt with one, 2 more lizards appeared on Nick's path, ready to attack. Nick swung his ball and walked it across the old high-rise building. Using his speed, the dark-haired man flew back a couple of meters, and the building began to fall on the fire lizards. "This is the power of an elite warrior. Cool," the girl exclaimed, watching Nick's fight with admiration. This would not be enough, so Nicholas flew up. Swinging his ball, he activated his Shadow Blade power. Just a couple of sword movements, but it was enough to kill the fire lizards. One of the monsters threw back his head and began to scream loudly and exhaustedly in pain. The bodies of the fire lizards collided together and fell to the ground with a loud sound. Chris watched Nick's fight with a serious look. He's really strong. Without a doubt. He's already among the strongest in Linhai. Closer to night, a loud male cry was heard around the area. "Save me! Save me!" The purple wolves surrounded the long-haired one, growling loudly. One of them pounced on the guy, grabbed him by the pants and dragged him along. "Commander, he's in danger." The bald man noticed how the animals were tossing the long-haired man around like a typical doll, and Christopher calmly replied, "It doesn't matter. Trying to escape from here alone is a stupid idea." Nick slung his bag over his shoulder. "Commander, the road is clear. I need to move on. Will you come with me or retreat?" The dark-haired man turned to the team. The squad of warriors stared at Nicholas in surprise. "Our squad will meet all adversity in full force." Chris clenched his fingers into a fist, clenching his teeth tighter. A couple of hours later, the team made a stop near a large building. The girl carefully bandaged her partner's shoulder, muttering, "Look at Nick. He doesn't look as pathetic as you." "Nicholas, thanks for helping us get here," Christopher shouted, looking up at the silhouette standing on one of the roofs. In just one jump, Nick landed near the squad and replied, "You're welcome. I'm going to go try something out." "Want to go further?" Chris asked. "Exactly. You go back and I'll go alone," Nick answered, turning his back to the team. "Alone? Knowing your abilities, I won't worry, but," Christopher said confusedly, but Nick interrupted him. "Everything is fine, Commander." The dark-haired man walked forward while the commander shouted after him, "Hey, we need to talk." Nicholas continued to walk forward. The bald man turned to Chris, asking in confusion, "What should we do? Should we go with him?" "No, we'll only get in his way," the team leader calmly answered. Nicholas walked forward with his hands in his pockets, looking thoughtfully at his feet. Before meeting a stronger family and ending up in a difficult situation, the dark-haired man walked past the lifeless bodies of the fire lizards. We need to understand the limits of the recovery talent's capabilities. The guy approached the ruined building. The air was filled with the smell of smoke from the fire, which stung his eyes and made him cough. Nick immediately put his fingers to his nose, pinched his nostrils, and whispered, "What a stench! Is this someone's den?" Suddenly, the ground on which the boy stood began to collapse. Nicholas quickly jumped up, lifting the boy off the ground as it fell apart into pieces. A large red fist suddenly hits the dark-haired man in the face, causing his backpack to fall off his shoulder. I didn't expect such a turn of events. The guy quickly flew down. He avoided the fall by landing on his feet like a superhero and drawing his sword. The monster's palm swung again, but this time Nick managed to jump back. The guy landed with his palms on the ground. In an instant, having covered a short distance, a large monster, whose head looked like a rhinoceros, stopped in front of the guy. "What a rock! You're perfect for testing my talent," the guy exclaimed, smiling at the corner of his lips. His mouth opened wide and energy began to accumulate in it, forming a fireball. The stunned guy couldn't even move from the spot as the fire hit Nicholas, tearing the clothes on his body. The explosion reverberated throughout the area, and a mushroom cloud rose above the destroyed buildings. "Nicholas!" Christopher whispered as he spotted the mushroom cloud, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The guy, like a phoenix, rose from the ashes, and his bare skin was all covered in dirt and soot. The rhinoceros monster spat out fire again, aiming it at the boy. Nicholas falls to his knees, but his body quickly regenerates due to the talent of the immortal jellyfish. "You wanted to burn me alive, and now I'm going to finish you off," the guy whispered. Standing up, the dark-haired one put his sword on his back. Pushing off the ground, he flew up, aiming for the monster's head. The guy, clutching the hilt of the sword, leaned forward sharply, concentrating all his strength in one movement. In the blink of an eye, he swung, the sword flew into the air. Energy accumulated in the monster's mouth, forming a larger and larger fireball. From the explosions everywhere, even the ground beneath the feet of the warriors watching the battle from afar bent. "Is Nick still alive?" asked the bald man. "I don't know, but we can't get involved in such a fight," shouted Christopher. Just a couple of hours later, the blade of the sword was already resting in the skin of the beast. Nick tiredly wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "The game is over, my victory." The guy slowly lowered himself and sat on top of the corpse of the monster that had fallen. Without delay, Nicholas stood up and walked along the monster's back. Finding a patch of skin that looked thinner than the rest, the dark-haired man ran his fingernail over it, making a cut. As blood gushed out like a fountain, Nick leaned down and began to swallow it. Having drunk the required amount, he sat in the lotus position, placing his palms on his knees and began to meditate, exalting his talents. When the explosions around died down, only a puff of smoke remained, blazing somewhere in the distance. "Is it all over, Commander?" the girl asked, looking into the distance. But suddenly the bald guy shouted sharply, pointing his palm in the direction. "Someone is coming here." Nicholas walked slowly towards the team, clutching the handle of his backpack. "Hey, Commander, didn't I tell you to go back to the city?" Nick asked, coming closer. "Well, of course we couldn't help in any way, but we couldn't leave quietly either, so," Christopher answered hesitantly, as if taking account of his actions. "Did your clothes burn?" "How are you?" asked the dark-haired girl, looking at the guy. "I took a spare one with me. You can wear it." The commander handed the guy a t-shirt. Nicholas quickly pulled it over his body, ruffling his hair slightly. "It's a little big and doesn't suit you, sorry," the archer shrugged. Nothing. Thank you," Nick answered sheepishly, rubbing his neck with his palm. "Commander, what should we do with the loot?" The bald man turned around, pointing at the monster's body. Well, Nick will deservedly have it all," Christopher answered calmly, but Nicholas interrupted him. "You didn't leave, so the animals didn't unite into a pack, so you can take the trophies for yourself too. Not only is he exhausted from killing the beast, but he will also be tired to death from collecting the prey. Ha ha ha." The bald warrior parted, climbing together with the girl onto the monster's body. "I don't care about these remains. First I want to deal with the Lizard King." Nick pointed his finger behind his back. "With the Lizard King? And you won't be transporting the loot with us?" Christopher asked in surprise and turned to the guy. "No," the guy answered briefly. "Wait, where are you going?" Chris asked louder, shouting at the guy as he walked away. Nick turned around and said, "To the area of the ants with supernatural powers." The commander's face twisted into a surprised grimace. "Muravyov?" Using his super speed, he quickly ran along the bridge, trying to get to the place faster. Nicholas, I heard them saying that this time, when clearing monsters, the hardest part of the mission will be the ant nest. They may be low level, but the nest is full of them, Christopher whispered as he watched Nick disappear into the distance. Nicholas lands on the ground with a loud thud, shaking the roof beneath him. Standing to his feet, the boy looked down, noticing a squad of warriors, with Charles and the Elder standing in front of them. The Elder bowed in greeting. Darren's family. Nearby, not far from them, stood Jack's family, headed by himself. Also a red-haired warrior in armor, burning everyone with his gaze, with his hands folded behind his back, looking at everyone around. And this old man? From what family? Thought Nicholas. Someone is watching us. He turned around sharply, looking up at the roof, noticing Nick's silhouette. Bring him to me, shouted old Jeffrey, pointing his hand at the building, and a couple of healthy men ran forward. Nick calmly surrendered. Sooner or later, he would have to dig his way into the squad anyway. The warriors clasped his hands behind his back and led him to the red-haired man. His gaze became more serious, his eyebrows drawing together as he realized that this was an elite warrior. Who are you? Why have you been following us secretly? Asked old Jeffrey, stroking his beard with his fingers. I'm a warrior from the Linhai base. I heard that a major mission was taking place here, so I decided to come to prove myself, Nicholas answered, nervous from the man's stern gaze. Let him go, Jeffrey ordered, and the two warriors released Nick's hands. What family are you from? Why do you travel alone? The red-haired man touched his beard again. He is not ours, replied the warriors from Darren's family. It's rare for someone to become an elite warrior at such a young age. So how come no one knows you? Old man Jeffrey folded his arms across his chest. Well, Nicholas drawled. Ha ha ha, old man Jeffrey, you're a joker. How come no one knows him? Jack began to slowly approach them. He's from my family. The man cleared his throat and put his hand on the guy's shoulder. Nick stood quietly as a mouse and smiled stupidly, trying to play along with Jack's lie. What are you standing there for? Get in line, Jack commanded, nodding at the standing warriors. Yes. Nick nodded and walked into line. Great, great. I got an elite warrior for free, the dark-haired man whispered quietly to himself, smiling brightly. Pfft. Jack's nasty family, are they really suitable for Nikolai? Catherine and Allison stood on one of the roofs and quietly watched everything from afar. You are right, mistress. Kat lowered her support pipe and turned to the dark-haired girl. Nick can only belong to my battle pavilion, Ellie said, not taking her eyes off the warriors who stood in a small group. The detachments, led by the heads of families, moved across the endless sandy expanses under the scorching sun. On their way, stone blocks grew, with green vegetation on top. Stop! Old man Jeffrey held his palm out and a glowing ball formed in front of him. Allow me to report, dear Jeffrey, the magical field setup is complete. Everything is completely ready. Instead of the ball, a man dropped to one knee in front of Jeffrey. It seems like there are mountains of earth in front of us, the red-haired man said thoughtfully, stroking his beard with his fingers. The ant nest towered high in the sky, made of sand and earth with small holes all along its length. Stephen, stay behind, Jeffrey ordered and walked forward, rubbing his wrists. Everyone back, he commanded, turning his head towards his squad. What is this old man gonna do? One of the warriors asked, raising his eyebrows questioningly. The red-haired man clapped his hands, and a white pentagram appeared above the lair of supernatural ants. With a loud cry, he dropped to the floor, placing his palms on the ground, forming a five-pointed star under his feet. The blocks of earth began to explode one after another, flying into small fragments in different directions. So he's a mage who creates magical fields. The power of the Iron Fang base has no limit, Jack shouted through the loud noise. What a powerful field. I definitely need to learn how to do something like that, Nick muttered through his teeth, hiding from the sand and strong wind. Madam, that old man is crazy. Was it worth using such a valuable technique? Catherine said. The girls also followed the squad, watching from afar. The Iron Fang has its own plans, Allison replied. The exploding fireballs alone can suppress Linhai, which is very advantageous, the dark-haired girl added, placing her snow-white fingers on her chin. Large chunks of rock fell to the ground with a loud thud. Look quickly! The anthill has been leveled to the ground, the warrior shouted, looking ahead in surprise. Instead of a lair, there were now black holes that went deep into the ground. Did they really destroy them all? If there weren't even perfectly preserved corpses left, then it won't be possible to copy the talent. Nick clenched his teeth harder, walking along the pits. What a wonderful logic field. The old man stirred up the whole anthill. Allison giggled, folding her arms across her chest. A couple of warriors leaned over the hole, looking down into the pitch darkness. Suddenly, a couple of shining yellow lights appeared in the depths of the pit. A huge, many-legged ant jumped out of the hole, towering over the warriors like a large cloud. With one blow, he threw the warrior away from himself with his paw. The ant's body, covered with a hard shell, glistened in the sun, and its huge jaws opened, producing a sound that resembled both a scream and a roar. The faces of Charles and the Elder, who were watching everything, twisted into a grimace of horror. A multitude of fierce ants opened their mouths, aiming at the warriors. "Prepare for battle," commanded old Jeffrey, pointing at the island with his palm. "Linhai warriors, follow me, we will accept the battle," Jack commanded, following the man's example. The strong men, on the orders of their commanders, rushed to attack the huge ants. Nicholas drew his sword and leapt up with a deft leap, striking the monster's shell with the metal. It falls to the ground with a crash, the warriors run to check on the others, and Nick extends his palm, touching the bluish skin of the ant. The status window instantly announced, "High-level talent, copied." The guy's body began to be covered with numerous black lightning bolts. The status window appeared in front of Nick again, asking its master, "High-level strength talent copied? Do you wish to fuse? Yes or no?" The ant, the Lord of the Sands, was looking for his victim, and his loud cry made hearts skip a beat. "We can't fuse here, we need to find a safe place." Nicholas put his sword on his shoulder, looking towards the monsters. Pushing off the ground and activating the speed talent, the guy soared upward. Two ants stopped Nick halfway. The ground shook under their heavy steps, and the air filled with vibrations. "Shadow execution!" the guy shouted, and with quick movements, Nicholas ran the blade along the shells of the monsters. In one of the holes, red pupils of eyes appeared, and then a roar was heard, which became louder and brighter with each passing second. The ground around the warriors shook, causing them to stop. First, the leg of a high-level monster appeared from the dark tunnel. "What is this?" the warriors exclaimed, raising their eyes upward. An ant with supernatural strength the size of a house crawled out of the hole, its body covered with a hard yellow shell. As the giant ant let out its deafening roar, Charles and the Elder, who were standing nearby, instantly realized that they did not belong here, and they rushed across the sandy soil, leaving clouds of dust behind them. "Look how fast they run, the bastards! We need to retreat too!" Jack shouted, finishing off one of the ants. "Yes." His warriors agreed with him. The men jumped over rocks and tree roots, ran forward, trying not to look back, although fear pushed them to do so. "Poofed! Scum!" Allison smiled as she watched the warriors run away. "Let's go, and we need to leave," said the dark-haired girl, turned around and walked back. "And what about Nicholas?" asked Catherine. "Don't worry, he'll get out," answered Allison, looking at her friend. Old Jeffrey ran faster than anyone, outrunning even his warriors, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Damn it! He's going to kill us!" The strongest ant let out a loud roar, chasing the warriors and sucking them into its mouth like a vacuum cleaner. Its mouth opened and closed wide, swallowing its victims inside. The monster's energy was so strong that it pressed on the warriors from all sides, sucking all the life juices out of them. Nick, like lightning, rushed past the men, who had no idea what was going on around them. "This black air, it's pressing down so hard. I need to get away quickly," Nick thought, clenching his jaw tighter, fixing his gaze on the lead ant. Suddenly, Nicholas is stopped by a protective barrier, and the boy crashes into it hard, flying down. He quickly gets to his feet and looks around the pinkish protective field. The golden ant will undoubtedly be keeping a close eye on the squad. "It's time to leave them," Nick muttered, breathing heavily. The dark-haired man still managed to leave the battlefield. After some time, he passed by the remains of the beast he killed. "Captain Windwolfer is a real hunter. He left only bones," Nicholas said, looking at the monster's bones. In one long leap, he climbs onto the roof of a multi-story building where the sun is blinding, rising high into the sky. Finding a secluded place where no one would disturb him, Nick sat down on the concrete in the lotus position. A status window appeared in front of the guy with the inscription, "High-level strength talent copied. Do you wish to start fusion? Yes or no?" After clicking yes, the guy's body was covered in black smoke and steam came out of his mouth. He was breathing heavily, clenching his hands into fists. After the merger was complete, the guy tore the shirt off his body in one motion, throwing it on the floor. Returning home, the guy sat in the lotus position on the edge of the living room sofa. Nicholas sat in the lotus position, calm and peaceful, His eyes closed, taking a deep breath as a gentle breeze blew around him. "I was waiting for you so much, and all you do every day is sit around motionless," Nicole shouted, approaching the sofa with a large ladle in her hands. "You can't even talk to me. You're such a master, you bastard. You're pretending that nothing is happening." The sister stood with her shoulders straightened and her head bowed toward her brother. Her face burning with rage, she screamed loudly. Her voice echoed in the room, but her brother seemed not to hear her. "If that's the case, then blame yourself." Clenching her fists, she loudly stomped towards the kitchen, her fingers grabbed the bottle of salt, and with all her anger she began to pour it into the pot of soup. Closer to dinner, the brother and sister sat down at the table. "Wow, so many dishes," looking at the table, said Nick. "You worked hard. You probably want to get a reward for your efforts. I prepared this especially for you." Nicole kindly put another plate on the table. "Then I have to eat everything." A pleasant aroma filled the room, and the guy felt his appetite whet. He decided to take the chopsticks that were neatly lying nearby. The doorbell rang and Nicholas quickly jumped up from his seat, striding towards the door. "Hey, eat first," Nicole said in an indignant tone. "Who are you?" With a little effort, he began to turn the handle, and the door creaked quietly, and the guy leaned forward slightly to better see what was behind it. "Ah, Commander Windwolf," Nicholas called out, as he saw Christopher standing in front of him, smiling welcomingly, while clutching the handle of his backpack. The guy and the commander walked into the corridor. Chris immediately felt the cozy atmosphere of the apartment and threw his backpack on the floor. "I came to give you some of the trophies. Look how much there is," the man said, opening the zipper on the backpack, showing the trophies. "You can split it between yourselves, Nicholas awkwardly ruffled his dark hair. "What's the point? We all get a share." Chris threw his backpack at the guy with all his might. "Let's eat together. I have a question for you." Nick pointed his palm at the kitchen table, and Nicole froze in place, embarrassed. "Oh, yummy! Excellent!" Christopher gobbled up the dishes one after another, barely managing to chew. "Don't be shy, I'm not particularly hungry anyway." Squeezing the fabric of the backpack in his fingers, Nicholas walked to his room. Does anything seem weird to you?" Nicole folded her palms together, forcing an awkward smile. "Not at all. The taste is quite light, you can add a little salt," the captain replied, bringing a piece of fish to his mouth. "I'm glad you like it." The dark-haired girl, puzzled by Chris's taste, took the cup of tea, still confused. Having a delicious lunch, Nick and Christopher settled down in the living room on a soft sofa. "Nicholas, you said you wanted to ask me something," the captain said quietly, taking a couple of sips of tea. "I've been practicing at home these past few days, so I don't know how things are going outside." "How's the plan to clear the monsters going?" Nicholas asked, putting his hands on the back of the sofa. "From what I heard, the Iron Fang and Linhai bases suffered heavy losses," Chris replied with his head bowed. "Is that confirmed?" Nick asked with his palms on his knees. The commander nodded. "There were more than 50 elite warriors killed, and even 3 great warriors." Nick put his fingers to his chin thoughtfully, humming, "3 great warriors? Against ants?" "Yeah, after the first wave of people retreated, a second wave of great warriors was gathered. But they also lost," Christopher answered, throwing a piece of meat into his mouth. According to the commander's recollections, the Iron Fang base became enraged and sent a Grandmaster there, who dealt with the syllabic ants. "Grandmaster? He cleared the entire trade route?" Hearing this name, Nicholas perked up, staring at Chris. "Yeah, but where the Iron Fang paved that route is unknown," the man answered calmly. And Nick thought again, putting his fingers to his chin. The dark-haired guy and the commander came out onto the street a couple of hours later. Chris smiled even wider, and turning around began to walk away along the road, leaving Nick to watch him go, happily waving his hand. "Tell me, is it you, Sir Nicholas?" A voice suddenly rang out behind the guy. "I'm Alex, the distributor of the Darren family." "Darren's family?" Nick turned around to look at the blonde boy, his hands in his pockets. "By order of the chief, I have come to invite you to dinner at Darren's family home." Alex bowed to the dark-haired man, handing him a brown envelope that read, "For Nicholas personally." "Sorry, I haven't really felt like leaving the house lately," Nick replied, rubbing his neck awkwardly with his palm. "No one has ever dared to reject the invitation of the Darren family." The fair-haired man growled angrily through his teeth, and a blue haze began to glow around him. Noticing this, Christopher quickly approached Alex and put his hands forward. "Ahaha, Mr. Manager, let's come to an agreement." Alex chuckled, walked slowly towards Nicholas and leaned towards him, whispering, You Better accept the invitation and not be impudent. The man wanted to put his hand on his shoulder, but when Alex took a step forward, Nick, suddenly feeling some kind of anxiety, sharply dodged to the side. As a result of the unexpected movement, Alex lost his balance and, as if in slow motion, flew down. This was enough for the dark-haired man to grab the man by the throat and slam him into the asphalt with all his might. "Nicholas, stop it!" Christopher shouted loudly, noticing that a fight was brewing. You'll get what you deserve. Sooner or later I'll kill you." Wiping the dirt off his face, Alex said and ran forward, running away. "It's better not to quarrel with scoundrels," Chris said, looking after the blonde. "Fuck it, forget about it," Nick replied, while Alex angrily tore the envelope into small pieces. "Since you've messed with me," the man whispered through his teeth, squatting in the alley, "we'll see who gets who, Nick." In the large home of Darren's family, a man in a red shirt paced the spacious living room with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, an elder sat on a chair, his head bowed calmly. Suddenly, all the peace, tranquility, and silence was destroyed by Alex's voice, who ran into the living room shouting, Elder, you gave me instructions." Catching your breath, the blonde fell to the floor. "I told you to ask him, not to kill. What happened?" asked the man in the red robe. "I asked and treated him with respect. But the boy, for some unknown reason, as soon as he heard that I was from Darren's family, immediately told me to leave." Alex rubbed his eye with his fingers, as if he was about to cry. "What?" The head of the family sharply frowned, clenching his teeth even harder. "He not only beat me, but also tore up your invitation." The blonde man was still making excuses, and this angered the leader, so much so that Alexa flew back a couple of meters from his strength. Dexter coughed sharply, and the man in the red jacket turned around, noticing that his father had woken up. "You can go," the dark-haired man ordered, nodding towards the door for Alex. The son, with a concentrated expression on his face, carefully took the pill out of the package and handed it to his father, who slightly bowed his head as he did so. The elder quickly took the pill and threw it into his mouth, washed it down with water, and then the glass fell with a thud onto the table. "In the fight with the ants, I had no other choice. I had to resort to a secret technique, move quickly, cough, cough, and actively fight. It is unlikely that my wounds will heal," Dexter croaked, coughing. "Don't say that. Everything will be fine," the man said, spreading his arms out to the sides. "I know my body better than anyone else," the gray-haired man stood up from his chair. "After my death, there will be no great warriors left in our family." He walked slowly to the panoramic window. "This is a real disaster." "Did Nicholas really expect an invitation from Jack's family?" the son asked in surprise. "For his sake, we need to compete with Jack's family. If he refused to come, then bring him by force," the elder said through clenched teeth. "But Nicholas is not from our family. He is a stranger to us. Even if we catch him, he will not be sincere with us." John, the elder's son, spread his palms as if asking, "It will be, thanks to this bottle." A small bottle with a red liquid appeared in the elder's palm. "This medicine erases memory. At first I was planning to use it during the banquet, but now I'll have to hurry." The gray-haired man handed the bottle to his son. "Erase memory?" John asked again. "Yes, first let him forget everything, and then we'll form a new personality for him and wash his brain." The elder took a bottle of wine and poured the contents into a glass. "Just don't make up any nonsense. No one will compete with you for the position of the head of the family. Let's say that he is your son, and we'll change the last name." The man brought the golden glass to his lips, taking a couple of sips. "Come on, father, an illegitimate son. It will affect my reputation," laughed John, ruffling his hair. "Enough talk. Do what you're told." Dexter rubbed his temples with his fingers. "I'll send 10 elders to him. We'll definitely catch him this time." The dark-haired man knelt down on one knee in front of his father, slamming his fist on the ground. When night fell, the city was enveloped in darkness, and the streets were plunged into a mysterious calm. Black shadows appeared on the roofs of houses, which quickly and silently moved across the roofs. There were several men in cloaks with masks on their faces. They were like shadows blending with the sky. One of them landed on the floor, bending his knees, leaning his palm on the wooden parquet, and quietly said, "Reporting. I'm in Nicholas's house. I repeat our plan. First grab the little sister, and then force the boy to surrender." A voice suddenly sounded in his ear, coming from a small chip microphone. "We have already set up an ambush outside. If anything happens, report immediately." Several ninjas surrounded the house, standing on guard. "Got it," the man replied, putting his hand to his ear. Every step was thought out to the smallest detail. His feet touched the floor softly so as not to wake up Nicole sleeping in the room. Only the slight rustle of the fabric of his clothes disturbed the silence of the night. As soon as he entered the room, his sharp eyes quickly examined the space. "Target detected," the ninja whispered, leaning over the bed. "Go ahead," the voice in his earpiece ordered him, and he quickly reached out to the blanket to pull it off the girl's body. Suddenly, the blanket flew forward. It rushed like a cloud, towering over the man. With a quick movement, the ninja grabbed the hilt of the sword, and with a sharp swing of the sword, he cut the blanket. The blade flashed and cut in half, tearing the fabric with ease. A strong male hand grabbed the dark-haired man by the neck, and he closed his eyes. Nicholas stood in front of the ninja, lifting him off the floor and squeezing his throat in his palm. The fingers tightened like an iron vice, leaving the enemy no chance to resist. The ninja coughed, his face twisted in pain and unbearable pressure, and a voice came through the earpiece. "Did you grab Nicole? Answer." The ninja tried to break free, but his attempts became increasingly futile. So only when his life force was exhausted, Nicholas unclenched his hand and the body fell to the floor, and the earphone flew out of his ear, still transmitting the voice. "Answer quickly." The guy bent down, picked up the earphone and inserted it into his ear, rudely replying, "I grabbed it, I'll give it back now. Take it." A few seconds later, there was a crash of glass as the body flew out of the second-floor window, like a puppet without strings. "How is that possible? He's already dead." The other ninjas ran up to the lifeless body of their partner, surrounding him. "Be vigilant. Someone is probably helping the boy," their commander shouted into the earpiece. "Helping? Who is this?" A couple of men went up to the roof to see their boss. Then they heard a rustling sound behind them and turned around sharply, shouting, "Who's there? Come out!" There was no answer. There was silence again. "Did I hear it?" In an instant, Nicholas's sword slashed across the head of one of the ninjas, cutting him off from his body. "Shadow assassin!" He called the shadow assassin. "Quickly disperse." When the ninja noticed their opponent, the moment became decisive. They scattered in different directions. Nicholas's sword shot up, and in an instant it cut through the air, scattering the shadows around. "How can he be so fast?" one of the ninja exclaimed, the blade flying through at such speed that they barely had time to realize what was happening before their bodies were engulfed in light and fell to the ground. "You shouldn't have shown your true nature." The man crept up from above and, wanting to hit Nick in the back, aimed his fist at him, but the guy, noticing the movement from above, quickly jumped to the side. The sword flashed in the night, and using his speed, Nicholas slashed it across the ninja's body. When the ninjas, like shadows, scattered to the sides from Nick, he, using his shadow blade and lightning speed, quickly cut them down, leaving behind only traces in the air and silence. "What's going on up there? Answer quickly!" the commander shouted into the earpiece. The guy jumped from the roof of the house with ease, landing gracefully on the asphalt. It's Nicholas." The ninja squad froze, waiting to see what the guy would do. "Get him," the commander ordered, pointing at the guy, and two men flew up, pouncing on the guy. Nick, clenching his fists with force and throwing his sword, quickly headed towards his opponents, activating the talent of power within himself. Their fists met with a deafening, echoing sound. Nick, spreading his arms out to the sides, let out a deafening scream that pushed the ninja away like a wave. They crashed onto the asphalt with a thud, leaving deep dents that testified to the incredible force of their fall. "What's going on? Aren't you just an elite warrior?" The ninja squad leader fell to the floor and staggered back, the hood falling off his head. "Are you Darren's father, Charles?" Nick asked as he approached him. Yes, don't kill me. Let's discuss everything." The man pulled the mask off his mouth and fell to his knees in front of the guy. "I'll tell you a secret. I killed your son," Nick said. And Charles answered with a trembling voice, Nothing. He was probably rude to you, so he deserved this fate. I have a lot of money. I can give you as much as you want. Just let me go. Don't kill me," the man begged. But Nick was adamant. He raised his palm up and then grabbed Charles's head, slamming it into the asphalt with all his might. Darren's father was dead, his lifeless body lying on the pavement, and Nick stood next to him, looking at him. "I will never let feelings of revenge remain in the shadows." The guy quickly grabbed the fabric of the cloak, pulling it off Charles' body. "You, the one who tried to harm my sister? Now I will exterminate your entire family." Nick threw it over himself, covering his head and face with the hood. At Darren's family home, Dexter still felt unwell. He put his hand to the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. "No need to worry, Father," John responded, looking at Dexter's face. "In Lin High Base, there is nothing impossible for the 10 Great Elders." The dark-haired man lightly rubbed his beard with his fingers. Suddenly, a sword flew into the living room, sparkling with purple sparks. Dexter quickly noticed him, and before the weapon landed on his chair, the man managed to jump back. "Who would dare to ambush us?" the man shouted as he looked at the sword that pierced the shattered stones with force. The weapon swayed in different directions. In an instant, it was back in Nick's palm and he gripped the handle tighter. "You sent people for my life, and you ask who I am? How funny." Nicholas chuckled, standing on one of the balconies and placing his sword on his shoulder. "You're Nicholas. Why are you here? Where are the 10 great elders?" John froze in place, looking at the guy. "Don't worry. You'll meet them very soon. In hell." Nick's lips stretched into a smile. The boy jumped off the balcony, heading towards the man, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening. Nicholas's weapon, glittering in the darkness, swept across the man's chest with ease and precision. There was a loud scream, and the next moment his lifeless body fell to the floor with a dull thud, colliding silently with the dark parquet. "Son! Oh God! Oh God, no!" Dexter ran to his son's body and placed it on his lap, covering his face with his hand. "Bastard!" screamed from his chest as tears ran down his cheeks, leaving wet marks on his face. "Ooh, a secret art, huh? I've seen it before. It's the one you used to escape from the powerful ants." Nick exhaled, the corners of his lips curling upward as he looked at the elder. "You dare to kill my son. I will kill you." The man stood up, arms outstretched, the clothes on his chest torn and pieces of fabric hanging. A shrill scream pierced the air, full of pain, anger, or despair. The blow to the guy's cheek sounded loud, as if time had frozen at that moment. Nick did not have time to react to the attack. His eyes widened in surprise, and he flew down. The dark-haired man flipped in the air, landing on his feet and bracing himself with one hand on the floor. "Prepare to die. Even if your ashes are scattered, my hatred for you will not diminish." Dexter clenched his fists and took a couple of steps towards the guy. "Attention! There is a murderer here." The guards of the Darren family, noticing what was happening, immediately rushed to help. "Protect the patriarch. You only became wary after I killed the head of the family?" "Darren's family is full of idiots," Nicholas whispered, holding his sword out in a defensive gesture. Gathering all his strength, he rushed into the crowd of guards, leaving only dust behind him. The guy, possessing the skillful mastery of a shadow killer, dealt with the guards with lightning speed, leaving their defenseless bodies in the shadows. Nicholas landed calmly on the ground, his weapon lowered, only his cloak fluttering in the wind. "This bastard has the fighting ability of a great warrior?" Dexter shouted loudly. A lightning-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. "Old man, let's see how long your secret art can last," Nicholas replied, running towards the man. The swords collided with a deafening sound, combining their powers and releasing a bright flash of energy. The flow of energy was so powerful that its expression penetrated beyond the building, reflecting in the surrounding space. Darren's family could possibly have a great warrior participating in the duel? His fighting ability is impressive. Two hooded men watched the battle from afar. "Young master, should I take a look?" A voice came from one of the cloaks. "Don't be impatient, Elder Tyler," the other one replied. The hood fell off his head. It was Jack, who had a smirk on his face. "Let's wait and see how things develop." Nicholas's sword deflected the attack, knocking Dexter's weapon away. "What speed! He completely blocked my blows." The man looked at his opponent in surprise. Nick swung again, but the blade sliced through the air as Dexter dodged the attack. Dexter didn't back down. He took the handle of his ball in both hands and raised it behind his head, preparing to strike. The sword fell to the ground with a deafening roar, breaking the floor and causing cracks. Nicholas deftly dodged the blow, sliding across the floor on his feet, stopping a few meters away. Come on, old man, this is no good." The boy straightened up, standing on his feet and smiling. Dexter suddenly found himself holding a canister of pins in his hands, surrounded by several bolts of lightning. Pulling the pin, the man released a cloud of thick smoke, throwing the canister forward at Nick to obscure his opponent's vision. A smoke bomb? Nicholas instinctively covered his face with his hands, trying to hide from the thick cloud of smoke coming out of the bomb. "Do you want to run away?" the elder shouted and rushed forward, stretching out his palm. The dark-haired man, also without wasting a minute, rushed forward. They, like two arrows, rushed opposite each other with genuine speed. "Hey, where are you going?" Nick realized Dexter's intention to run away and abruptly overtook him, putting his hand forward, stopping him in his tracks. Dexter realized that there was no way to escape, and full of determination he turned and ran back. PF, I'll keep you company in your game. Nicholas grinned and quickly rushed after the old man, overtaking him. Dexter's technique weakened. The lightning disappeared from his forehead, and he fell to the ground with a loud thud, flipping over several times. He raised himself up on his hands and knees, shaking, screaming in pain as beads of sweat rolled down his face. And in hell you will meet your relatives. Nicholas calmly approached the old man. Mister, Dexter suddenly said, raising his head. What? The guy immediately frowned. Sir, have mercy, please. I will give you the most valuable thing from Darren's family. The old man fell to his knees in front of Nick, who chuckled in response. A familiar situation, don't you think? Okay, show me what you've got. Nick waved his hand casually to the side, expressing his indifference. The elder spread his palms on both sides. A round glow appeared between them, and soon a large red ball appeared in that place. The ball rose into the air and a multitude of arrows flew out of it, creating a noisy distraction. Nicholas swung his sword swiftly, deftly deflecting the arrows heading towards him. The guy, bending one leg at the knee and leaning his hand on the ground, landed carefully on the floor. How mean! A trick that suits your family. You're only good for cheap tricks. Nicholas's eyes dropped to his cheek, where a small cut was showing off. Ah ha ha ha. There was active poison in there. You're finished. You'll end up dying by my hand, you bastard. Dexter laughed, pointing his finger at Nick. The cut on the guy's cheek instantly healed when he used his talent for restoration. A talent for recovery? How can you have so many talents? The old man made a surprised face, drawing his eyebrows together. Nicholas, gathering his strength, raised the sharp, poisonous tip and threw it at Dexter's chest, piercing his heart. The elder's mouth opened in a loud cry of pain. Meanwhile, on the rooftop in Nicholas's city, Christopher sat and looked thoughtfully into the distance, muttering under his breath. Why hasn't Nick come back yet? I feel like I've become his sister's nanny. A voice came from behind the man. I hear you're unhappy about something, Commander Christopher. Chris turned around and exclaimed, Nicholas! Thanks for looking after Nicole. The boy slowly approached the man, holding the cloak in his hand. Wow, finally got everything sorted out? Chris quickly stood up and ran up to the dark-haired man. Yes, the guy replied. Darren's family is no longer in Linhai. Where is Nicole? The mercenaries won't find her here, will they? Nick put his fingers to his chin. It's very safe here. Nicole just took a sedative and is resting in her place, Chris replied, nodding. As if no news is already good news. The guy exhaled heavily, bowing his head and closing his eyes. Let's go down. It's a bit chilly on the roof. Christopher pointed his thumb at Nick and he nodded. Nicholas jumped off the roof in one quick leap, landing neatly on the ground. I want to start training Nicole, the guy suddenly said as they approached the front door. Train? Christopher asked again. Yes. I wonder if it's possible to speed up this process for a regular person. They slowly walked into the living room. If there's money to buy resources, then everything will go smoothly. That's what the kids of rich families do, Christopher replied, walking forward. Go check on Nicole, she's in the room, Chris said, the men leaving their weapons by the door and putting on their slippers comfortably. Thank you, Nick nodded in response. The soft light from the opening door quietly crept into the room, gently illuminating the face of the girl sleeping peacefully on the bed. Nicholas quietly sat down on the edge of the bed, and the mattress sank slightly under his weight, making a barely audible crunch. Nicole, the brother called his sister by name, and when she, through her sleep, heard his voice, her face frowned a little. She raised herself slightly, sleepily rubbing her face, trying to dispel the remnants of sleep. Brother! Nicole, seeing her brother, happily rushed into his arms, unable to contain her emotions. I was so afraid you wouldn't come back. Nick gently patted his sister on the top of her head, hugging her close. Don't be afraid. I'll always be there, the guy whispered, looking at Nicole's sleepy face. Don't lie, she said. I would never lie to you, Nick answered just as quietly. The great Darren family was destroyed? Just how strong is that man? The passers-by whispered as they walked around the square. Oh, a big shot has arrived. Catherine pushed her way through the crowd, raising her head curiously. The elder gentleman, Jack, walked past, and with him the great warrior Tyler, with his hands folded in his trouser pockets. Madam, look, here is a man from Jack's family, Kat said quietly and turned back to look at Allison. Tsk. I never expected the elder of the Darren family to die like this. The dark-haired man walked towards the corpse of a man whose face was covered. Jack carefully picked up the red ball, cupped it in his palm, and began to thoughtfully examine its shiny surface. This is apparently their secret weapon, the Iron Pearl. But this time, the enemy not only managed to escape, but also killed the Elder with a golden needle released from the Iron Pearl. The man squeezed the ball with his fingers, causing cracks to form on the surface. "Sir, did the Iron Fang base really wipe out Darren's family to show off their power?" Tyler asked as they walked away from the corpse. "I'm also inclined to believe that," Jack replied. "When we were negotiating the opening of the trade route, our scouts reported," the man folded his arms, "that there was a huge boss monster in the vicinity of the Iron Fang base that would soon turn into a king. They would be in mortal danger in the future." "So the so-called transport route is actually a resettlement route?" Tyler exclaimed, staring at Jack. "I guess so. After the two bases are merged, the new and old forces will be divided into two factions." The man walked forward a little, hiding his hands in his pants pockets again. "Our family can no longer represent just the family itself. We must lead the old forces faction." Jack turned around, a smile playing across his face. "We need to turn their show of force to our advantage. I'll send letters to all the families, inviting them to share in Darren's family fortune." Tyler knelt down in front of the man. In the evening, Nick shook his bag, and several glass jars rolled onto the floor with a dull clang. "They're all worth more than my pitchfork. What a catch." Chris took one of the vials of blood in his palm. "Are you sick?" Nicole asked, sitting next to him on the carpet. "Are these real elixirs? Give them back immediately. You just saved up enough money for a wedding. Why did you fall for the merchant's deception?" The sister said indignantly and pointed at Nick, who just rolled his eyes and replied, "Yes, they are real. They are damn expensive. Try it." The brother shoved something very small into Nicole's mouth, and she quickly swallowed it. "Wow, what a wonderful feeling!" the girl exclaimed as the wind rose around her and surrounded her with a blue haze. Nicholas smiled contentedly, folding his arms across his chest. Christopher, Nick, and Nicole were standing outside as the first stars appeared in the sky. Recently, the Iron Fang base sent many people to Linhai due to the threat of monster attacks. "The most important thing now is to improve your strength," Christopher said. "Yes, it would be good to become stronger first." Nicholas pulled the fur hood of his jacket over his head. "But you only just got back, and you're already leaving again." Nicole sadly hung her head down, pulling the sleeves of her sweater over her palms. "Don't worry, you can study the basic exercises for now. Don't forget to take strengthening elixirs and improve yourself." Nicholas walked up to his sister and smiled softly. "I'll be waiting for you at home," she replied, looking up at him. "I'm leaving her in your care." Nick patted Christopher on the shoulder, and he put his hands on his hips and replied, "Don't worry about us. Trust me, I'll look after her just like I would my own sister." In the distance, a powerful roar of a motorcycle engine was heard, and soon several cars appeared on the horizon, among which stood out a young guy confidently driving his bike. "The Iron Fang people have arrived," Chris responded, clenching his jaw tighter. "That's some scale." Nick looked at the cars passing by in surprise. "Come meet us, Linhai. Yahoo!" The blonde boy stepped on the gas, causing his motorcycle to make a loud roar as it raced down the road. Cars sped past Chris, Nicholas, and his sister at unimaginable speeds of light. As the blonde rushed past Nick, a status window appeared in front of the guy. "Human Isaac, talent for improvement, high level, talent for fencing, average level." The car roared away, leaving behind only clouds of smoke that dissolved into the air. "Cough, cough, why do that? It's too much," Nicole said, coughing from the dust. "Okay, go home." Nick turned to Chris and his sister. "Let's go," the man replied. The next minute, the guy pushed off the ground and quickly rushed upward. After some time, Nick lands on the ground among the bare trees. "This is such a wilderness." The guy walked deeper into the forest, looking around, listening to every rustle. Looking down, Nicholas noticed that there was a clear paw print left by some animal on the soft ground. "I'll pump up his talent for speed once I inflate it," the guy thought. But suddenly a loud roar was heard throughout the area, driving the birds out of the trees. Nicholas quickly raised his head up, judging by the fluctuation of the powerful force that was spreading around. Monsters were fighting somewhere nearby. The guy pushed off the ground and quickly rushed forward, deciding to test his suspicions. In the middle of the forest, a huge gorilla roared loudly, waving its powerful paw. The leopards growled and reared up, showing their readiness to attack. Nick, who had just landed upon noticing them, was very surprised because golden dragon leopards are stronger than black wolf leopards and are rarer. The gorilla brought his paw down on the ground with a loud slam. breaking it and throwing the leopards away from him. The animals dug their claws into the ground and slid back slightly but did not fall. While the guy was thoughtfully struggling with how to copy the talent, a small leopard came up to him, licked the sole of his shoe, and Nick, feeling movement from behind, turned around. "Why are you here alone, baby? Do you need something?" Nicholas quickly backed away, trying to stay away from the kitten. A light formed around the little leopard, and Nick suddenly heard a female voice telling him, "Master, I wish to give you my soul light to make a contract. From now on, I will become your faithful servant." "Did you say that?" Nicholas looked at the baby in surprise and took the stable off his head. After his question, the girl's voice was heard again. "Yes, master. Why do you want me to be your master?" Nick slightly knelt down in front of the kitten on one knee. I felt that the energy of speed was coming from him, so I had family feelings. A status window appeared in front of the guy. It was a kitten window. Species, golden dragon leopard, bloodline talent, highest level, speed talent, highest level, endurance talent, medium level, healing talent, low level. "Master, have mercy! My parents are in danger, my mother is pregnant, and she needs help." The little leopard looked at Nick, who put his briefcase down next to him and replied, "I see. I'm going to call you darling, you're my first pet." Nick reached out and touched the kitten's soft fur, and he purred with pleasure. The top-level speed talent was copied, and the boy extended his finger to the status window and pressed yes to start the fusion. The little leopard jumped onto the dark-haired man's shoulder, and he slowly walked to the edge of the cliff, watching the fight between the gorilla and the golden leopards. "Since you've acknowledged me as the master," the guy began. He extended his palm and sparks began to gather under it, forming the sharp end of a sword. "Then I will definitely give all my strength to help you." Nick finished, and the kitten, still sitting on his shoulder, hissed contentedly. Now Nicholas's status window was a little different. Refining talent, high level, speed talent, highest level, swordsmanship talent, medium level, shadow talent, low level, recovery talent, highest level, strength talent, high level. The guy pushed off the ground, sword upward, jumping down from the cliff and swung his sword. Nick, concentrating, opened his sword and, with a sharp movement of his hand, dealt a powerful blow to the monster's eye. A deep wound appeared on her eye, leaving behind a bloody trail. Blood gushed out. The gorilla screamed in unbearable pain, its powerful voice breaking the silence. Nicholas delivered a powerful blow and fell to the ground, sending pebbles flying under his feet. Noticing the dark-haired one, the golden leopards suddenly reared up, their powerful bodies tensed, and with a low growl they expressed their readiness to attack. "Honey, tell me that I don't need the light of your mother's souls. I'm not their enemy." Nick raised his palms in a sign of surrender, and the kitten, lowering his green eyes to his parents, began to meow. Nicholas extended his open palm forward, on which lay a round red pill. "Here is a healing pill. Eat it to protect the fetus." The golden leopard approached the boy's palm, its fur glistening in the sun like precious metal. The cat carefully leaned down and, extending its tongue, gently licked the pill from the boy's palm. The healing happened lightning fast. Everything inside the animal calmed down and stopped hurting. "Master, Father asked you to give him a pill too, do you mind?" Nicholas looked at the gold over his shoulder. "Thank you, Master." The kitten raised her paw in gratitude. The gorilla turned quickly and, with a powerful roar, rushed away, shaking the ground under its powerful paws and leaving destruction in its wake. "Is he running away?" Nicholas looked up in surprise as he watched the large beast. The golden leopards suddenly opened their mouths, and a powerful roar echoed through the air. "Okay, since you've already agreed to help, then to the end. I don't believe that 3 with the highest level of speed can't kill 1 high-level monster." Nick grinned and folded his arms across his chest. "Master, there are not 3 of us, but 4. I'm learning to fight too," the little gold spoke up. The boy shot up into the air like arrows, and he purposefully headed after the gorilla, followed by the golden leopards. Having overtaken the gorilla, Nicholas found himself in front of it, changing its path. The gorilla, noticing his opponents on his way, swung his huge paw with a dull growl. Nick, instantly assessing the situation, applied his talent for speed, dodging the monster's powerful paw with a sharp movement. Without wasting a second, concentrating all his strength, he accurately kicked the gorilla in the face. The guy's blow was so powerful that the gorilla growled loudly in pain, and then fell to the ground with a heavy, dull sound. The earth shook under its weight, and the air was filled with an echo of growls. The golden leopard darted forward and sank his teeth into the gorilla's skin. his sharp fangs biting into the purple flesh. The monster growled in surprise and pain, trying to break free from the grip. Gathering his strength into a fist, Nick thrust his fist forward while the golden leopards distracted the beast. Nicholas's fist slammed into the gorilla's stomach with incredible force. The blow was so powerful that the animal staggered back. The gorilla lost his balance and fell to the ground with a dull thud, sending up clouds of dust and sand that swirled around him. She stood up again, her powerful muscles tensing again, and with a deafening growl she swung her huge fist. What a strong body he has, he didn't die. Nicholas looked at the gorilla in surprise, and the golden leopard flew towards the monster's face. The moment he reached his target, his tenacious claws flashing in the sun, the leopard plunged his paw into the gorilla's head, striking. In an instant, the powerful skull shattered into two parts, and a crunching sound was heard all around. After a swift and brutal collision, only a pitiful part remained of the gorilla. One large fang, which fell to the ground with a dull thud. The lifeless body of the monster fell to the ground with a dull thud, creating a cloud of dust and small waves in the grass around it. Goldie ran towards Nicholas with quick jumps, shouting loudly, "Master, did we win?" Her tenacious claws grabbed the jacket on the guy's chest. "We won!" The dark-haired man smiled and pressed the kitten to his chest. The graceful body of one of the leopards, covered in shiny fur, landed with a soft thud on the ground, leaving behind a small cloud of dust. "Oh no, she's hurt!" Nick exclaimed, moving closer to the cat. "Her internal organs must have been damaged during the battle." The guy put one hand in his pocket. "Mom!" The little Goldie shouted and jumped off the dark-haired man's shoulder, quickly running to her mother. Luckily, I usually carry various medicines for wounds with me, so it came in handy. Nicholas leaned over the golden leopard and uncorked the neck of a small bottle. "It will heal internal wounds, drink it, and everything will be fine." Nicholas, without thinking, sharply splashed the contents of the bottle onto the mouth of the golden leopard. "Thank you, Master. Mom is doing much better." The kitten happily turned to Nicholas, meowing. "Great!" The guy smiled brightly and closed his eyes. The black wolf leopards quietly crept up on the guy, gliding through the dry grass like shadows, merging with the surrounding nature. Suddenly, a low, threatening roar was heard, breaking the silence of the forest. "Master, watch out! Those are black wolf leopards. They attracted the gorilla!" exclaimed the little Gold, and Nick turned around, stretching out. "Oh, I see. Judging by their attitude, they want to displace your father and mother from their place as kings of the forest. I'm sorry, but I can't agree with this." The guy straightened up and many purple lightning bolts appeared around him. Nicholas rose into the air and flipped as he cut through the space. The black wolf leopard stopped in surprise, but he had no intention of escaping, heading straight towards them. He stretched out his leg and hit the animal hard on the back. The blow was sharp and precise. After the blow, the black leopard, feeling a powerful push, fell down, making a dull sound, leaving behind a large dent in the ground. Nicholas bent down and picked up the kitten from the ground and raised her sharply above his head, shouting, "From this moment on, this is your queen." Goldie froze abruptly in Nicholas's palms, her green eyes widening. The next day, the sun rose above the forest, its golden rays breaking through the dense foliage of the trees and washing the ground with a soft light. Nicholas followed a family of golden leopards, walking along the cliff. "Your mother has not fully recovered yet. She should not walk long distances. Mom says she's feeling fine and wants to thank you with a gift," answered the little Gold, and Nicholas looked at her and asked, "A gift?" "Not there yet?" Nick asked, looking around. The sun was already setting and the sky was turning warm shades of orange and pink. "They're here. That cave is there," the kitten answered, pointing forward where his mom and dad had gone. The boy entered the cave. The damp air enveloped him, and the echo of his footsteps spread along the stone walls. In the distance, on a low ledge, a flower flickered, emitting a soft, mysterious glow. Is it some kind of healing plant?" The guy mumbled thoughtfully and sat down next to the flower, reaching his fingers towards it. "Yes. His mother wants to give it to you, but she says that the fruits will ripen only in a month. You need to wait," the little Gold answered. "Push!" Nick shouted sharply as he approached the golden leopard. Now the Golden's mother was lying on a rock, and she felt weak contractions that gradually became more intense. "The head has already appeared, just a little more." Her boyfriend supported her. Finally, she felt the first lightness and a small kitten was born. "Ha-ha! Another king of the forest was born." The dark-haired man squatted down, examining the baby. A month passed. Nick leaned over to the plant and sniffed the air. It smells fragrant. It must be ripe. Master, eat it quickly. The little gold meowed as Nicholas carefully picked the ripe fruit. Ha ha, how impatient you are, the boy chuckled. He threw it into his mouth. As soon as the guy tasted the sweetness and sourness of the fruit pulp, he quickly swallowed it, not realizing the consequences. At the same moment, his eyes widened in surprise. A feeling of discomfort arose in his throat. He coughed sharply. The dark-haired man staggered back. At that moment, he lost his balance and, without having time to react, fell to the ground. Master! Her eyes, like two lights, froze, and her mouth opened slightly when she saw her master fall to the ground. The dark sky gradually enveloped the world around, and the moon appeared on it, glowing with its soft, cold light. Nicholas exhaled heavily, putting the back of his hand to his forehead. He slowly opened his eyes and abruptly sat up, whispering, "My head is splitting. It feels like a lot of spiritual power has accumulated in my brain. The radius of checking other people's talents has increased by 50 meters. The guy opened his eyes wide, circles radiating from him, as if from a locator hitting the surface of the air. And also, Nick extended his palm forward where the golden leopards stood, and a window of their status immediately appeared in front of him. It looks like I can copy them from a distance. Nick stood up slowly, resting his palms on his knees. He knew it was time to move on. Okay, time to go home. The trip was a success. The dark-haired man gently rubbed his stiff neck with his palm. Thank you very much for the gift, it helped me a lot. Nicholas looked at the golden leopards that were approaching him. Master, I'm going too. I don't want to be separated from you. The little Goldie meowed and quickly jumped onto the guy's chest, clinging to his clothes with her claws. I'll introduce you to someone, she'll really like you. Nick laughed quietly, hugging the animal to himself. Thank you, master. The kitten meowed pitifully, looking at the guy with a pitiful look. Nicholas and the golden leopard quickly jumped from roof to roof. Wow, master, the world outside is incredibly interesting. I've never seen any landscapes. The golden leopard purred, pressing closer to the guy's shoulder. Silly! The world outside is very dangerous. The dark-haired man answered through the deafening roar of the wind, without stopping. As the boy quickly darted between the buildings, his attention was drawn to something below. As he descended to the ground, he immediately noticed that a couple of bodies of students from the 5th Academy were lying lifelessly on the asphalt. Among them, he noticed his friend Greg, who was sitting unconscious, leaning his back against a rusty car. Nicholas walked quickly up to Greg and squatted down, shaking his shoulder. Greg, are you okay? What happened? Nick? The student asked hoarsely and slowly opened his eyes. Great, you're alive. First, replenish your strength. Here, this is the blood of a high-level beast. Nicholas smiled and took out a bottle, putting it in his friend's mouth. After some time, Greg recovered, came to his senses, and was able to normally tell what happened to him. So, the people who robbed you are warriors from the Iron Fang base? Nick asked, folding his arms across his chest. Yes, and their base was destroyed by monsters. 100,000 people fled to Linhai. Now the streets are full of bandits. Panic has begun. The 5th Academy student was still breathing heavily, but still answered the question, who is in charge now? Nicholas asked the next question. The Lin family plays the nominal role of ruler, but in reality they are like puppets, Greg said through clenched teeth, hissing from his aching wounds. Well, that's how it is. The government is changing, Nicholas said thoughtfully, looking at the sun, which had disappeared behind light clouds. Linhai City soon found itself in the embrace of a magical sunset, with the sky turning a delicate pink. Nicole, dressed in a training suit and mask, swung a stick at Christopher, trying to hurt him somehow. As her sword rushed towards the captain, he quickly raised his wooden weapon, parrying the blow with such force that his opponent could not resist. Her sword cracked and broke into 2 pieces, and the girl, losing her balance, fell to the floor. Ouch! You lost, Nicole snorted. You're already doing better. You have talent, Nicole. The man waved, retreating a couple of steps. You're just a good mentor. The dark-haired woman began to pull the mask off her face. Loud clapping of hands was heard behind her. Wiping the floor from her forehead, the girl turned around in surprise at the sound. Her brother stood near the entrance, his arms folded across his chest, quietly watching everything that was happening. Brother, finally back. The girl quickly got up from the floor and ran to the guy, hugging him. Hey, calm down, Nick answered, laughing. From behind his back, the little Goldie quietly crawled out, meowing in surprise. She slowly raised her head, intently examining Nicole with her bright eyes, full of curiosity. Wow, kitty! What's her name? The dark-haired girl smiled brightly, pointing her finger at the kitten. Goldie, Nick replied, looking at the golden leopard who snuggled closer to him. Honey, honey! Nicole quickly grabbed the kitten and hugged it to her chest, running away from her brother. Hey! Nicholas exclaimed indignantly. Ha 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 ha. You taught the cat a lesson and then immediately forgot about your brother. You definitely didn't expect that. Chris approached the guy, laughing loudly. Nicole has already become a warrior. Sorry for the trouble, Nick said, ruffling his dark hair. It's nothing, don't apologize. The commander waved his hand. Have you heard about the Iron Fang base invasion yet? Christopher asked, standing outside as Nicholas came out to see him off. Yes? Nothing happened in the house? The dark-haired man asked as he walked down the stairs. Don't worry, it's very safe there. Christopher rubbed his neck, turning to the guy. After you left, a certain Allison sent this. Said that if the people from the Iron Fang saw it, they would not bother us. The commander handed Nicholas a red cross, engraved in silver. The pavilion's bongo token. She gave it to him on purpose, Nick thought as he took it from Christopher's hands, exhaling quietly. I didn't get a chance to use it, but… Chris began to speak, but Nick abruptly interrupted him. Did something happen? There's a certain Thomas, he often came looking for you to fight to the death, the man answered, frowning. Nicholas thought, pursing his lips. I remember him. I tested his talents when we were at the city gates. They call him the genius of the Iron Fang base. How did he get to our city? He constantly challenges elite warriors, and he has never lost yet. Be careful, you can't joke around with him. Christopher turned around, looking at the thoughtful Nicholas. Hey Nick, did you hear me? The commander called out to him when he didn't even move in response to his words. Nicholas smiled brightly, but at the same time he put his hand to his mouth, hiding his sinister grin. The motorcycle raced down the road, leaving nothing behind except the roaring sound of the engine and a whirlwind of dust. The blonde man reared up on his motorcycle as he approached Nicholas, the bike roaring and its rear wheel lifting, causing the men to turn their attention to him. The motorcycle returned to its normal position, hitting the asphalt with its front wheel. Are you Nicholas? The blonde turned to the guy, smirking. Yes, Nick replied, surprised by such a show. Finally back, the corners of the man on the motorcycle's lips crawled up. Understand this. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning we will fight at Manhwa Square. I bet you a rare bronze-level book on the art of the blade. The blonde-haired man bent down, putting his foot in front of Nick on the asphalt. Do you dare to come? A bright, evil smile played across his pale face. The guy lightly squeezed his fingers and the front window of this guy's status appeared. Human Thomas, talent for improvement, high level, talent for fencing, average level. Nicholas grinned, nodding at the guy. Of course I dare. He raised his palm up. The status window now shouted, high-level cultivation talent copied. Tom gripped the handlebars of the motorcycle so hard that it made a powerful roar. Squinting slyly, he glanced over his shoulder at Nick. Then I'll wait. As the blonde man drove away, leaving only dust behind him, Chris exhaled, looking at Nick. This is very presumptuous. It is unknown how strong Thomas is, but right now you are definitely no match for him. I don't think so. Nick clenched his fist so that the veins stood out. The evening gradually gave way to night, painting the sky with deep shadows and starry radiance. The moon rose on the dark canvas of the sky, illuminating the world with its soft light. Nicholas sat on his bed and carefully studied his status window. I already have a talent for high-level cultivation. I will try to combine them. Nick closed his eyes, preparing for the hellish pain to pour through his body. But instead, he heard a sound like a bell and his status window, which now showed Human, Nicholas, Cultivation Talent, Top Level, Speed Talent, Top Level, Swordsmanship Talent, Middle Level, Shadow Talent, Low Level, Recovery Talent, Top Level, Strength Talent, High Level. The guy stretched, slowly getting out of bed. He walked to the balcony door and opened it, stepping out into the fresh air. Nick leaned his palms on the balcony railing, and his gaze turned to the moon, which was shining in the night sky. The next day, Manhwa Square was filled with a crowd. People had come from all over the city, and the air was filled with a loud buzz of anticipation and tension. Thomas sat next to the monument, lounging in a chair, his hand supporting his cheek, giving his face a thoughtful expression. In his other hand, he held his sword. I heard there will be a fight with a certain something today. I think his name is Nicholas. I don't know why he wanted to fight him. Quiet whispers could be heard throughout the square. Thomas always arranges fights in order to break someone's monument. He does it on purpose. The man in the gray suit responded, The Iron Fang base wants to destroy all mentions of other families. Now it's Jack's family's turn. The guy in glasses also answered in a whisper, maintaining the general buzz in the square. Mistress, do you think Nicholas will come? I have my doubts, Kat asked, as they stood at the very end of the crowd. Calm down. Even if he can't defeat Thomas, he can defend himself. Allison thoughtfully placed her fingers on her sharp chin. Wow, why are there so many people here? Nicole asked, looking around at the crowd in front of her. Every fight he makes is a big deal. That's how he raises his profile, Christopher explained, standing next to him. How are we going to get through this crowd? The dark-haired girl put her hand to her forehead, thinking, Brother, why don't you go back? Call off the fight, it's too dangerous. Nicole instantly turned to her brother and pressed her small fist to her chest. Nick placed his hand on the top of his sister's head and gently stroked her hair. Don't be afraid. I'll be back. The dark-haired man pushed off the ground and shot up like a rocket, leaving behind a bright red streak of energy that sparkled in the sky. Nicholas landed on the ground, palm flat on the surface, his breathing slowing slightly and his heart continuing to pound in his chest. The guy quickly straightened up, his dark hair glistening in the sun. He quickly straightened his jacket and said, Have you been waiting? I've already given up hope. Thomas pushed himself away from the chair he was sitting on and took a step forward. If you win, the book Wins Execution will be yours. The blonde-haired man pointed his palm at the small stand on which the book calmly swore. Nick held his book up, showing off its hardcover, shining in the light. I'll give you an equal book. In an instant, the book flew noisily into the stand. The impact was impressive. The stand tilted and fell. You're different from the others. Thomas pulled out his sword with a soft click, and the bright sun glinted off its blade. The blonde man pushed off the ground, his legs shooting forward as he swung the weapon upward. Brother, be careful, Nicole shouted from the crowd, making a megaphone with her hands. Thomas walked quickly towards Nicholas. Nick, noticing the enemy's sword aimed at him, instantly stepped back, deftly dodging the blow. Are you a rat? Are you going to keep dodging? Thomas swung his sword, trying to hit Nick, but Nick managed to avoid every attack thanks to his skill. The next time Tom swung his sword, it only caught a small hair on the boy's head. Nicholas couldn't take it anymore. He swung his fist and hit the guy in the stomach. The blow was so strong that blood gushed from the opponent's mouth. Thomas fell with a dull thud into a pile of wooden boxes that were scattered across the ground. He sent Thomas flying with one punch. Who the hell is that? A crowd of people watched the fight in surprise, with some fear in their eyes. So, am I still a rat? Nicholas smiled, squeezing her hand tighter as small sparks of power ran through it. You have great skill, which means I won't hold back either. Tom stood up, brushing the dust and dirt off his pants. He swung his sword and its power split into several pieces, flying towards Nicholas like sharp discs. Nick's eyes widened and he shot up into the air, flipping and somersaulting. One of the discs, piercing the air with an unobtrusive hum, unexpectedly collided with the monument, cutting it in half. He destroyed the monument to my family's merits. Bastard, Jack muttered through his teeth, looking at the entire fight in the same way. That was dangerous, a harsh sword technique. Nicholas looked back at the dust-covered remains of the monument. You dodged the Wind's execution? Thomas stared at the dark-haired man, breathing heavily, as a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. Well, finally you showed the technique, Nicholas chuckled, taking a couple of steps towards his opponent. What? You didn't respond to the blows just to see the technique, the blonde asked. Ha, I never considered you an opponent. Of course, I'm only interested in technology. Everything for that. Nicholas laughed loudly, revealing his snow-white teeth. Don't make fun of me. Die. Thomas pushed off the ground and flew up. He was above Nick's head, ready to strike. Nicholas swung his fist and hit the sword with all his might, breaking it into two pieces. The sound of the impact resounded like thunder, breaking the silence. Metal fragments flew in all directions, falling to the ground and sparkling in the sun. Nick grabbed Thomas by the face, pressing him hard to the ground. The asphalt beneath him cracked, and at the moment of impact there was a sharp sound, as if someone had broken glass. The blonde man lay unconscious in a star pose on the broken ground beneath him. How boring, Nick chuckled, rising to his feet and gently flexing his fingers. Well done, Nicholas. That's awesome, Catherine shouted as she and Allison made their way through the crowd. Nicholas, sooner or later you will become a member of my battle pavilion. It's inevitable, Ellie thought, and smiled softly with the tip of her lips, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. Nick walked over to the wooden table, squatted down and grabbed the edge, lifting it up with ease, his gaze falling on a dusty book underneath. Thanks for the technology, Nick thought, and picked up the book, opened it, and began to turn the pages. Wow! When did you get so strong? Unbelievable! The sister shouted, running up to Nick and hugging his hand. Ha! Really? The guy answered shyly, smiling brightly. Let's go home. Teach me. I want to become stronger too. Nicole chattered incessantly, pressing herself closer to her brother's shoulder. Jack looked at the boy with his sister and Christopher leaving the square. Sir, Nicholas won. Elder Tyler spoke up. But our family lost since the monument to our merits fell, the dark-haired man answered. Then, what shall we do? Tyler bowed his head and looked askance at his master. For a few days you will not be protecting me but protecting your sister, Nick replied, looking at the elder. A bright pink sunset gently enveloped the multi-story building of Captain Christopher's house, painting its facade in soft shades. Nicholas sat on the sofa, comfortably settled, with a book in his hands. He leaned his back against the soft upholstery, studying the pages. It turns out that the wind execution increases the attack power 6 times. No wonder Thomas hit so hard. He closed it and threw it on the table, where it landed with a dull thud among the other things. Nick stood up from the couch, stretched, yawned so hard his jaws clicked, he felt the tension leave his muscles, and closed his eyes for a moment. With slow steps, he approached the panoramic window in the living room. He pulled his finger forward and touched his status window. You can only use talent copying after 30 days, and I forgot. It's inconvenient. The guy exhaled and put his hands in his pockets. Then I'll wait until the cooldown wears off and upgrade Thomas's ability to a high level so that the power of shadow execution and wind execution will be fully realized and I'll be able to fight the Grandmaster. Nicholas thought and thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin. The soft training baton flew up, cutting through the air with a soft whistle. Nicole, with confidence in her eyes, swung and hit the fight dummy a couple of times. Even though you finish the duel, Thomas's family is unprincipled and will want revenge. Christopher watched Nicole's training, but Thomas's face kept popping up in front of his eyes, smiling evilly. The dark-haired girl, breathing heavily, put down her club and took a bottle of water in her palms, opening it. Captain, why are you staring at me? Nicole took a sip of water and wiped the droplets from the corner of her lips. Chris froze in place. Hearing the girl's words and her cheeks instantly turned red, the man cleared his throat and pointed his palm at himself. Nicole, come here. What's the matter? The girl asked as she approached the captain, who extended his hands and placed a cross around her neck, saying, Put this on and don't take it off. What is this? How beautiful. The girl carefully took the cross in her palms. Its cold surface felt pleasant on her skin. A bright smile spread across her face when she began to carefully examine the details. Consider it a talisman. Don't lose it under any circumstances. Christopher smiled, looking at Nicole. Thank you. I'll keep it. The dark-haired girl responded cheerfully. The girl from Christopher's squad raced down the street, trying not to miss a minute. She overtook passers-by, deftly maneuvering between them. Captain, she called out loudly as she turned the corner. I found out everything. She ran up to the captain, breathing heavily. So what? Thomas's family started to act? The man asked, noticing his partner. Tom's family people were all over the shops today, buying up stuff, the dark-haired girl replied, catching her breath. Buying up property? It seems they were able to keep their cool after all and decided not to commit mass murder until they were firmly on their feet, Christopher muttered, furrowing his dark brows in thought. Elder Tyler, under cover of the janitor, stood outside Nick's house, carefully emptying trash from bags into trash cans. Nick walked out of the house, munching on a cookie and enjoying the sunny morning, his dark hair caressed by the gentle breeze. He walked forward slowly, passing the janitor, Tyler, pretending to be focused on his task, stole a glance at Nick. Nicholas frowned and glanced at the man undercover. This guy is using spiritual power to study me? The man clenched his teeth even more tightly, and a bead of sweat ran down his cheek due to nervousness. Jack's family certainly spared no expense to send such a master as a guard. Nicholas grinned, pulling his hood over his head and trying to cover his face. The warrior market was, as always, a bustling place. The loud voices of the merchants drowning out the sounds of footsteps and the bright flags fluttering in the wind, attracting the attention of passers-by. The guy walked slowly past passers-by, his face hidden under a hood. He tried not to attract attention, hiding his hands in the pockets of his sweater. Over the last month, Captain Christopher had learned some details about Thomas's family. His gaze was directed downwards, and his steps were quiet and cautious. The people around him were hurrying about their business, not noticing his presence. In order to master the talent of fencing in its pure form, they did not disdain to arrange close-knit marriages for several generations. If a child was born with feeble-mindedness or a defect, he was secretly killed. Their family completely lost its human appearance. In the very center of the market stood the Thomas family's stone shop, its massive walls decorated with carvings, its windows framed with stained glass, clouds floating above it, gently touching the roof. There will be big discounts today, 50% on all products. The fair-haired man stood at the door and invited people to come inside, pointing with his hand to the entrance. "Congratulations, Mr. Thomas. I wish you success in your financial affairs." The man, short and with a mustache, smiled brightly. "Ha! Please, come in!" Tom smiled brightly, still waving his hand towards the entrance of the store. Hearing this conversation, the dark-haired man raised his head and fixed his eyes on the guy. Nick's palm suddenly sparkled a bright purple color, the sparks dancing and shimmering. He pulled her forward and muttered, "I congratulate you too. And have a good journey to hell?" Now his status window was like this. Name, Nicholas. Cultivation talent. Highest level. Speed talent. Highest level. Swordsmanship talent. High level. Shadow talent. Low level. Recovery talent. Highest level. Strength talent. High level. Nicholas walked slowly up the old stone steps, surrounded by the eerie silence of the cemetery on the southern mountain. The guy stopped near two tombstones. He squatted down, trying not to disturb the surrounding silence, and carefully placed a bouquet of fresh flowers between them. "Father, Mother, I came to see you. I plan to leave Linhai and move Nicole to a better place." Nicholas stood up and exhaled heavily. "Today is the last time we see each other. Look how your son has grown." His lips stretched into a sad smile. There was a rustling of trees, and the man behind Nick, like a shadow, sank down onto one of the tombstones. The man stood up to his full height. The wind played with his curls and his long black hair hid half of his face. As soon as the man decided to attack Nick, the guy, without wasting a second, activated his blade. A bright glow engulfed the blade, and the next moment he repelled the enemy's attack. "You really are a bit strong since you defeated Thomas?" The long-haired man smiled slyly, looking at the guy. "And you are his pet dog? I was waiting for you, but you were very late." Nick snorted and followed the man's example, looking at him. Nick's blade clanged as he met his opponent's attack with force, sparks flying in all directions. The man swung, and his weapon flew past Nicholas's face, a millimeter away, the wind from the whistling blade touching his skin, but he managed to dodge in time. Nick stepped back as the long-haired man's sword met the ground. "If I had killed you right after our fight, it would have aroused suspicion. Be thankful that I let you live an extra month." The man rose to his feet and pushed the sword aside. "Don't talk nonsense," Nicholas shouted, the man and boy flying up, tension in the air as their swords met in a bright flash of steel. Each blow was like a clap of thunder, bouncing off the tombstones, sparks flying in all directions, creating bright flashes. Longhair and Nick did not try to give in to each other. Each of them skillfully repelled the opponent's attacks, swords gliding through the air. The wind, raised by the fury of the fight, swirled around him, and the bouquet that Nick had carefully placed on his parents' tombstone rose up. "I am Thomas's first mentor. We are like father and son to each other. Hurt him and you die," the long-haired man said, landing back on the ground and gripping the hilt of his sword tighter. Nicholas bent down and picked up a bouquet of flowers which flew a couple of meters away. "If you get on your knees and beg me, I will show mercy and allow your parents' graves to be opened so that you can be reunited." While the man was speaking threatening phrases, Nick paid no attention to him, calmly walking up to his parents' grave and putting the bouquet back. "By the way, you also have a younger sister, don't worry. She'll join you soon." The long-haired man's lips spread into a smile. "You're asking for trouble." As soon as Nicholas heard the words about his sister, his fingers clenched into fists and his gaze turned to the enemy. The guy, gathering his strength, suddenly delivered a powerful blow to the man's stomach, his foot crashing into the target with such force that the opponent made a dull sound and bent in half. The long-haired man flew up, Nicholas using his speed to overtake him. Flying closer, the dark-haired man grabbed the man by the collar of his t-shirt. Squeezing his fingers tighter, Nick threw the man over himself, sending him flying down to the ground. The long-haired man landed on the ground with a loud thud, sending a cloud of dust and sand into the air. His body lay on the ground, and the sword lay nearby. The man tried to move but could not. His strength simply ran out. You're at the level of a grandmaster." The long-haired man opened his eyes, looking around weakly. The last thing he saw before he fell into darkness was Nicholas's smiling face. Nick leaned over and pulled out of the man's pocket a thin book that read, Curtain of Swords. His attention was also drawn to the weapon. The guy quickly grabbed it, smiling. And the weapon is much better than what I had. It's already late. We need to get back quickly. Otherwise Nicole will grumble. Having stuffed everything into the pocket of his jacket, the dark-haired man pulled the hood over his head and quickly headed home. The moon had already risen in the sky, illuminating the night landscape of the city with a soft silver light. While Tyler quietly swept the streets, Nicholas walked past the man, who seemed to blend into his surroundings, pretending to be a janitor. Nick's sneakers creaked and he stopped abruptly. "Grandpa, it's been a month already. Will you come and see us?" Nicholas turned around and looked at Tyler. The man laughed quietly, took off his cap and smiled. "I'll be glad to. Come in." Nick quickly stepped into the house. Tyler hurried after him. They walked through the hallway and soon found themselves in the kitchen. "Brother!" Nicole exclaimed as she saw her brother in the doorway, and Christopher, sitting on the couch, turned around. "Nicole, make some tea. We have a guest." Nick pointed her palm at Tyler and smiled brightly. "Oh." The girl froze in place, looking at the man in surprise. "Nicholas, this gentleman," Chris began to say, slowly approaching them. "I'm from Jack's family, Tyler," the man answered, stroking his beard. "What? From Jack's family?" The captain thoughtfully folded his arms across his chest. "Tyler, that same legendary old man Tyler," Chris shouted slightly. "What are you saying? What are you saying?" The man laughed quietly, still fingering the hairs of his beard. "The tea is ready," Nicole shouted, carrying a tray with dishes. "Let me help you." Chris quickly rushed to the girl. Tyler, without waiting for an invitation, sat down at the table, making himself comfortable, Chris with a kind smile on his face. He approached Tyler and kindly handed him a mug of hot tea. "I didn't know that a teacher could be so kind." Heh. Nicholas laughed quietly, standing not far from him. "Thank you." The man took the mug from the captain's hands and nodded. "Since you invited me into your house, you must have something important to ask me," Tyler said quietly, sipping some tea from his mug. "That's right." Nick scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "I want to send my sister to the battle pavilion to Mrs. Allison." The dark-haired man hugged his sister by the shoulder. "What?" Nicole looked at her brother in surprise. "I didn't know he had connections to the pavilion." Tyler took a sip of hot tea, steam rising from it, and enveloping his face in a warm cloud. The man placed the mug on the table and leaned back in his chair, saying, "Don't worry about that. I will personally issue an order for it to be sent to Miss Allison. These tea leaves are no good." Chris looked nervously at the table, his eyes darting between the various cups, and Nick noticed this and quietly laughed. "This is Christopher. He is loyal and brave. If you take him into Jack's family, he will definitely be a good help." The guy smiled brightly and patted the captain on the shoulder, and he loudly asked, "Into Jack's family?" "Ha! It's nothing. We're always looking for new talent. From now on, he'll be my apprentice." Tyler boredly cupped his cheek in his palm and took a deep breath. "Go greet the teacher." Nicholas, noticing that Chris had frozen in place, resolutely pushed him forward. Christopher fell to the floor, bending his knees and leaning his palms on the parquet. "Master, allow me to bow to you." Tyler waved his hand. "Get up!" "Thank you." Chris quickly rose to his feet and brushed off small debris from his knees. If two such simple requests need to be fulfilled in order to become friends with Nicholas, then this is great luck for my family, Old Man Tyler thought and closed his eyes, smiling. "Hey, what are you planning on doing if you're handing us over to other people?" Nicole glared at her brother and pointed her finger at him. "I need to sort out one little thing." The guy raised his palms in a conciliatory gesture, showing that he didn't want a conflict, smiling awkwardly. "It's not a trifle. Don't try to hide it from me." Nicole started to scream, but Nick quickly stopped her. "I'll give you back your darling. She'll protect you in my absence." Nicole looked at the kitten in her arms in surprise. "That darling? Is she strong?" "Okay, there's no point in talking. You won't listen to me anyway." The dark-haired girl exhaled and pressed the kitten to her chest, who settled comfortably, emitting a satisfying purr. "Be sure to be careful and don't do anything you can't handle. Safety first." A smile immediately appeared on her face. "Okay," Nick replied, exhaling as his sister calmed down and smiling brightly. The sky was covered with a deep night blanket, and the moon appeared on it, towering over the Tom family corporation. There was a guard standing next to a multi-story building. Again on night duty, although there is nothing special to guard. One guard returned. Yeah, who would dare come to Tom's family? The second answered. One of the guards noticed a dark figure walking towards them. Hey, blind idiot! No outsiders allowed in here. Nick clicked his tongue and, gathering all his strength, sharply pushed the guards in different directions. The guy walked past them calmly and the man hoarsely said, "Well, what are you doing?" "Nothing. Just came to clean up the trash." Nick smirked, lifting the edge of his hood so his eyes met the one lying in front of him. The man ran forward down the corridor, his feet moving quickly, his voice ringing in the air, full of panic. "Chief, things are bad. Some stranger came in and beat up your people." The man quickly opened the door. "What? I thought only weak-willed people lived in Linhae?" A long-haired man spoke up, hunched over in a chair with a bottle of alcohol in his hand. Finally, someone dared to take a risk. He opened his eyes slightly and smiled brightly. "Kill him, go ahead." Hearing the order, several guards, noticing Nick, instantly rushed forward, their steps echoing on the concrete floor. Nicholas turned sharply and, using a powerful kick, threw one of the guards aside. The long-haired man walked down the hallway, his heavy footsteps echoing throughout the empty room. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of whistling metal. With a powerful movement of his hand, Nick thrust the blade into the air, and with a blow of the sword scattered the guards to the sides like straw in the wind. "Tch, you killed many of my people." The long-haired man entered the room, hiding his hands behind his back. "What's your name, kid?" He frowned slightly as he looked at the boy. He was the head of Tom's family. "Nicholas," the dark-haired man replied, holding the guard by the collar of his shirt with one hand and pointing his finger at Adam with the other. "Ah, you're brave," the long-haired man exhaled, a smile playing on his face. "Elders, catch him." Suddenly, out of the darkness like shadows, several people attacked Nika. "Ambush!" appeared in the guy's head, and his eyes widened in surprise. Nick extended his palm forward. Small sparks began to burst from his fingers. They swirled around his hand, gradually forming an elegant sword in the air. "Control!" one of the elders shouted loudly and put his palms forward, directing his power at Nick. Suddenly, Nick felt an invisible rope quickly wrap around his arms behind his back. Is this the ability to take control? His legs buckled and he fell to the floor. 4 elders lined up in front of Nicholas, dressed in different clothes and their faces full of malice. "We've been waiting for one boy for so many days," one of them, with a scar on his face, said. "Boredom," the girl grinned, looking slyly at the guy with one eye since she had a bandage on the other. "It wasn't that easy. It's an honor for you to die in my heavenly net," said the oldest of them, and walked up to the crowd, looking at Nick. "You did well. I think he must have some jewelry with him. You can take it. Consider it my gift." Adam smiled, closing his eyes and pointed his palm at the tied-up guy. "What?" The elder who had a scar furrowed his brows as he saw the familiar weapon in Nicholas's hands. "This is Elder Bernard's dagger." The man standing in front of Nick suddenly leaned forward and hit him hard on the cheek with his palm. The slap made a dull sound, and Nick, stunned, stepped back. "Where is the elder?" "He was with Master Thomas. What did you do to him?" The long-haired man took the fabric of Nick's sweater and pulled it towards himself, and Nick only smiled, quietly answering, "Guess? Go to the shop and be sure to find him." Adam crossed his palms behind his back and frowned at the servants. "Boss, what should we do with him?" The elder squeezed Nick's neck from behind, forcing him to lean forward. "First we'll cut off his arms and legs and then we'll throw him in jail." Adam's voice sounded even and confident, with a cold calm. Nick, feeling the adrenaline boiling in his veins, jerked his hands sharply, and the rope broke with a crack. Instantly gripping the sword tighter, he swung at the elder. The long-haired man fell sharply to the floor, and at that very moment blood gushed from the wound, flooding the surface with a bright red stream. He was hiding his strength. "Scatter quickly," Adam commanded, and all 5 elders ran in different directions. Nick, without waiting a minute, rushed with all his might towards Adam. The man laughed loudly. "Do you want to fight me directly? Then let me show you my abilities." Adam spread his arms. The muscles in his arms tensed and he looked impressive. Nick quickly soared upward. He quickly left the ground, the man below, and soon disappeared from his field of vision. Nicholas, gathering his strength, suddenly delivered a powerful blow to Adam's stomach. The blow was so strong that the man bent in half. Longhair, not having time to recover from the blow to the stomach, suddenly received a powerful kick to the face. It was so unexpected that he could not defend himself. The blow sent him into the air, Adam fell to the floor, and a cloud of dust enveloped him. Everything around him became silent, and only the sound of his breathing broke the silence. "Stop watching! Attack together!" The long-haired one shouted loudly, blood running down his cheeks, leaving behind scarlet marks that contrasted with his pale skin. Nick's fists met sharply with the fists of one of the elders who hid his face behind a mask. The blow was powerful, and a feeling of tension hung in the air. A veritable lightning storm erupted around them, their powers flashing and sparkling left and right. "Very powerful," Nicholas muttered through his teeth, but continued to resist his opponent. The old man, squinting slyly, quietly crept up behind Nick to deliver his blow. The elder extended his hand towards Nick's body, but at that very second he jerked sharply, turning around, and his foot hit the old man in the stomach. Both elders, as if knocked off their feet by the wind, flew away from the guy in different directions, falling onto the cracked floor. "I won't fall for the same trick twice." Nicholas chuckled and looked down at the old man who was trying to get up. "Tsk, braggart. Look at your leg," the elder said to him in a hoarse voice. Nick turned around and saw that his leg was tightly entangled with a magic rope. "When did you have time? Enough killing. I'll take you next." The girl with the bandage spread her palms out to the sides. Black monsters hovered around her, lashing out with their teeth and red eyes. Nick looked at the girl in front of him, realizing that this technique could be dangerous. He quickly soared into the air, moving away from them. Suddenly, Nicholas's path was blocked by the monsters serving the maiden, opening their mouths and growling threateningly, showing rows of razor-sharp teeth. At that very moment, a deafening explosion rang out, breaking the silence like thunder from heaven, and black clouds of smoke rose into the air. Allison folded her arms across her chest and frowned as she watched a cloud of smoke billow out of the room. "Mistress, the great warrior of Tom's family, Tyler, requests an audience with you," Kat said, moving closer to the dark-haired girl as she looked thoughtfully into the distance. "Why did that old man come again? I don't want to see him." Ellie closed her eyes in irritation and rubbed her fingers across the bridge of her nose. This time he brought Nicholas's little sister with him. "I don't know what's going on," Catherine responded, pressing her palm to her chest. "Younger sister Nika?" The girl seemed interested in this information and looked at the blonde over her shoulder. A mug of hot tea landed on the rough wooden table with a dull thud. "Have some tea," the girl said, leaning down in front of Tyler and Nicole, who were sitting at the table. A powerful punch landed right on Nick's jaw, causing his head to snap back. The powerful blow sent Nicholas flying backwards, crashing to the floor with a thud, dust flying into the air, enveloping his fallen body in a cloud. "You are a good man, Elder. Even a grandmaster cannot escape your deadly explosion technique." The two warriors approached the hole that was formed from the fall and looked down at the boy. Coughing and spitting out blood, Adam rose to his feet, leaning against a concrete column. "Cough, cough. You really did a good job, Elder. Chief, what should we do now? This kid is badly wounded and won't live long." The old man pointed his palm at Nicholas. "Let him die," the long-haired man answered, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Revealing a row of snow-white teeth and notes of madness sounded in his voice. Like lightning, the sharp end of the sword suddenly pointed towards the old man. He froze. His eyes widened in horror as he realized the mortal danger. The sword pierced the old man's chest with force, piercing him through and through. His body went limp and fell lifelessly to the floor. "What?" Adam exclaimed, clenching his teeth even harder. "He's gone? That guy's still alive," one of the masked elders shouted, looking around the pit. Suddenly, and without warning, Nick lunged at the elder, grabbing him by the face and slamming him into the tiled floor with all his might, over and over again, until the elder's face mask shattered into many pieces. Having dealt with the first opponent, the dark-haired one did not waste time. He quickly turned around and rushed to the next target, throwing out, "Now you." Nicholas raised his sword, its blade flashing menacingly, his grip on the hilt tight, his muscles tensing. With a powerful blow of his sword, Nicholas cut the maiden's chest. The blade entered the flesh with a slight crunch. The elder's body went limp, and she fell to the floor as a lifeless weight. "Elder!" Adam's eyes widened as he saw the girl's body fall at his feet. "Now it's your turn." When Nicholas turned to face Adam, he involuntarily shuddered. Horror seized him, and he collapsed to the floor, trembling all over. "Scoundrel, die!" The long-haired man summoned his axe and swung it at the guy. Nick remained unperturbed. In one smooth motion, he swung his sword, and Adam's lifeless body fell to the floor. There was no pity or compassion on Nicholas's face. Thomas, who had just come running, seeing his father fall like a weight onto the floor, shouted loudly, "Father!" The dark-haired man turned around at the sound and a smile played across his face. "Oh, it's young Master Thomas." Nick placed his sneaker on Adam's prone body and pressed lightly. "You're just in time. I won't have to look for you." Consumed with grief and rage, Tom leapt up with lightning speed and swung his fist at Nicholas, shouting, "Get your foot off me, you dog!" The guy reacted instantly. He dodged Thomas's blow, his head just missing the powerful fist by a hair. Without waiting for Tom to swing for another, Nick delivered his crushing punch straight into his stomach, the powerful blow knocking all the air out of Thomas's lungs, causing him to double over. The blonde fell to his knees, resting his palms on the tiles, coughing, shaking his body, and every breath bringing with it a new wave of pain. Tom slowly raised his head, looking sideways at Nick. "I'm sorry, Father, I'm too weak." The man lowered his head again, unable to even hold it up. "Don't resist." Nicholas grabbed Thomas by the hair and lifted his head, forcing him to look him straight in the eyes. "I will send you on your final journey." Nick swung his sword and was ready to strike. At that very moment, lightning struck the place where Nick had just stood, and he jumped back with lightning-fast reaction. Nicholas, having flown up several meters, saw a tall sign in the distance without thinking twice. He jumped on it to get a view and observe further developments. Among the fluffy pink and blue clouds, reminiscent of celestial cotton wool balls, a black outline of a man suddenly appeared. The shadow was approaching. It was a man with a gray beard. He looked dark, menacing, like a ghost. And Nick was surprised to recognize familiar features in him. It was the mentor. Thomas turned around and stuttered, "Elder, this is Great Elder Callum. Elder, kill him. My father died because of him. You must restore justice." Tom extended his hand towards Nick. "Bastard, I knew I should have finished you off earlier." Nicholas, seeing this gesture, frowned. He clenched his teeth, and an evil grimace froze on his face. "If that's the case, you're going to die." Callum pointed his finger at Nick, and a pink bolt of lightning shot out of him. A sudden explosion shook the pillar Nick was standing on, tearing it into pieces, and the guy himself jumped into the air with incredible agility, dodging the flying debris. The Elder continuously directed lightning bolts at Nick, which hit the ground around him with a crackling and roaring sound. But the dark-haired man dodged them with incredible speed. "Stop resisting, you worthless thing," Callum said loudly and extended his hand forward. "We need to get out of here quickly. If the mentor starts fighting, the whole city could be destroyed." The determination in Thomas's eyes wavered, and he turned sharply, fleeing. Suddenly, the blond man's path was blocked by Nick, who deftly landed in front of him on his haunches. A bright flash of lightning struck right where the young people were standing. A roar shook the air, and the ground shook under their feet. A powerful bolt of lightning sent Thomas reeling and nearly falling, his body going numb and his ears ringing. "Elder, aim more accurately," the blond man shouted, raising his head up. "Ha ha ha, my fault. My eyesight is getting worse with age," Callum replied. As if from nowhere, Nick appeared behind the Elder. He swung his powerful fist. The dark-haired man swung his fist, intending to deliver a crushing blow to Callum's head. But before his fist could reach its target, he encountered an invisible barrier that stopped it. "I can't break through his defense." Nick stared in surprise at the protective field that enveloped the Elder, reflecting his attacks. Callum would not tolerate this behavior, and, focusing his magic, released a powerful wave of energy that hit Nick. Nicholas was thrown back, so that he flipped a couple of times in the air and flew down. The boy landed, the weight of his fall shaking the ground, and cracks spread across the surface like a spider web, the asphalt crumbling and flying apart. The strength of the Grandmaster really shouldn't be underestimated. I'll have to give it my all. Nicholas stood up from the asphalt, shaking off the debris and dust. Then he tore off the rest of his clothes, revealing his muscular arms and chest. Nick and Callum slowly approached each other, their bodies radiating electricity, lightning flashing between them, filling the air with a crackling sound. Nicholas, seeing the old man's status, grinned, closing his eyes. "So you're just an ordinary mentor? What did you say?" The Elder's face twisted in rage as he looked at Nicholas, his eyes flashing with anger, and the wrinkles on his face becoming even deeper. "I'm telling you, it was hard for you to become a mentor at your age. I advise you to get involved in trouble less often. If you lose an arm or a leg in battle, then there will be no one to take care of you, old man." Nicholas was still smiling mockingly. He raised his palm and rubbed his neck with it. "Master, this boy is getting too carried away. He wants to take over our Iron Fang base," Thomas said, pointing his palm at Nick. "And you're still alive, I see." Nick growled through his teeth and turned around, frowning. Callum suddenly directed his energy at Nicholas, but he managed to dodge it, doing a somersault in the air. Not bad speed. It's amazing how you were able to dodge the surprise attack. The elder furrowed his gray brows in confusion. Nick carefully crept up behind the old man, his movements silent and smooth. Thanks for the praise. Nick kicked off the ground and launched himself into the air, landing a kick on Callum's head. But to his surprise, Callum didn't even flinch. Then Nicholas brought his blow down on the elder's cheek. He put all his strength into it, and the blow was crushing. The old man could not stay on his feet and fell to the ground, forming a small hole under him. It seems you're not a simple cultivator, Callum, easily getting to his feet. Suddenly, the elder noticed out of the corner of his eye a car flying towards him. Callum's reflexes kicked in instantly, and he darted to the side, dodging the deadly projectile that Nicholas aimed at him. The elder kept a straight face despite the chaos going on around him. He raised his palm and pointed it at Nick. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his hand. Nicholas was thrown a couple of meters into the air by the elder's powerful blow. Callum slowly approached him, his eyes shining with cold indifference. The old man's powerful fist landed on Nick's cheek with a loud blow. The dark-haired man's head fell back, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. Before the boy could fall to the ground, the elder instantly grabbed him by the ankle. The old man jerked sharply, and the dark-haired man fell on his back, hitting the stones painfully. 10,000 thunderclaps. Callum swung his hand, and a small glowing ball formed in it. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the city, lighting up the night sky with thousands of flickering lightning bolts. Smoke and dust rose into the air, enveloping everything around in an impenetrable curtain. After the powerful blow, Nick's lifeless body lay on the ground, which was all cracked, and a wall of dust stood around. Looks like this is the end. Callum put his hands behind his back and looked at Nicholas's body lying at his feet. Thomas, who was watching the fight from afar, let out a hysterical laugh. He couldn't believe his eyes. The guy was lying dead at the elder's feet. He died. Nicholas died, he shouted joyfully, spreading his arms out to the sides. Elder, how powerful and strong you are. The blonde ran towards Callum as fast as he could. Suddenly, the elder coughed loudly and put his hand to his mouth, his eyes widening in horror when he saw the blood on his palm. You can handle the rest of the little things yourself. I need to heal my wounds immediately or it will affect my training. Callum pushed Thomas away from him and decided to quickly leave the battlefield. Thomas's entire body shook. His eyes widened. Snot flowed from his nose as he watched Callum walk away. My body froze. He has such an overwhelming energy. The blonde man walked up to Nicholas's body and spat in his face in disgust, leaving his saliva on his cheek. You're not that fierce. My family dealt with you. Just a little more and you wouldn't have been chopped up and fed to the dogs, ha ha ha. Thomas laughed and stepped on the dark-haired man's back, pinning him to the ground. Suddenly, Nick jumped up from the ground and grabbed the blonde by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Tom's eyes widened in horror as he struggled to get free, but Nicholas's grip was too strong. Do you have the courage to repeat your words? A smile played across the guy's face, and his eyebrows moved towards the bridge of his nose. Nick squeezed the guy's throat even harder with one hand, and with the other he summoned his sword to himself, the blade of the sword flashing in the light of blue lightning. Elder, save me, were his last words. Nicholas raised his sword and plunged it into the boy's neck. Blood spurted out as Thomas wheezed and fell to the ground, dead. Hearing the scream, Callum turned around to see that Nick was still alive. His eyes widened in surprise. Nicholas used his healing talent and all the wounds on his body instantly healed, leaving no trace behind. His wounds healed? How is that possible? He used the immortal jellyfish's talent. Where did you come from? Callum screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing throughout the area. I am just a person who awakened weak talents, Nicholas smiled. His smile was cold and merciless. Thousands of lightning bolts began to gather around him, like a huge thunderstorm. Wind execution! 1,000 discs piercing the air with a roar flew forward. One of the discs flew past the elder with such force that it left him with a deep cut in the shoulder area. Blood gushed out, staining his dark clothes in red spots. 1,000 discs instantly flew at the elder, the blades buzzing, piercing the air, and fell on his chest. Bastard! Even if I have to die, I'll take you with me. Despite the fact that his chest was riddled with holes, Callum rose to his feet. At the same moment, while the elder was struggling to stay on his feet, Nicholas found himself behind the old man, swinging his fist. One powerful blow aimed at Callum's head knocked him to the ground with such force that a dent was created underneath him. Smoke billowed around them. Nick straightened up, his gaze fixed on the elder. "I return the favor." Nicholas slowly walked towards Callum, who lay powerless on the ground, his eyes full of hatred, his fists clenched. He stepped on the face of his fallen enemy. "Old Louis, you've been watching us this whole time," the old man croaked as Nick pressed harder on his face and looked off to the side. "I already told you that our Iron Fang base is a guest here. Guests must obey the owner and treat him with respect, but for some reason you don't want to." On one of the high-rises, on which the moon shed light, a dark silhouette of a man was visible. "I am the mentor of the Iron Fang base, Louis. Young man, your talent is extraordinary." The old man, waving a lotus leaf fan, slowly approached them. "Another mentor wants to measure his strength?" A sinister smile played across Nick's face, and his eyes blazed with a devilish fire. "I never even thought about it. Ha ha ha. As they say, you should help those who are right and not your loved ones," laughed old Louis, waving his hand in refusal. "Elder Callum may be from my Iron Fang base, but we are of different breeds. Do as you see fit." Louis bowed before Nicholas and glanced at him furtively. "Bastard, you're both going to die." Callum let out a hoarse, screaming as he rose to his feet, a black haze of power swirling around him and his eyes glowing a bright red. "He wants to self-destruct." Old Louis's eyes widened and he froze in anticipation. Indeed, a fierce man. "But while I'm here, it's not up to you to decide what death to die." Nick's eyebrows drew together, and a multitude of bright lightning bolts formed around him. Nicholas shot up, his blade flashing in the rays of fire and lightning as it darted towards Callum, the blade piercing the elder's chest, leaving deep, bleeding wounds. Callum was still standing, his eyes blazing with fury and his teeth clenched tighter together. The elder's body, stocky and tired from the long battle, swayed for a moment before finally hitting the ground with a dull thud. Nick straightened up, breathing heavily, putting away his sword, his hand shaking from the strain, and his eyes, full of fatigue, carefully examined the surrounding space. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky, piercing the clouds. The dark-haired man stood amazed, feeling the energy of this light enveloping him. "This boy?" Old Louis's eyebrows arched in surprise as he watched Nick. "Master, my level has increased to Great Warrior." Nicholas smiled brightly as he looked at his body, which was as good as new. "Unbelievable, simply unbelievable." Old Man Louis suddenly clapped his hands, attracting the attention of the entire dark-haired group. "I didn't expect that you could kill a mentor being at the level of an elite warrior. I even feel awkward in your presence." The man moved towards the guy, waving his fan at himself. "Old man, if you have something to say, then let's get to the point right away," Nicholas exhaled, looking at him over his shoulder. "Ha ha ha. Look at how hot-tempered." Louis dispersed. Callum's followers have always had views opposite to mine. The old man activated his speed and darted forward, running like a cheetah in front of Nick. They were in favor of establishing a foothold in Linhei's base, while I wanted an equal relationship with her. "How fast?" Nicholas's eyes widened. Old Man Louis continued to walk towards Callum's lifeless body. "Young man, you have already killed Tom's entire family. I hope your anger will subside now. From now on, the Linhai and Iron Fang bases will develop friendly relations to strive for prosperity together." Nick leaned over and smiled, replying, "I think so too. Have you really not thought about managing the base yourself?" Old Man Louis turned to face Nicholas. "Talk about cooperation with Jack's family. They are the ones in power in Linhai now," the guy replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Haha, I can't stand things like that." Nick closed his eyes and, slightly waving his hand, tried to drive away the obsessive thoughts. "What? We'll have to discuss this in detail." Old Louis was indignant and wanted to approach the dark-haired man, but he turned around and walked in the opposite direction, throwing out, "I still have things to do. Goodbye." Nicholas pushed off the ground with his sneakers and soared upward, leaving behind only a purple glow that shimmered in the air. The sun shone brightly over Jack's family's beautiful red brick villa, gently illuminating its walls. White clouds floated peacefully across the sky, creating a picturesque backdrop. The man sat among the beautiful decorations and red furniture, holding small scissors in his hands, carefully cutting off the excess branches from the tiny sakura tree. The sakura petals were too fragile and delicate. With every light movement of the man, they fell from the branches and, as if in slow motion, slowly fell to the floor. He involuntarily, thoughtfully ran his hand over his gray beard, looked at the tree and said, Beauty. This man was none other than the head of Jack's family, Benjamin. A man in a black suit entered the room with quiet steps. His movements were confident. It was the son of the current head of the family, Aaron. "Father, we have found out the reason for yesterday's explosion in the city area," the dark-haired man responded in a stern tone. "Tell me." Benjamin nodded, not looking up from his work. "It was Tom's family. The building from the company was attacked." Aaron's eyebrows drew together. "Unbelievable. The guard there is a mentor," the gray-haired man answered without much enthusiasm. "Do you remember I told you about an elite warrior named Nicholas?" the son asked, and put one hand in his pocket. "He impressed me," the father answered. "He's the one who destroyed that building and Callum's mentor." Aaron looked at his father from under his brows, and a bead of sweat ran down his cheekbone. The golden scissors fell out of the man's hands with a loud sound and fell to the floor with a quiet metallic clatter, and the sound of the impact was heard in the silence. "What did you say?" Very unexpectedly, this guy Nicholas put an end to the struggle of the supporters of hardline and moderate views on the base of the Iron Fang. Ben slowly began to rise to his feet, leaning on his hands and carefully straightening his back. "Thanks to this, the Linhai base and our family survived." The old man walked down the red stairs, passing by his son who was looking at him attentively with curiosity. "Father, there's one more thing. The Iron Fang base's mentor, Louis, has arranged to meet with us this morning." Aaron's face didn't move a single muscle, only his eyebrows slightly moved towards the bridge of his nose, revealing his inner tension. At that time, Elder Louis was sitting in a cozy tea house, surrounded by soft light. He carefully poured fragrant tea from a hot teapot into his mug. "Already? I didn't even have time to think. Well, if that's the case, then let's meet him." Benjamin lightly rubbed his forehead with his palm. There was absolutely no room left in his head for the meeting that was supposed to take place. "I have an order for you. Let all the forces of the Linhai base protect Nicholas and his family." The man folded his hands behind his back and walked forward. "If he wants to establish his power, we must help him with it. In short, he should never be angered." The gray-haired man stopped, folding his arms across his chest, and thoughtfully glanced at his son, who was standing behind him. "Yes!" Aaron gritted his teeth, and sweat appeared on his temples, betraying the anger inside him. Clouds floated smoothly above the combat magazine, slowly changing their shape, and birds chirped around. The golden leopard at Nicole's feet meowed loudly, attracting attention with its characteristic sound production. And without waiting for an answer, it quickly fell asleep, comfortably settling down on the wooden floor. "Please, have some tea." The girl handed the tray with dishes to Chris and smiled sweetly. "Tea again? We've been drinking it all evening. What the hell is your boss doing?" the captain asked with irritation in his voice. "I'm sorry, but I can't know that." The waitress gently tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. "I've traded here a few times, but I've never seen this beauty." Christopher exhaled loudly, closing his eyes. "Are we going to wait any longer?" The man approached the table where Nicole and Elder Tyler were sitting. "Be patient," the elder answered calmly. Tyler carefully took the mug from the saucer and brought it to his lips, enjoying the pleasant aroma of tea. "By the way, you actually saw her." "Huh? Really?" Christopher asked confusedly, and the elder put his cup down and stood up from his chair. And Nicole saw. The heavy wooden doors swung open with a soft creak, and Allison walked into the room, her steps confident and her long hair softly swaying. "Sorry for the wait. Our lady has arrived." The waitress pointed her palm at the girl. The lady's eyes instantly widened when she noticed Nicole, surprise forming on her face, causing her to freeze in place. Chris also stared at Allison in surprise, not believing his eyes. He resolutely ran his fingers over his eyelids, as if hoping that he was imagining it all. "You..." The captain's gaze darted from Allison to Nicole. He still didn't believe what was happening. Sister Nick stood up from the table and looked at her mistress in surprise, her eyes widening in bewilderment. "When they first came in, I immediately thought that she must be the lady's lost twin sister." The waitress smiled nervously and pressed the tray to her chest. "Long time no see, Miss Allison. This is Nicholas's younger sister. He asked me to bring her to the pavilion for protection." Tyler stepped forward, pointing his palm at the dark-haired girl. "Elder, don't worry so much. I know very well what happened in Linhai yesterday," the girl answered calmly. Nicole lowered her head in embarrassment, feeling awkward. Her cheeks colored with a slight blush, and she almost imperceptibly touched her face with her fingertips. "His sister is my copy. Now it's clear." The lady, unable to contain her emotions, clenched her fist. Why did he treat me with care when he saved me, damn? And he held me in his arms. What a shame. Ellie exhaled nervously and lowered her head, closing her eyes, remembering all the moments with Nick.